this is okay. I'm here Friday night, ready to go. Let's do it. There we go. Um, I'm still trying out that HD broadcasting. I went back and watched some of it. It didn't look that different. So if you notice anything weird, let me know. If you notice anything with the audio, let me know. I'm still looking at other services. There's one called Restream that I think I'm going to test out this weekend. If anybody has any thoughts on that, I'd welcome that. I'm also hearing that there's not really a good alternative to StreamYard unless you want to do the OBS technical stuff. So I may just stick with StreamYard and find some way to make up the difference. Hey, IG, what's up? What does your eye see tonight? My eye sees nothing. I checked the news. I checked Twitter. I checked all that. It caught nothing new. There was some Illinois, Springfield maybe, some unrest. Let's see what happened. Bomb threat. But that's about it. Let's see who else is out tonight. I'm sure that what's his face? Easy will be doing verbal combat. In fact, he may have the link set up. And he do. And coming up in a little over an hour. So I will drop that link. If you want the drama, the blood sports, if the blood sports on here is not enough, go over to Easy's. He does verbal combat every Friday. They have a menu. You can pay for all this stuff to influence the chat, the conversation, the debate. They put different topics and people debate, but it's really about blood sports, just being as aggressive and entertaining as you can. They roast each other. You could pay to have people do one-on-ones, and then the loser gets what's called fatality, and the audience votes, and that person gets kicked off the panel for the night. I've been fatalityed a few times. So fun stuff like that. And then at the end, they vote on a winner, and that person is like champion of the week. So some people that hang out here participate in verbal combat. So who knows who will be on tonight. Moose and I talked about going on one night to try to win some promotion for the channel. Other than that, it is a Friday night. I watched a bunch of TV today. The Treme. It's getting really weird. Liliana, if you're out there. It's kind of a setting, a container, which is societal collapse or minimal state, minimal government. Other than the National Guard that's in there harassing everybody. It's starting to seem stereotyped and cliche. They have the police grabbing people off the street and beating them. You have only the black people. You have the evil racist cops. You have they have this like white gay couple that moved into the neighborhood and kept things nice, and they call it gentrifying, and they're like reacting against the gentrifying couple that doesn't understand the neighborhood because you haven't lived here and you don't know what it, and you're coming in here and changing things. So it's like these really stereotyped, cliched storylines, but it's also striking me how prophetic this show is because it came out in 2010, and almost everything I see in the panelverse today could have come right out of this show. The wokeness, the conspiracy thinking. Almost every character in the show is a conspirator because none of them have any way to make sense of what happened. So they all have their own narrative of what happened, and every narrative almost involves some sinister force taking advantage of this opportunity or deliberately causing it. And so every character is playing out like this cartoon hero story in their own mind. Um, Same as the Panelverse, like note, hey Angel and Liliana. Right, but some of them are drama queens. Like I'm starting to like that Steve Zahn character less and less. Like he's part of what I think the problem is. But at the same time, it's fascinating to watch it unfold. Like if there's ever a movie, like if 10 years ago, or when was it? Over 10 years ago, like 12. Oh shit, almost 15 years ago. Someone had asked me what's something I should watch that's going to prepare me for the future, for the life 15 years from now. I would say go watch Treme because the stuff you see in the movie and some of the people's approach to reality. Oh, and get this. We're only in episode 3. There's even a scene where their daughter goes off to college and she ends up doing a YouTube channel and the parents find her on YouTube and she's like talking into YouTube, giving an update on her life. So it's the Panelverse, like 15 years before I'm sitting in the Panelverse. They're bringing that storyline into it. So everything I'm doing now is in that movie from 15 years ago. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't stick with it because I'm not having the same feeling I had when I first tried to watch it. It's from a writer's point of view, I think the script is very shallow, superficial. It doesn't have a lot of depth to it. It's kind of cartoon villain um, hero storylines. But the atmosphere is good. Some of the acting is good. The vision of like everything they capture about society today, how they captured it back then, I don't know. Yeah, the artistry. So even though I can kind of see through the writing is not doing much for me. The plotting, the scripting, the characters are okay. I mean they're doing what they can with the roles they're given. Um, it's still holding together as a credible show. It's less plot driven and linear, and it's more like slices of life of people trying to rebuild after a disaster, like little fragments of people's lives, and over time they kind of accumulate and build up into a story, but it's not like linear plot driven, I would say. All right, we have Mr. B. More Busker that's going to join
Hello,
us.
how
Hello.
you doing tonight?
Um, I'm not sure. My microphone sounds weird. I don't know if it's you or me.
You sound all right. I don't know that the God knows about mine. This is
It
just
it
a
seems like it might be coming in just one ear. Talk a little bit.
hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Hello,
Talk some more.
check. One, two, one,
Um,
two. Check.
yeah, I don't. It just sounds weird in my ears,
Does
but
it is it quiet or something? Or,
it is a little quiet.
huh.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is interesting. So we're gonna keep watching. Like me and people in Discord are into it. Oh, by the way, we finished episode 3, so that's where we are. And so next time we watch, which might be tonight, depending on how this goes, um, we'll watch episode 4 tonight. If you want to keep up, that's where we are. What's up, Busker?
Oh, not much. That was it. Was seems like a long.
You're still
Like,
really low for some reason. I'm having a hard time
I don't know.
hearing you.
Oh shit! You can't hear me at all. I mean,
I can hear you. You're just coming in really low. Let me
Um,
check your settings too. Maybe it's no. They look settings look
check,
normal.
check, check. Oh, damn.
Hey, discussion
This laptop
discussion salon.
might be fucked. I mean, uh, well,
Oh, you can't sleep? Yeah, I know what that's like. Oh, okay. Well,
let's see if I can check, check, check. Well, it's showing it, yeah, it's showing the audio is going all the way up on the dots. I mean, I don't know why it'd be I don't know.
I mean, I can hear you. It's just lower than normal.
Huh,
So as long as the audience could hear, I guess.
can they hear it? I don't know for the comments.
I don't know. So what's going on a Friday night?
Nothing as per usual.
Hey, Daniel Barry. Nothing. Yeah, pretty much the same here, other than this. Some did. Was it you that said something happened earlier?
Me?
Somebody y'all said it's Friday the 13th, or was that in the chat? Friday the 13th. Is that why? Hang on. Oh my God! No wonder things were crazy earlier. I haven't been in the on YouTube all day, so I have no clue if anything happened today. What it was.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just now yeah.
If I had to guess, it was the same looping drama, the same like 7 or 8 cards in the deck. Yeah, today is Friday the 13th, so um, as a Satanist, let's make the most of it. Have fun. Let's be hedonistic.
Well, my days of hedonism have long passed.
I don't know. They sound like they still going on sometimes when I talk
Well,
to you.
yeah, if I'm drinking that, I'll regret it. But as long as I accidentally spill some of it, that's always good.
Yeah, as long as you're being responsible with it.
Yeah, for the most part these days, I'll just smoke weed. That's about. And my
Yeah, there's
tolerance
a
is,
lot of that going around.
yeah, man, fucking. Well, it's legal in
They
Maryland.
should sponsor the Panelverse as much as it
Absolutely.
shows up here.
And they should have a fucking what do you call it? A emoji that's a pot leaf,
Yeah, but they won't. It's
of course.
corrupting the youth. Just like they won't let us have Joe Camel anymore.
Yeah. I miss that, dude. I remember seeing that on billboards, and I'm like, you remember that story of like, I don't know if it was fake or real, but it's supposedly the dots you can see a naked person.
Oh,
You remember that?
yeah. No, I think it was. I think it was real. Hang on. Because I think I remember seeing it. Unless I'm getting Mandela.
Yeah, I remember that. Uh,
Did Joe Camel include a hidden naked man? Let's
I
see.
really couldn't tell if I can't remember if I thought I saw it or what, but I remember that was back in my earliest days of smoking. I was like 11, 12.
Oh, on the camel
Yeah,
itself.
the camel
Not
itself.
Joe Cool, but
No, not
they
joke.
used to be camel cigarettes, and they just had a camel standing in the desert, and supposedly that had a naked man in it.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, it wasn't that. I don't know. I couldn't. It wasn't memorable. That I can put it like that. I don't remember any of it, but
Oh, hey, hi, Dom. Bye, Dom. Is it the topic? Sorry. When I was living in Vegas, the Camel cigarette girl would hang out at the gay bars. I remember hanging out with her. She got paid to like come to the bars and promote
Oh
they
yeah,
had all these new flavors, and she was giving out samples, and they came in these little metal tins, and they
yeah.
had all these different colors and flavors, and it had the new Joe Cool. And I remember her giving us a bunch of those little sample packs and hanging out with us and talking to us. And we thought it was so cool that we got to hang out with the Camel Girl.
They had them at the hetero strip clubs also.
Hey, man.
The little cigarette, like the promotion ladies.
Yeah, like
Hmm.
yeah, they try to sell you on those.
They're good at their job. Like that was a fun night. It was. I remember doing it. So, and I got
Yeah.
all this Camel swag from it.
Yeah.
I don't
So
think I changed my brand. I didn't smoke Camels. Hey, Omar,
Hey, how are you guys?
what's
How was
up
it?
in the hood today? Is that where you are? The hood?
Oh, yes, in my,
Oh,
hanging
I
out in
just
the.
see Sesame Street has me biased. You have a house now. You don't have to live in an alley. Or was that your cousin?
Yes, I'm moving up in the world.
Yeah, like the Jeffersons.
Exactly.
moving on up.
But you are not making your bed like Jordan Peterson.
Oh, I don't have a maid.
Oh,
Yeah, dude, me too.
So how was your Friday
what's
the
up?
13th? Oh,
How
oh,
is the news thing going?
oh, it's pretty good. I mean, today I did some news, and then we had Stab the Ground at I think 6 o'clock over here in New Jersey, and then we basically had four metal detectorists walking around looking for actually three metal detectors. So I was the host, and yeah, they found a couple of pennies. That's about it.
Oh, well, that's still good. That sounds like exciting to find
They
anything.
found more after the hunt than anything, because like I guess like they had to concentrate more to like when the cameras were off, so they found more then. I saw the results. But
Oh, because they have to split their attention. That makes sense.
exactly. So I mean, I'm the host, but so I mean, like they kind of like get to run around, and dig holes and stuff like that. But sometimes I metal detect myself. It's been really crappy, and where I am right now, it's like undiggable the area. It's been so hot.
Oh,
You just kill everything. So
it's not worth the pennies.
yeah. So I mean, unless it's gold. I thought I found a gold ring last week, but it turned out to be plated. But
Oh,
still fun just going to dig. It's been a while.
Liliana, are you kidding me? Do you mean the actual Marlboro Man from the billboards she dated and had kids with? Okay, yeah, and that was the next question about the age. Okay. Wow. That's some celebrity stories.
Crazy. Do you know any celebrities, Jeff?
Um, it depends on what you consider a celebrity. Um, Not right off the top of my head. Like none that I could call up and say, "Hey, it's Jeff."
I hear you. Same here.
I know some people that might not be considered celebrity because
Thank you, Sam.
punk related
Oh,
people.
what punk band?
Yeah, have you heard of a band called the Nips and or Nipple Erectors?
Oh God, I love Simple Minds.
I
Oh,
like the
sorry.
name. I'm
The
going to look that up.
have you heard of the Pogues?
They sound familiar.
The singer they did like Irish music with a real kick, and
Sweet. Yeah.
Is
I
and
that
think I
your
was.
anyway, so I know the bass player of the Nipple Erectors, and she's like one of the earliest punk rocker England punk rock bands. She dated fucking what's his name? Well, she dated Shane MacGowan, but she also dated Johnny Lydon,
Oh.
Johnny
Oh,
Rock.
Johnny Rotten?
Yeah.
Oh. I know actually a punk person too. Like he's kind of like they're the Misfits. Have you heard that band?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I used to deliver mail to Doyle from the Misfits,
Oh
the
no
really
shit,
jacked
man.
one. Yeah, he had a metal shop over in Vernon, New Jersey, where I used to deliver mail. And yeah, he was the guy was jacked at like 60. I mean, I couldn't
Yeah,
even believe he was
dude.
that big. He's like he has zero fat. It's really weird, but he works in a metal shop, so I mean, like he's lifting metal all day long anyway. They had their hearse inside there, and all the basically their T-shirts were laid out and stuff. And I asked him to sing the song from my metal detecting show, and he looked at me like I had a wiener on my head.
Shit.
Well, I just wanted them to do the last caress, but to like metal detecting, like like I got something to say. I'd like to metal detect your yard today. doesn't matter much to me as long as I find some shit. You know?
That's catchy.
Yeah. But he looked at me really weird because I sang it into their microphone, and while they were, I guess, rehearsing, and he's like, "This mailman just came in here and started asking me to sing the intro song to his metal detecting site," and I kind of came off a little weird.
Oh my God, who'd you go to school with, Liliana? My stepfather, I think he went to high school with Janis Joplin,
That's
and
cool.
I have a celebrity story on Twitter. Peter Hook from New Order liked one of my tweets one day.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't think I um, stepped off of my cloud that entire day. It happened
Yeah.
in the morning. I woke up to it, and I was so excited. It was the actual Peter Hook from New Order. Read one of my tweets. I think it was about him or one of their songs or something, and he gave it a like.
Yeah, dude.
That's
See,
cool.
that's like the. I never imagined any of this when I was a kid, man. This is just like you can find anyone on here if you try.
I went
Uh,
on.
Yeah,
Remember Opie and Anthony, that radio show? They were like competing with Howard Stern.
kind of, sorta.
They were.
no.
Oh, they were around for a really long time, but then I guess they kind of got in fights and stuff like that. But Opie has a podcast on here, and I jumped on there as the Queen of England and also Jason Voorhees. That was pretty
Oh,
funny. Him and his
where's do
producers
you
were on
still
there.
have Jason?
Oh, well, actually, the Jason one is on mostly on my Instagram, like filters and stuff. This is like a snap camera one, so he's
I
not
don't
on this
even
one.
know who this is. Sorry. I'm old though.
Oh, Brittany Murphy. She was Luann from King of the Hill. Remember King of the
Is that
Hill?
the wife?
No, the daughter. The I guess she had a white trash daughter. She was the white trash daughter. She was married to
Lurleen.
Tom Petty on the show.
Tom
She
Petty
was
was on King of the Hill.
his name was Lucky. He was like a white trash guy that had like $30,000 from I guess he got in a car accident and he acted like he was a millionaire. So it was a good show though. She thinks she died back in like 2000s or whatever. Brittany Murphy.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
apparently Liliana went to school with her.
Oh, that's cool.
Clueless.
Yeah, she was
Was
cute in
she
that.
in Scary Movie?
Maybe.
Was she the
Maybe
brunette?
one or twos or something like that.
Let me- I'll look her up. I don't really follow all those young white girls.
She was in the Angelina Jolie movie where they were in like a mental institution with Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, what
I
Was it Girl
vaguely
Interrupted or
remember that.
something? Or
I thought that was Winona
um,
Ryder.
I get them all mixed up. Those
I may
chicks.
be mixed. It may not be. It could be Drew Barrymore.
I was thinking Winona Ryder too.
Y'all could
I'll look it up.
I'm on the Brittany Murphy page and Winona Ryder is showing up. Relationships. Did they date? Oh, close friends.
Maybe the same movie.
Hollywood is. You're right, Liliana. This is confusing. Oh, 8 Mile. I love. That's one of my favorite movies. Um,
That's Eminem, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, it was Girl Interrupted. She was in 1999.
Yeah,
Angelina
Girl
Jolie.
Interrupted. That was Winona Ryder, wasn't it?
I
No, it
don't
was
know. Let me look
I
it
think
up.
Brittany Murphy too.
I don't want to give
Oh
out
wait, no, Winona Ryder was in it, but it was Brittany Murphy.
Who's the girl that got interrupted?
I don't know why they show that. Wait,
I think
does
that
it?
was Winona.
Yeah, actually they're all in it. Winona Ryder,
Winona
Angelina
Ryder,
Jolie.
Angelina Jolie, Clea Duvall. Ooh, I like her. Brittany Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's every little
Jared
white
Leno. I never knew he
Hollywood
was in that.
Yeah.
um, like alternative chick that could be in it is in it. Jared
Wow.
Leto, Vanessa Redgrave, and Whoopsie.
Whoopi.
I haven't seen that one.
Whoopsie Goldberg.
Or Karen Johnson, I think her real name is.
You're right.
C.
And she is turning into one.
She's always been a Karen, kind of. She was never really.
Yeah,
that
she was
funny.
like one of my heroes growing up. Like her and Oprah and all those people. They
I
were like
remember
at the
when her, Robin
forefront
Williams,
of
and Billy
political
Crystal used to do
progress,
that
and now
laugh
they
thing.
are a bunch of Karens.
Yeah. Whoopi, actually, what's her name? I think Oprah Winfrey lost some weight recently, like 40 pounds or whatever,
Really?
with that
Oh.
Ozempic. She's like
I
paralyzing
haven't
her
seen
stomach
her
or whatever
in
they do.
forever.
Yeah, I think she turned into Hawaii.
She turned into Hawaii.
She used her fat and just turned it into Hawaii. She bought all of Hawaii with The Rock and I guess it was the other guy from Facebook. They own it pretty
She
much.
bought Hawaii.
Pretty much. I mean,
Oh.
when it was on fire, she actually paid the whole entire fire department to just put out her stuff, and they turned the water off to the rest of the island.
Are you
Oprah
being
used to,
serious?
she
Yeah.
used to be do news. She used to be journalist for some Baltimore, and my dad was at a crime lab at a crime
She
scene,
didn't help her neighbors.
and this was
Blasted by
before.
Trump supporters. MAGA Trumpers are coming for Oprah Winfrey.
Sure.
I met Oprah Winfrey metal detecting once. Did you ever hear about that, Jeff?
No, I didn't. You want to
It's
tell
on
us
my
about it?
channel, actually. I can put the video on if you want. Hold on, let me. Find it
Yeah,
for you.
as long as there's no copyright music, Oprah's on it,
No. There's nothing, no copyright. It's original stuff.
but it has
let me get
Oprah.
to it. It's Oprah Winfrey. I met her while I was metal detecting. It was really weird. Hold on a second. Let me get it. Let me set it up for you to make sure I
Can't
can hear
wait.
it. Oh, let me here we go. Okay, let me share my screen.
Mhm.
No, no, it's not bad or anything, Jeff. Don't worry. It's always. Here we go. You ready?
I don't know. Let's see. Turn it up. Oh, there's no sound. Or I can't hear it. Anyway.
Mommy, I want to get Oprah's autograph.
That okay? Wait, stop. Hang on. Stop sharing. Stop sharing.
Oh,
I might
put
get in
that on my
trouble
video.
for
I didn't
movie
get in any trouble for
clips.
that.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I never got in any trouble for doing.
That's
putting that on my
hilarious,
video.
though.
Yeah, she was peeing all over the place. It was
I know,
kinda
but
weird.
every time people tell me that, I still get in trouble for it.
Sorry,
I
man,
do
I
want
just-
to here. Put the link in the back. I do want to finish seeing it though.
Okay, hold on. Let me set this up. She wouldn't give me her autograph because her hands were busy. Hold on, let me try to find it.
Yeah,
There we
if you
go.
put the link in the back, I'll drop it in the chat for everybody. It's worth seeing. It's really funny. It uses clips from movies, so you know me, I get nervous.
Okay, it's at the very end of the video though, so you have to look at like past 10:41. So it's like a 10-minute long video, so you could watch my metal detecting adventures also if you like.
All right, let's see. Here it is.
But yeah, it's not. You can't get in trouble for that. I played that like a million times. I play it on my channel all the time because I actually have her as a guest, but she's always going to the bathroom when I go to her. So one of these days, I'll get her when she's not peeing. You know, but she's got the worst bladder ever. I think that Ozempic is just making her pee constantly so much. So she lost 40 pounds of water weight and made Lake Oprah.
I'm
She's a good
watching
kid,
now.
though.
Sparta.
She got a good head on her shoulders. It's about 55 pounds or something, though. She'd probably be a fun wrestling match, you know? Wouldn't you think? Who do you think would be better to wrestle, Oprah or Whoopi?
Oprah now and Whoopi now.
Yeah.
Whoopi seems older. It seems like I could take on Whoopi than
See, I'd rather wrestle Oprah, though. She looks like she'd be like more fun to wrestle.
she probably hires all those celebrity fitness trainers and everything, and she might be a little more tough.
And she's also got the bosoms.
Yes, there are the towels.
I like that about her. She
Yeah.
kind of looks like a fatter version of Candace Owens, too. So I could imagine Candace's face on her. You know?
She seems more like an old decrepit lesbian, but I wouldn't tangle with the lesbians I remember from the bars either. So
True.
that's not necessarily a positive in her favor.
Yeah.
I'd still go for Whoopi.
You could she maybe give you a car, Oprah, if you wrestle her.
She has. Does she still have the braids? I could at least have
I don't know. I
leverage
haven't seen
that
her in a
somehow.
long time. I think she
I
does
think
have
I
the
have more to
braids.
work with Whoopi.
I
Yeah,
think
I
she.
agree, Paul.
Okay.
Whoopi.
Well, would it be a pudding wrestling match? Would be more fair, or would it be
Well,
a
it depends on
wrestling
the
match
color of the
or a steel
pudding. You know
cage?
that.
Oh,
Is it going to be like gray or rainbow pudding?
well, I mean, it would be your choice,
It's
I
going to have
guess.
to
You'd
be
have to flip a
neutral.
coin, maybe.
What about Jello?
Jello would be fine. I mean, it's a lot slipperier. I mean, they do have
Or is
Jello
that still
wrestling.
racist?
No, why would it be racist? It's made out of like
Because
animal
everything
bones.
is. Just
I mean, I did pudding wrestling on my
I
channel.
haven't
Did you
heard
see
that
my
it
channel?
isn't.
You've seen my pudding wrestling match.
I have not.
You haven't seen my pudding wrestling match from high
I
school?
haven't.
Oh my god, dude! I wrestled in pudding in
Dro-
1993, I think it was, or two. Oh my
I,
god.
I wasn't watching it at the time.
Oh well, I have it on my channel if you want to watch it.
Is it not? It doesn't have anything copyrighted in it.
No. But I do use like Nintendo, I guess, like soundtrack.
I
when it
tell
comes
you
to-
what, drop it in the back and I'll take a peek at it and I'll see.
I don't.
what I
I'm
think.
not sure if it's actually like shared or not.
Oh.
Like that. Just, I have like all my videos. Like I don't know if that's a private one or not. Let me double check. 'Cause I have so many.
We were
videos, like-
poor. We didn't. We just used mud. We didn't have bother with
Oh.
the pudding.
They had in from my high school. They let us wrestle in pudding and stuff like that, but they wouldn't let us wrestle chicks. Like, come on,
Oh.
man! Like, it was a little, but they wouldn't let us wrestle girls. That was like one of the stipulations.
Well, they've changed their team.
Yeah, right.
They're
I mean,
begging,
I'd like to do it now, but I guess it's actually a
begging
private
to be
video.
wrestled.
Yeah, I said it to private, but I could always just post it or show it to you if you want. I mean, the video is 5 minutes long though, so you might not want to watch it. It's a little long.
I'll take a
Like-
peek and I'll see. I'll kind of judge it against what I think my viewers might be able to tolerate.
Well, that's the thing. I
And
think
any
it's
copyright threats.
private. That's why I'm not sure if I could share something that's private.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I could always show it on the video, but I have it set on private on my thing for some reason.
I don't know. I'm not feeling risky tonight.
Okay,
It's
well,
Friday
it's
the
just me
13th.
wrestling.
I don't want to tempt fate.
Okay, no problem there. That works though. Yeah, my channel I have like either like metal detecting videos or like videos of
And pudding
playing
wrestling.
video games and stuff like that. I found a gold coin. You ever want to see that gold that video? You want to see a gold coin being found from like 1911? It was pretty cool though. Are you
Well,
here
what
to-
else is happening on a Friday?
Here, no.
Or actually, it's not a Friday. I keep forgetting. There's no time. There's people
Why?
from Australia. There's people from all over the world. I have to just quit thinking in particular time.
I hear you. What's happening over there, man? What'd you do all day?
Watched a bunch of educational television and hung out
What
with
type?
friends and did some errands and did stuff around the house. Got a nap in. I'm ready to go.
Oh, cool. I drank a lot of coffee today. I mean, I went bike riding for about 2 hours.
Oh, cool. So you got out of the house. You
Yeah,
left.
I
Oh, wow.
got out and rode around the area.
That is
Spoke to
impressive.
a yard sale, but it was all tools.
How do you manage with the trash can?
Well, I basically put my legs through the holes and ride it.
So you take the trash can with you? You don't get out of it?
It's rusted. I just basically stand next to my
Oh,
pants.
like a tin roof. Hey, Philip.
What's happening,
Hey,
Philip?
mic check.
Oh, but you're the best one so far. You get the mic prize.
Hi, Mike.
Rock and roll.
I love that background. Is that from the video game?
No, that's just an aquarium.
No,
I don't have to maintain that one.
that's a TV screen.
Yeah. And you know
Okay.
how like back in the day, instead of having a green screen, people used to have actually TV screens behind them?
Oh.
I'm old school, bruh.
What's up?
Not much. I have a couple questions for you. You said
Oh,
a couple
wow.
things that piqued my interest, and so I'm interested.
All right.
But I wanted to say hi to everybody.
Hello.
Well, hi.
How's your day
And
going, Jeff?
pretty good. Is it questions I'm going to need another cup of coffee for?
No, I mean it's a pretty simple question. It's
Oh, just one.
yeah. So you guys had you
Speaking
were
of
talking
okra,
about God, and you brought up at one point in time how you couldn't imagine God, right?
I did.
Yeah, you said like I can imagine like I can't imagine a God. Like I can't imagine like what he would look like. Those I think those were your words. Like I can't imagine what a God would look like. But you can relate to
I might
Satan
have.
because you have books and you have images and you have a Baphomet. You know, like you have all these things that you can relate to. You have a something. Those were your words. Do you remember that?
No,
Oh, dang.
I'm not denying that I said it. I just don't remember
All
saying
right.
it,
Well, in that case, it's not.
or in what context I was saying it. More importantly, um,
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to think of a conversation where that would have come up, where I would have said something like that. Do you remember what we were talking about?
It was like it was either this past stream. I don't know something about it was something about religion and something like that. And I was like,
Oh,
I brought it caught my attention because you said that you could imagine Jesus, you can imagine Satan, and you can imagine there was one more character that you could imagine. And I was like, whoa, you to
is
me,
it the Holy
Jesus,
Spirit that I can't
yeah,
imagine?
yes, I think that's might have been what you said. It was something that you
Oh.
can't imagine that. Like you can't see angels, you can't see spirit. Like you know, like, you can't relate to that, and that's where you're like, I can't really capture Christianity because
Oh,
of
was
that.
it? There was a guy that was talking about entities and spirits, and I remember telling somebody that I don't I don't see them. Like I've never seen a spirit, I've never encountered one, so I couldn't relate to what he was talking about. And then I remember asking them how I would know if I encountered a spirit. Like what would that look like so I can look out for it? Because apparently some people have encountered them, but because I haven't, I don't have that experience built up in my data banks to draw on when they're talking about it.
Correct. And one of the adjacent topics was, I believe, and that's why you can't relate to Christianity because you can't imagine that spirit.
Or that's true for any religion, like any supernatural religion that relies on spirit, the
Okay.
spiritual realm.
Well, and I was like, well, it caught my interest because for me, I relate Jesus Christ, and I have all these images that can kind of put him to a human figure, a relatable figure, as you know, a reflection of God, and that's how he sent a message. You know, that's how he reflected himself to us, so we can actually measure and understand that, you know, we were created in His image.
I grew my Jesus is like white Jesus that everybody grew up with the robe and the long hair, hippie Jesus. And
Hmm.
then God is kind of the white beard in the cloud, the benevolent man in the cloud looking down.
Oh, okay.
Mary is like the devout young version with the soft pretty face and the blue, was it the cowl, the hood, whatever. And then Satan, this is technically not Satan from Paradise Lost is not pictured like this. He's more human looking. But I like this Satan better, so I just personally use Baphomet for my Satan. But there's other images people could have for Satan. So those are like when I talk about those gods, I can picture them just because I grew up with certain icons in my tradition that picture them a certain way. We have somebody in the background named Sean, who I don't know. Uh,
Be a first time for me, Sean.
yeah, Sean, if you could flash your camera in the back so I can make sure you're really yourself. And then I got kind of have to know who you are, or if you have a channel, you could drop it in the back. Nothing's coming through on the camera. It's just darkness.
Can I ask something, Philip?
Of course, that's what
Uh,
we're here for, brother.
I mean, do you believe in guardian angels?
I would say I believe in miracles, and I don't know how they happen.
Oh, I was just
I don't know
curious
if they're
'cause
protected by an angel or if they're protected by God.
like, do you believe people could be like guardian angels here, though, like in that type of sense?
Um, yes, I think if in both negative and positive, You know, because there are angels that have been shunned. So there are angels that manifest themselves in a negative way, and I believe there are people sent randomly to random locations that somehow perform miracles,
Okay, because
and they don't know
I
how they got there. They don't know
yeah,
how. They can't explain it themselves.
okay. So I believe there that in like there are some people that are like guardian angels here. Like it just seems like not random enough for me enough to I basically see them as like they've done good things their whole lives. It seems like too, and they're the same person that I've met before. So it just seems really odd to me. But that's what I believe. But I was just curious if you believe it too.
I haven't experienced it myself, but I just have to take what other people have said and experience and what I've been told. So, and from
Fair
what
enough.
enough people have
Thanks for your
said,
opinion.
yeah, I think it's good. And like I said, there's enough positive, and I believe there's also dark guardian angels in a way who protect people in the negative way, so they can grow and show the darkness.
Okay.
You know
I
what I
think
mean?
I
Just like I don't know. I think there's always good and negative, and you have to remember that there's fallen angels,
True.
and they want to manifest themselves in a certain way, right?
Yeah, I think that's more like right than I think that's kind of like the majority of things, like with the swaying of like that way down here. It seems like that. It's like how the world is now. Kind of seems like that. But
So, so Jeff, welcome back. Omar brought up a good question. Do you believe in guardian angels?
No, I did when I was growing up. And I
Oh,
believed that like your dead relatives could look over you too, so you could pray to them or call on them too. Like if somebody you knew had passed.
you don't believe that
So
anymore?
no, I wish I did. Like I can call on their memory for comfort sometimes, like psychologically, but I don't believe it's actually them.
For some reason, I think, and for I can like from my personal experience, I think some guardian angels reflect themselves in birds. It's
In
weird.
birds.
Yeah, in birds.
with the
Like
feathers, you
you,
mean?
no, like for
Oh,
example, you can watch a TikTok where it's just like, oh, this person died, and all of a sudden this bird shows up, and like, oh, I think that's my my grandpa who just passed, and it sits there, and it's this random bird that interacts with you, and then it takes off, or a bird that will follow you around for no apparent reason.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like why is this bird following me around, or why is this random bird interacting with me, or why is nature
that's
interacting
really
with
weird.
me?
You want to hear something really weird that just happened this past week to me?
Please share,
That
brother.
you're talking about the same thing with following animals. I started bike riding this week. I bought a bike. Oh, I was actually cutting out. Sorry, but yeah, I bought a bike this week, and when I bought it from the lady, she told me that her late husband died, and he was a professional mountain biker. And like I've been riding the bike all week and this week, and I noticed everywhere I go, butterflies have been following me like relentlessly. Like everywhere I go, like with the bike everywhere I go, it's almost as if like the guy was like he has like a memorial at some like bike track around here and stuff like that, and that was like his like bike. And she sold it to me because I guess she has a new husband, but like I mean, she was really like sincere that she wanted the bike to go to somebody that like would take care of it and stuff, and like just butterflies have been flying around me all the time. I take this bike out like every day.
Yeah, that's a
So
good omen, right?
I mean I hope it is. I mean I just
Yeah.
basically like
Is
when I
it
saw that
butterfly season? Like, are they
That's what I
out?
was thinking. Maybe monarch season.
they
That's
were
the one
like
thing.
yellow ones. It was really strange.
Hmm. And then I have another suggestion, Jeff, for you to help expand the time limit here and help fill in the time here while you're on shows. Sometimes you answer questions, but don't give us the true answers. Someone asked you the other day,
Think I'm
um,
lying?
hmm?
I said you think I'm lying. Go ahead.
No, not that
Some
you're lying. That I think that you can expand on your stories more. How you expand on how you really enjoy your shows, really enjoy the questions. Like, for example, someone asked you, why did you become a Satanist? You told them you watched a movie. We don't even know what movie you watched.
Yeah, it was Hell Satan. Yeah, I said that it was a
Okay?
Hulu
And then,
Hulu
what's the
documentary.
movie about, bro?
I said all that. It,
No, like, I watched the show. I've been watching shows, and you're like, well, there's a movie I watched on Hulu. And then all of a sudden,
yeah, it
some of
was
them,
called. I even put in the chat. It was called Hell Satan. It was a
yeah.
documentary, and it was about the Satanic Temple. And I said talked about how they were kind of a troll organization. They went around doing these like performance art, like troll pieces against Christianity, but then they also did legislation that fights for separation of church and state. So they talk about that too, and they're still doing that to this day. The church and state stuff.
What
Like
kind of
they're still good for that, but everything else about them is woke.
what kind of legislation? What kind? Like you said, you
Like
also.
like when people want to, I think it was in Arkansas somewhere where they wanted to put the monument of the Ten Commandments at the state capitol. So they said, well, if you put that up, you have to put the statue of the Baphomet. So Arkansas
Oh,
said, okay, well, we're not going to do the commandments after all, etc. Stuff like that.
so they're fighting for equal rights.
For separation of church and state. So you either give it to all religions or you don't do it at all. But you can't. That's remember the Baphomet they put up at the Capitol for Christmas. That was part of what they do.
And then you said
And
you
they do
want.
the after school Satan clubs too, because some school have after school Bible study, and so now they go in and they start these after school Satan clubs to,
Yep.
alongside the Bible study club, and that like triggers a lot of the parents too.
Like they have they have like a warehouse and they're like there's one building here and they're on the opposite side and they're like we're gonna rent out the opposite side at 9 o'clock the same time you guys show up and we're gonna have even better we're gonna have Krispy Kreme donuts and you guys
That
are gonna have
is
those
kind of,
those little mini
I
donuts.
do believe Satan can do it better when it comes to this, the hedonism.
And then you said someone asked you and then you're like well I align with the principles and that's where you ended. I don't even know the principles of
Okay, well,
Satanism.
that's because there's like say I can put them. Satanic Temple has one set called the Tenets. I think there's 7 or 9, 7.
Let's talk about
And
those.
Church of Satan has 11 rules or principles or something. So here are the Satanic Temple tenets.
You want me to do my research or you want to show, bro?
Huh?
You provide us with this stuff. Talk about it. Like,
Well, one reason I don't is because A, I've done streams on it already, and B, I don't I don't know that most people are interested in the
how
Satanism
many
part,
people?
so I don't dwell on it too much because I'm just not sure how interested it is to the audience.
That's one of the reasons why I'm here.
Oh, okay, I didn't
I
know.
have no idea what a Satan is, and right now I'm confused. And I'm still kind of like, all right, so he doesn't believe. Like, I'm still confused. Like, you don't believe in the actual God. You believe in the principles of the God, but I don't understand the principles of that God because you just said I believe in the principles.
My
What are the
principles,
Yes.
the principles that I go off, and I've said this 1,000 times, I know, is personal freedom, autonomy, self-determination, individual rights, self-expression, all of that stuff.
That's Satanism?
That's for me, that's what, and anti-authoritarianism is the big one. That is the one that mine's founded on. So that's what it represents to me. When I say principles, those are the principles for me that it's talking about. And most modern Satanism, at least the anti-authoritarianism and the individualism, I would say most Satanists you encounter would probably at least pay lip service to those two values, whether they actually practice them or not. Because a lot of Satanists can be authoritarian.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I dropped the two. I think I did. Oh, let me get this other one. I dropped the Satanic Tenets from the Satanic Temple and the 11 Rules of the Earth from Church of Satan from the 60s. That was the original one that Anton LaVey started. And so when I talk about the Satanic principles specifically, I'm usually talking about these two sets of rules. But I don't follow all of them specifically. So there's some I like from each set.
What do you like from the sets?
Well, the one that drew me at first to the Satanic Temple was number 4 specifically, and I've talked about this one a lot. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. And I remember reading that, and then when the wokeness took off, I remembered it, and I'm like, hang on, because this is a religious objection to me. Like the freedom to offend is a religious value. So the fact that people are offended or think I should go around not trying to offend people is directly counter to one of the reasons I became a Satanist. And so I fight for people to be offended and for the right for people to be offended because I'm fighting for the larger freedoms that's implied in that by doing that.
Be right back. My connection's going out.
Oh, okay.
We'll see you soon, brother.
You too, man. Nice meeting you.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope you do come back.
That is confusing to me.
Why?
What would you do that's offensive to people? What can you do that's
It
offensive to
doesn't
people?
it doesn't matter because that's in their head. Offensive, subjective. What's offensive to one person might not be to another. But now they police offense to try to manipulate people into believing things or doing things, and that cuts that off. Like so
Okay.
now, if somebody tells me, "Well, I'm offended," I will say, "I'm a Satanist. I don't care. I have the freedom to offend, and so do you." And as
Okay.
a Satanist, that's what I stand by. So whether it's the fact that you're offended is not going to move me one bit as a Satanist. It's that
Yeah.
game is not going to work on me at all.
You explained that well. What's the next rules of the earth you and
Well,
you follow?
a few of the rules of the earth that I like is
Wait, was
when
that one of the tenets or rules of the earth?
the offense one was one of the tenets. That's
Okay.
Satanic Temple.
Let's
Um,
stay with the tenets.
okay, and a lot of them are based on. They're kind of an outgrowth of some of the principles of secular humanism, which, as an atheist, I was a lot of my morality and principles were based on that. So it was not that different from what I was already following as a secular humanist, acting with compassion and empathy in accordance with reason. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's will alone, and I would extend that to speech as well. Like my speech is an extension of my body, and that is just as inviolable. And my thoughts, my feelings, my emotions, all of that is part of my
Ooh.
body, and all of that is subject to my will alone. It is inviolable, unable to be violated.
So, can we expand on that one?
Sure.
How do you feel about abortions then? Is okay? Do you think that this is a TOS topic or not?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay, because
I
that
haven't had an
that one
issue with it
seems
in the
like
past.
that one's my body, my will kind of thing. So how do you feel about
Well,
abortions?
here's how I view abortion. Like just logically, I can't get around the fact that there seems to be three stakeholders in a pregnancy. There's a woman, a man, and a baby, an embryo, at the beginning of a life. So there's three people that have an interest in the outcome. And so I don't know why we automatically default, like why the woman's voice has more power just because her body. Because there's two other people that have a stake in this pregnancy, and I think that they should be weighted as well. So to just say she has 100% of the choice here, even though there's two other people involved, has always bothered me. I've never understood what justifies that.
Now, how would you have that conversation? Would you have it through the government? Would the government assist that conversation? Would a lawyer assist that conversation?
No, I think the less the government is involved in speech, the better. The less the government is involved in adults having conversations among themselves, the better. I don't think grown people need help with that kind of stuff. Like we're doing it
Okay.
right now just fine.
I think mediators really do help out conversations.
Well, they might help, but I don't think it's something the state needs to like get
Do you
involved in.
think it would be bad if someone created a business to help mediate something like that?
No, in fact, they have that. During COVID, they have a couple of organizations that started, and one of them was Braver Angels, and it was a group to bring Democrats and Republicans together, and they had Zoom calls where they had mediated conversations between the different groups. And I actually went through one of their trainings to learn how to be one of those people, and I did it like I don't know once or twice, and I think that organization is still going. So
That's a
there
great
are
idea.
people trying to do stuff like that, and we support them.
They filled in they met a market need. People needed socialization, and they brought people together. That was a
Yeah,
yeah, that's great. That was
and there was all
smart.
that political stuff going on that people needed to process. Yeah, yeah. I think we've lost that. We have lost the ability. Part of it is, I think that there are very strong emotions involved now: fear, mistrust, hostility. Seeing the other side as more of a threat, like an existential threat, than I think they actually are. That's not really how politics worked in my lifetime. For the normal, like the mainstream American household, maybe on the fringes it was like that, but now it seems like all of us are scared of each other. We don't trust the other side, the other people. Like half of America, we're demonizing all these different first another thing we're doing is we're thinking in groups now instead of individual. At one point we had kind of moved beyond that group thinking and started to get to know each American as an individual, and I think we've like slid back into that group thinking, and with that comes that tribal warfare where now people are thinking in terms of groups, and all of these groups are finding reasons to be against each other for one reason or another. And so we're not uniting as individuals anymore. We're separating into groups.
So when you say that, the automatically the election pops up in my head. Is there a way to create an election where the groups are working together to promote their candidates? Is that possible, or does there have to be two groups with their
I
independent
think there's going to
ideas?
be two groups just because of America, but I think there's common cause. I think both parties have grievances against or concerns against big business, overreach of corporations, banking. That was one of the issues the Tea Party came together over, was concerned about the banking system and big banks. And I know that there's people on the left also concerned. So that if you find those common points of interest, I think you could unite around them. I don't think that would prevent the two-party thing, but you might. There was a chart somewhere, and it's probably still out there, that showed like the way Congress voted from like the 60s, 70s, all the way to now, and you can see the votes separating. Like the reds all started to vote together, and the blues start to, and before it was more bipartisan, where some would cross the aisle to get legislation passed, and it was like a zipper. It just like unzipped at some point, and it's like this far apart now, even in
That's,
Congress.
that is a rare word to hear. Is bipartisan. Either boom, boom, you're one side or the other. There's no one on the fence
Yeah,
anymore. Is there any
yeah.
questions in the chat you want to address?
Not laws. I think I can safely overlook. I have no idea what he's talking about as usual. I'm just kidding, not laws. Except I really
And
don't know
then
what you're
Notlaws
referring to.
did say something in the chat. I want to get back to him on it because it's a joke. It's a back at him. He's all someone be offended. 100% of people are offended if you throw poo at him. He obviously hasn't seen Two Girls, One Cup. There's a thing out there, bro. People like poo. Okay, people like poo.
Or what's that movie? That John Waters movie? Not polyester. The
Well,
first
I
one.
don't know about poo movies. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, there's this John. Look up John Waters' first movie. I forgot what it's called. Desperate Living or something. Um.
How about Slumdog Millionaires? You saw that one?
Oh yeah, that was. I like that one. That was a good one.
Yeah, yeah, dude, that was a who saw Slumdog Millionaires? That was a great movie. I was actually not. I didn't realize how good it was.
As far as forcing a woman to give hers, first of all, again, agency, except in the case of against her will, she has the ability to minimize that at the that end. If it happens, like I said, she's not the only stakeholder. So what about accepting responsibility for actions? Like that's part of it for me. It's like to frame it as being forced to do something that's a natural consequence of an action you took, and that now places you in a position of responsibility. It seems it's less heroic when somebody tries to evade that than when somebody steps into that. And so like I have a hard time seeing like abortion as victims or heroes.
Hey, I have a dumb question, Jeff. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you don't like government in people's lives. Less government, better, right? And one of the
I,
rule,
I
one of the
I've I wait. Let me correct. I have never said that specifically. I mean, I'm the one that trusts the government after all. But I think that the least amount, like when necessary. So there may
okay,
be times when it's necessary. So I wouldn't want to say net like as little as possible because could be times when it would be more of it would be necessary and a good thing.
Yeah, my autism is triggering right now. When people say certain words, I'm like, I'm gonna attack that word. You said never. I'm just like,
Oh,
no, okay. No, I was like, well, how do you feel about okay, so foster kids? The government has to take care of them, right? So how do you feel about like that part of society where kids who don't have parents need that? Like you can't have can a private organization take care of that part of the sector for us, or does government have to take care of that? Can there be a private sector like orphanage and
I,
stuff,
I,
or
I don't see why there couldn't be both, but I think that that there should be a state solution to kids without home. Like if kids have no home or parents or parental figure, I think the state does have an interest in what happens to those kids. And so even if there's successful private options, which they can certainly take advantage, I think having a state option would guarantee, like in the absence of a private option, that the kids would still get taken care of.
yeah? Thanks for entertaining my questions, dude. I appreciate this, and thanks for expanding. That's what I mean. Like we've already talked about for like almost in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and exploring the topics that you've already talked about.
Yeah.
So, back to the tenants. What's another tenant that you really, that you like?
Um. Okay, and then I might want to come back to this abortion thing.
Okay, yeah, let's explore that.
Definitely the two adults involved should bear the financial responsibility. As to which one should be forced more than the other, I think they both. I think they like abstractly they both equally share the responsibility to me financially. Like there may be individual circumstances that it would make sense for one or the other, but I wouldn't gender it. Like as far as who's responsible for payment, I would say both of them, and then look at the individual circumstance and determine it from there. Okay, what do we do? Oh, the tenants. Then number four is the one about offense. Here's one I like because my brand of Satanism is what's called rational Satanism, which I've talked about before. Belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. And everyone sees me be very careful of that on here over and over to a very annoying degree. Um, I like this one, the last one. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. And that concept of nobility is part of what drew me to Satanism as well. It seemed like a positive, like it was a way to support positive growth. It had like a positive element to it.
Do you know the history of Satanism? Like, who wrote the book? Like, we have the
Mo-
Bible. I
modern
have the Bible.
Satanism would be anti-LaVey in 1966, but even that had precursors. He was involved in other groups and projects before that. But 1966 is when the Church of Satan was officially founded in San Francisco, and that was the first modern official Satan religion. Before that, they had like unofficial, like they had the Hellfire clubs
You got a
back in
baby
the
religion, bro.
19th century, huh?
Yeah, you got a baby religion. 1966.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a baby religion. It's only been around for
yeah.
80 years.
That's why it's
60
why
years.
it's
Yeah.
wide open. Like you come and it's people can shape it into whatever. It's I like the creativity of it too because it wasn't defined and it wasn't dogmatic. People could come and like put their own spin on it and make their own brand of Satanism that worked for them. And um, at the time I looked a few years ago, over 50% of the membership of Satanic Temple were LGBT, rainbow, and or autistic or neurodivergent. So it was attracting all of the people that didn't fit into other boxes. And I like that part of it too.
So, I used to do that about when I wanted to find religion but didn't know where to look. I used to take pieces from this one, that one, and make like how you go to like the soda fountain machine and you make the suicide drink. That's what we called
Yeah.
it. We called it a suicide. I don't know if you guys
Where you
made a
mix them all.
suicide. You mix them all, even the diets and the water and the lemonade, like you just you just keep on going, right? And that was a suicide drink. But The only problem with that is that you never experience the pure flavor of Coca-Cola, the pure flavor of Dr. Pepper, the pure flavors of what they're designed for. You enjoyed soda, this hodgepodge of things, and it was good, but you didn't get that memory of that first Coca-Cola, that memory of like there's memories behind certain things. I don't know. I just feel like I had to really dedicate myself to a religion instead of being this hodgepodge of sodas. So
So like one at a time, you have to try 'em.
no, I didn't really try one at a time. Like I said, I started off
You
I think
just
as a
picked one. And
Catholic, and I knew I had to be something to do with God. And to me, there's gods that was Greek, right? But they all had names. But my God is God, so that's his name. It's God. Like like I have to be Christian in order to call him God. Like to me, I don't know. I can't break the two. When people say, "Well, I follow a God, but I don't follow Christianity," it's like I don't think you understand, bro. Like Christians call God God.
because other religions call it's a noun. It's like a concrete noun for like for a deity, like a god. But then
Correct.
Christians call that's the name God.
That's what I'm saying.
Except
Like
it's
what other,
that's probably a translation from the Greek too of
and then when
something.
people are like, "Well, I follow God," I'm like,
Adonai or something.
What's the name of your God?" It's like, "Well, it's God." I'm like, "Well, are you a Christian then? If you're calling your God God, then you're a Christian. You
Yeah,
don't know it
God
yet."
capital G as a proper name.
So
I would associate with Christianity, like God the Father.
so yeah, and so that's where I'm like, all right, I had to pick that one drink and go with it the rest of my life, and I'm happy with that flavor. No more suicide drinks for me.
Liliana, I have no problem with this at all. Um, hey, Mike.
So Liliana's really got the questions today, and I really hope that she has the ability to come up on the panel. I know she does her own panels, and I think it'd be great to her to add her opinion verbally, so she doesn't wear out her fingers and get arthritis. Was it carpal tunnel?
No. Hierarchy gets shit done too. That's probably one reason it shows up in nature, and one reason for our advancement of civilization.
Oh, and
So I
fools
don't
and
think
fools.
hierarchy is existentially bad. But I think we can, like, as adults or as like civilized modern humans, we can be intentional about our hierarchies. But this ideology where, and this was in that Washington State document that all the hierarchies do not occur in nature, and they're all artificial and created to oppress people. That is completely false. That doesn't track with even in the animal world. We see hierarchies.
Who said that? Was that DEI or who said that?
Washington, the state of Washington, their official DEI document said that. So, and it was stamped with their seal. So that is state can't here.
Huh. Huh. That's interesting. I don't agree with that one. That's interesting. Huh. I don't know. I find it fun. I find it funny, and I find it fun that each individual subgroup has a hierarchy of like, the alpha male and the alpha female, and it's the people who are just who really take that hobbies on to the next level and want people to enjoy it, and so they become that person without even trying.
Like a competence hierarchy.
Yeah, like even the guys who are playing Magic. There's one guy who's got the best cards, who knows all the moves, who has, who everybody goes to. Hey, what play should I do right now? Do you got any tricks and tips? Like, there's always that one guy who's like, like, who's got the experience, who's put the time in, and he's respected for that.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it
That's
goes all the
and
way
I have
to
no
like,
problem with that. Like people that
yeah,
earn their place in the hierarchy, like a hierarchy of expertise, or competence or experience, and then you can also have fluid hierarchies where you defer to one person in one situation because they're the best, and then somebody else might be the leader in another situation because that's their strength. That it doesn't have to be rigid, but I don't think they're avoidable. I think they're going to naturally emerge no matter what, and we might as well make them work for us.
now there are instances of animals that don't have a hierarchy, right? Or like
Probably,
for
but I don't think
like
the
schooling
humans or even the
fish,
primates are one of them.
right? So you can't. Yeah, that's true.
Like I think it's an ideal. It's not drawn from anything in nature. It's drawn from what they imagine is might be possible if we weren't limited. If we had no limitations, what could humans achieve? We could all be live as though we were equal. But in reality, you're going to run up against reality, the reality of human nature and human wiring and evolutionary psychology and all of that hierarchy.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Oh, so has there been a Satanist that you've talked to in a while? Like, who's like I haven't
No, I
seen one
got
really.
canceled. I found a little Satan group here. It was a local group. It was a nonprofit with the state of Washington. It was an actual nonprofit. It was a religious organization, and they had a Discord. I joined up with them, and some of the members did a stream one night, and there was a big argument in the stream, and it spilled over into the Discord. And next thing I know, I got taken off of the Discord. I got canceled. Poof. And they were a local group, so they did local events. So eventually, I was going to get to meet in person Satanists, except they were all woke. And
So I'm an idiot, dude. What's a local event of a Satanist look like? Because I'm imagining you guys show up in like Harry Potter robes, candles,
I don't know. I didn't meet them yet. They did stuff like they did volunteer stuff like community service projects, like picnics.
red Kool-Aid. It looks like play.
I don't know. Maybe so. Zima, red Zima.
Red Zimas.
Yes, they really. And what the fight was over was that one of the people in the chat on the stream made the claim that the majority of people that get arrested for CP, which y'all know what that is, if you have certain material on your computer that you're not supposed to have, were Christians, and that just didn't hit my brain right. First of all, I didn't think they tracked by religion in the first place, and that claim just seemed specious to me. So I challenged it and I asked for a source, like I always do, and like always happens, it just devolved from there. And then the host on the stream started talking about it, and then it spilled over into the Discord, and the Discord people were talking about it. And then I went on stream and started talking about it because part of what drew me to the Satanism was this being rational and following the evidence. And that's what I was trying to do. And I thought I was representing my Satanism by doing that. But that's when I discovered the split between rational Satanism and reactive Satanism, which is the hatred of Christianity version, which is what these people were. And I didn't realize that the two types were not always compatible. Because when people want to hate, when they're like traumatized or have a grievance and they want to hate, no kind of logic or rationality or evidence or question is going to diminish them from seeing the world through that hatred.
Yeah, I can imagine that. That's gotta be an interesting conversation. Well, I wonder what those people talk about. Reactive Satanist.
How much they hate Christianity,
Yeah,
how
that's what
much
I mean.
Christians suck, and how
Yeah.
stupid Christians are.
No, I admit back in the day I used to avoid Christianity and that word because of the stories and the statistics behind it of all the bad things and everything. I was like, well, or we can't throw all the apples if only a couple are bad. You know what I mean? I'm still gonna enjoy the apple cider.
I don't know if it depends on how rotten they are and how much it looks like it's spread. I might throw a whole barrel away if there's too many rotten ones in it. I'm just
Well,
fussy. I'm
I,
just picky
well,
that way though.
so the only way I could relate it to is like, for example, are a couple bad police out there. We cannot get rid of the police force, right?
No, no,
That's the
hell
most
no.
relatable way I can put that. If I had to separate religion from it and say, hey, what's the most relatable way you can put that in a term like, hey, we can't get rid of all the army. We can't be armyless, right? Like you can't just because there's a couple people bad in the army.
Not with the way the world is now. Not with
That's
the
what,
way the geopolitics is currently. No way
yeah.
can we be
So
armyless.
and then I can turn it around. It's like, yes, there are statistics of people being predators in Christianity, but I can also outweigh those statistics of all the unique and individual positive stories because all those are individual interactions leading up to a statistic. I can actually outweigh it. everywhere. Everywhere.
Liliana, that's hilarious.
Yeah, she's on fire. She's having fun in the chat. There's like I see everyone pop up every
She
once in a
works.
while.
She does something in DEI or equity too. We're supposed to talk. You can come up tonight if you want.
Yeah, so that's where I finally gave up that personal war in me. It's like, you know what? There's are a couple bad apples, but you know what? I'm still enjoying the cider.
I, yeah, and with stuff like this, I have more control over the bad apples than I would in normal life. So, um, I don't know. I guess they're not that much of an issue until they come and start spoiling the rest of the community for everybody else. And that's
Hmm.
happened a few times.
Hmm.
Yeah, right. See, Mike gets it. The or the outsider, or the misfit, or the rebel. Because a lot of modern Satanists in their mind, they're rebelling against a corrupt system, an oppressive system, or they're fighting on behalf of the oppressed. So they're rebelling against they're trying to help the people rise up in rebellion against their oppression. A lot of modern Satanism is woke. Like a lot of, it's hard to find a conservative or non-woke Satanism anymore.
So
At
they're like
least on the
Karens.
non-theistic side. Yeah, they're satanic Karens. Exactly.
Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It would be interesting if you were a reactive Satanist channel, because you
Well,
can just sit here for hours spewing hate.
I kind of am. What I discovered in 2020 is because the Satan is the enemy archetype. They represent everything that the out group, the in group, hates and despises. And I thought that I was going to be that for Christianity, but I realized very early that I am that role, but for the woke, not for the Christians. And so, like if you look at the woke as the body, the organized body, I'm definitely their Satan. I mean, the Satanists that canceled me were woke Satanists. I was their Satan even that day, like, which is ironic. But so I do play that role, but not for Christians somehow, but for the woke. So that's like my organized body of belief that my Satanism is reactive to, not the Christian version. I'm woke
Well,
reactive,
so okay,
and I do sit all day and spew about wokeness.
yeah, hearing you say that is interesting because is wokeness part of the government agenda or a personal agenda?
It's part of the left or agenda, or some people on the left, but Biden put out an equity order, and ever since then, at the federal level, ever since then, a lot of states were able to get it into their state government and their state bureaucracy, and that's what happened here in Washington. So they have some federal departments that have it that affect everybody, and then the states can like double down on it even more because they have the federal support now under this equity order from Biden.
So, do you think there's any states who are actually rejecting it? You've only talked
Oh
about
yeah,
states that
Louisiana doesn't have it.
okay, yeah. So, all
I
right,
think Florida rejected it.
right. There were a couple states that accepted, like you said,
Because
your state,
Washington State created, they
probably
created an
Oregon.
entire department that didn't exist before 2020 or 2021. They created a department of DEI, and through this department, they were able to get into everything else. So they deliberately worked really hard to get it into their state. Other states are probably not working as hard actively to get it in, like Washington is.
Did you hear the Drain the Swamp team is being created?
No, on
You
Trump's
didn't
side.
hear? Yes,
No.
Elon. He
Well, let
wants
me
to
look.
promote. Yeah, okay. You want to look it up, or you want me to say it?
Either way,
No,
I'm
look
gonna
it up.
pull it.
Look it up. Drain the Swamp team is
Trump
being.
pledges to Musk tells Trump, "I can't wait to drain the DC swamp." Let me see the team.
So that's the team. Elon Musk, bro. He wants to appoint Elon as the lead and head of that team.
He didn't. Well, he cleaned up Twitter a little bit, but he broke it in the process too. Like, so
So
he might drain the swamp, but might not have a swamp left after he's
that
done
be
either.
the first program to go is the DEI.
Oh.
Can you imagine that?
Well,
The layoffs.
Trump, before Biden's equity order, Trump had done one of his own that did ban it, and Biden reversed Trump's. So Trump's going to go in and revoke Biden's, and then all that's going to go away just from taking away Biden's equity order. And then Trump's going to put another version of his own, I'm sure.
You know what? That would be something to watch, though. Like I would watch that if Trump got elected to see what he flips with just like a signature of a pen overnight, bro. It's just like he just steps in and starts signing things. Just ding, 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 ding.
Well, didn't he say something about like his first 10 days or his first 30 days or something? Shelby, if I'm reading you right, this is what we have now, or what we had in my generation, which was equality under the law, equal opportunity, more like resources. There might be a conversation there, and acknowledgement. So yes, I agree with all of that. Everybody should have the same opportunity, the same access to resources, at least public resources, the opportunity to access them anyway. There can be an application process. And acknowledgement, like they're all Americans, they're all a valid part of American society. Yes, and we had this. This was not ever the issue, from what I understand. It's this hidden, invisible racism that people don't know they have. Yeah, well, he cut he cut all my people too, because all the conversations died out, all the bots increased. Um, People stopped seeing my tweets. I stopped seeing my friends' tweets. Hey, Jeff.
That's an interesting statement.
I think he's
I
being sarcastic.
yeah, but I'm just saying that's a good point. Like like that motivates. Like that really. I don't know. It's a good point. If you make everything
You
equal.
can't engineer outcomes and have them be authentic outcomes. Like you might as well just have a fake society at that point. If you're just going to engineer everything artificially. Right. Freak. Oh my God. As somebody that grew up in the 80s, you're not kidding. Never did I think that man was going to be a hero in any kind of way.
Well, didn't The Simpsons predict him becoming president?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
That's what I thought. That The Simpsons.
I don't have a problem with ladders. That's not what a sharp person needing a ladder has nothing to do with me being racist or anybody about us being racist. I have no problem if the solution is to just get short people ladders. That's not what they're proposing. They want to like dig around in everybody else's subconscious and re-engineer the way everybody thinks. Idiocracy predicted it. Yeah. Philip, do you ever deal with racism?
So that's a good question because when I had the victim mentality, I used to create racism in my head in a situation. You
Explain
know what I
that.
mean? Well, like for example, these people were hating on me because of my brown skin, not because maybe I didn't show up to the situation fully prepared and it was my fault.
What is an example of something that, like, you talk about like microaggressions or like
Well,
in,
like for example, like this is a bad example, but I think it's a pretty good one. Like show up to a party and then feeling left out because like the reason why I'm left out is because people don't like the color of my skin. The reason why I'm
left
left
out
out.
how?
But you ever show up to a party and all of a sudden you feel like you're out of place? You never felt like that?
Sometimes.
Well,
Not
the reason why
like
you're
if
out
it's
of
a
place.
party of strangers. If it's a party of
Well,
people I know, which it usually is,
no,
then I
that's what
don't
I mean.
feel
Like a
out of
party of strangers. Most a party of strangers.
why were strangers inviting you to a party?
Well, that's what happens when, like, for example, in high school, you go like, "Hey, there's a party at this house," and you show up, and there's a whole bunch of people you don't know, right?
But
You
who
ever
told you to go to the house? Like somebody had to know you to tell you to go to the house.
have you never experienced a party where you never experienced
Nobody
a
in high school invited me to parties
Okay,
that
okay,
like.
Jeff, you have never been to a party where someone's like, "Hey, I want you to come to this party." You didn't know anybody.
But you knew
Are
the
you
person
serious?
inviting you.
Yes,
Like
that's what I mean. But
who was
that's
that
what
person? Is what I'm saying.
I'm asking your situation, bro.
We were
You've never
talking
been to a
about you.
party where like, hey, I want you to come to this party, and you're like, all right, so you show up with you and your friend, and that friend is the only person you know, and there's 20 other people you don't know.
Yeah, but as long as I'm with that one friend, I don't feel out of place because I have that one
Really?
friend. Yeah, it's not
Really?
like yeah,
Really? See, I felt like
yes.
that before. I felt like that
Oh,
before. I've showed up, and the friends kind of like separate himself to go do something, and all of a sudden just stand there by myself.
yeah, but I would think that that's just social awkwardness from stranger. Like these people
Well,
know each other, they don't know me. My first assumption would be I'm just the stranger that they don't know. I wouldn't think it was because skin or gay
well,
or anything weird.
well. Before I thought it was my skin color because I was literally the only one that was brown.
I think I can clear this up.
See,
Okay,
you can't relate,
illuminate
Jeff.
us.
You can't. You see, that's what I mean.
Let
You
the
can't
white
Like,
man
relate.
speak. He's
You
gonna
can't
clear it up
relate.
for
Jeff,
Yeah.
us.
So
Jeff, have we ever felt like strangers at a party? Here we go. One, two, three. No? See? See? Uh, uh,
You?
uh,
I,
uh, uh.
I mean, if I'm at a party, if I'm in a room full of people that I don't know and I'm feeling weird, I would just leave. Like I'm normally not around a bunch of strangers. There's usually a reason I'm around people, and there's somebody I know that's part of that reason.
Yeah, I can
I,
tell.
I've
You're
had
like
I've
that
had
dude,
where
like
I've walked into a random gay bar by myself alone, and there's been a room full of gay people. I
you're
didn't know
you're the
anybody.
dude at the party that the party notices, hey, where'd his friend go? He looks like his friend is gone. We need to find his friend.
Yes, you're
He's
right.
just
I am
standing
that
there at the
person.
table. Where'd
They
his
kind of
friend go?
babysit you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
But no, I had a friend when I first moved to Springs, this dude that would go to my gym and he would compete. He had a partner, they would compete in ballroom dancing, but he would teach like kids how to break dance and stuff. He would tell me all these stories because I don't even remember what his mix was, but every race thought he was them. And so he'd just get the in with every crap. Like Asians thought he was Asian, Mexicans thought he was Mexican, black people thought
He
he was
had the
black. And he
master
did. He
key.
just had that thing. He had that all of them look that you couldn't really pinpoint. He was just one of them chill dudes. Yeah,
bro,
he had,
my nickname in high school was Black Bean. They didn't know if I was part
yeah.
Mexican or part black or part whatever. That was
This
my
was
nickname.
California.
Yeah, it was California.
Well, as I
Yeah,
say, they didn't segregate you because of your skin color. It was because you were all different kinds of chank.
yeah, exactly. So
I'm racist.
yeah, when like I said, California schools are messed up, bro. They teach you things. They teach you that
Well, yeah, that's
white
the
person
storytelling.
bad, white person bad, and they treated everybody really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Did
Mm-hmm.
you
That's what
grow
they
up
teach.
thinking
And
that?
even here in Denver,
That's what they
like
taught me,
I've
bro. They
That
taught
white
me that
people. So that's
white.
why you think people are racist at a party
no,
because
California is
California's
racist. The
teaching you
left
this.
is racist.
And then
Yeah, I think they are
everybody
too.
on TV going white people bad.
They're
Yeah, I'm
What
obsessed
is
surprised.
with
more
race.
what
I'm
is
surprised
more
you.
racist than saying, "Hey, minorities, voting for the left is the only way you're ever going to make anything yourself because you're a minority." That's
So
racist.
when you grow up and taught that, that's what you think. So you start projecting that in your head, like, hey, this is why this situation is happening to me when I was a kid, because that's
So
what I
you
thought.
believed what you were being taught. It made sense to you, and you didn't have a reason to
And
question it.
this is the thing.
Well, no, no,
I grew up in West Virginia and we weren't racist. Like we
Y'all didn't
did
have any black people around to be racist.
we did have black people and before
Uh,
New Jack City came out, every black kid I know had two working present parents. It was like we watched the change happen with everybody. And in pre-internet, we caught that it was black girls that spray painted KKK on the high school fucking walk to do the pre-internet set up a racial thing.
the,
Because Thomas Sowell did this good talk about how from generation to generation, the powers that shouldn't be deem whether or not we think we have a racial problem. Because if you guys were in high school in the 90s, none of my black friends would have filled out a survey saying, I think racism's a problem.
mm-mm, it just wasn't.
Mm.
You had your cultural groups, like black people hung
Yeah,
out
you
together,
had your
white people, but
cliques and
but
stuff.
you also
We were
had
Gen X.
they mixed as well, and we all got along. We didn't hate each other. We
Like when
didn't
I was
take
in
it as
high
a sign of
school,
racism.
yeah, I mean, we didn't all get along, but it wasn't racial. And I was even a teenager watching like what was that Michelle Pfeiffer Dangerous Minds? I was like, if
Oh
these
yeah.
kids are this badass, what are they doing in school all day? Why would you be this thug and go to high school all day? Didn't make sense. Yes, you will. It's called racism. That's me. I've made all my black friends on YouTube saying all the words. They love it. They feel like they can relax. It's like the dogs at the dog park find out which
Liberate.
one's alpha, and they're like, "Oh, okay, now he can chill. He's alpha. All right, now it's not disputed." I tell my black friends, like this black veteran that used to be my neighbor, I was like, "Dude, I can't be real friends with a black person until they can just have me say that word, because I can't be sitting around stressing, saying Chappelle jokes, singing with whatever jams, like it can't be a thing." And that's the dichotomy, is letting the ethnics hold that over white people. It's not making anything chill.
They're falling for it.
Yeah.
I know it's a
Oh,
mystery to
we're
me
we're
too,
not
but I'm watching
gonna
them.
we're not
Even
gonna
my
be
friends.
oppressed, y'all. Don't let us catch you saying this word,
It's
because
guilt. They
because
feel
we're not
bad,
gonna be
like they
oppressed.
did something wrong, like the way they thought or lived their lives have
No,
caused
like
black
we
people
did
to
something wrong.
harm.
Dude, you need to watch this NPC stuff where that on code dude comes at me. It's like NPC gets it, and code is like, he racist. He's like Joe
It's on
Cool.
YouTube.
Yeah. Like I tried to tell him, because he was talking when I wasn't there about, what am I supposed to do if I come around with a white girl? I try to marry a white girl. What am I supposed to do? I was like, listen, dude, there's like four different mindsets I can think
Was
of
it from 3 weeks ago?
racists. Yeah.
On code.
Are you bringing it up?
Um, if it's the same one,
I'm
I'm just
just
I'm
saying, if you're
just check.
bringing it up, I won't sit here and verbatim it.
No, I probably won't play it because I never know what's in the content.
He won't strike it because I'm sitting here.
But yeah, I do think I
Actually, he
found it.
might
Here, I'll
visit.
post the
He's only
link.
got 200 and NPC the game. He's only got 211 subs, I think, and like probably 15 are from me. And I know he doesn't want them because you people.
Yeah, he's a new. He's just getting into streaming, right? Or he's been doing it
Well,
for
he's
a while. I
not
don't know.
that new, but he's new to our panel verse. He's only been around like 2 months, and that's what
Yeah,
makes it fun. Is like
I don't think I've met him
he's
yet. On code
he's
or
learning about
NPC.
Jack.
no, not
Oh,
on
I
code.
see him on
On
other.
code,
Yeah, he
yeah,
goes on
NPC is the
TMLs
cool
and
one.
Talcots.
Oh, I got no white guilt. Trust me.
I'm
I
not
mean,
even white.
I've
I
been
definitely
robbed
don't
by
have it.
niggas. I ain't got no white guilt. They invited me in their house and
They did
robbed
the
me,
same thing to us.
right?
I feel no
Luckily,
guilt.
I was racist enough to be like, I better only take my keys and what I'm willing to trade for if they have this stuff, and that's all they got. And then I still bought them pizzas because, Jesus,
Freak, who you talking about?
himself, he's a fucking bitch. The freak, imagine you seeing me show up at Rachel's Ghost and bringing that beef there. Can you be any more classic? I met Rachel's Ghost at a Lauren De Laguna viewing party the first time she went on whatever podcast, and Joe Cool still turned it into a racial debate. I'm like, Joe
Yeah,
Cool,
well,
this is
yeah.
Lauren De Laguna's view party, and you're turning it into this racial shit. But I
Not
met
laws.
Joe
That
Cool.
wasn't quite how it was framed, but something similar. I'll do it when
I
I'm in
met
Louisiana. When I go back, there'll
But
be
I
plenty
met
of
Joe
black people
Cool's
I can walk
white
up to.
friend, and Joe Cool's white friend is like, Joe, you always pull me into these racial debates. I was like, he does that to you too? Joe Cool racist.
Yeah, he's a neo-racist.
You racist nigga.
I like you,
Cool
Joe,
name.
but you know you're racist.
He calls me a racist nigga.
Do you think that's his actual name?
Joe
Joe
Cool.
Cool? Fuck no. Maybe Joe. He's not
Yeah, maybe
cool.
Joe. But do you think the cool is his name? Like, or do you think like he's like, well, wasn't it Joe Cool the camel, the
That's
smoking
why you
camel?
don't get invited to parties, dude. You're asking if Joe Cool is his legal slave name.
I'm just wondering. I don't know.
Hey, Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand?
So Tommy, I thought, or when are you
I'm gonna
leaving?
shoot my old lady.
I thought you were going off into the woods.
I heard she run around with another man.
Oh, you weren't listening. You weren't listening.
No, I'm going off in the concrete jungle.
Oh, I thought you had some land you were going on.
I do, but I'm not going to go to the land until I can get my memberships up to covering a monthly Starlink so I can Tom versus Wild out there. For now, I'll Tom versus Venezuelans in the concrete jungle. Get my
Is the internet
memberships
Okay.
up.
really that
Huh?
bad where you're going? Is the internet really that unavailable where you're going?
My land is like you have to walk around with your cell phone. I mean, you can text kind of from anywhere, but I don't even know if you can make a call very well down there. It's high
Hmm.
Well,
desert,
when does
boy.
that start? Next week?
What?
The the rooflessness.
I don't know. I might wait until they send me a court eviction. Because
Uh,
I mean, I am packing up, but I don't want to get my storage place until I know I got to get the fuck out of here. And if I can push it till my YouTube money for this month drops, I'll do that. So I don't have to sell the crypto to get into the storage. Proper
do they
Jeff, my
really,
land is
Jeff?
not in the city, and maybe there is. I know a lot of what's my shit?
The
Xfinity.
libraries have them.
Yeah, but a lot of the Xfinity routers that are in homes and stuff, if they activate it, it gives like a free, like that in general
You're gonna go
public
steal
thing.
people's Wi-Fi?
No, you don't steal it. It's like they let it be public and you still don't. You can have your home Wi-Fi like passworded and still offer up bandwidth to that cancer-causing wave function. I don't know. But I can go to places just to upload to YouTube. I'm not worried about talking to you fools live. I don't even like it. That's how I've made my name.
You know, I wonder how long that's gonna last. Free Wi-Fi. You know,
It's
eventually they're
only
gonna charge
gonna.
for it. Yeah, eventually they're
They're
gonna charge
already
for it.
giving free phones to homeless people. Just has a certain amount of gigabits.
Hmm.
But I want to learn how to get by with just a no contract Wi-Fi phone. I'm going raw. I don't want any dependency except my fellow man.
Man, that'd be such an interesting life. I couldn't do that right now, man. I'm so locked
I don't know
into
if I
the
can. I have to. I want to
You
try it.
have a backup plan?
I mean,
trucking.
I can always sell an AK or something if I just have to get back in an apartment. But I think there might end up being an advantage to it. Like they're starting to come around for more ranges of bang bang things. And if I don't have an address for the ATF to knock on my door, they can't come take the things. And
Yeah.
maybe I do start vigilante ghosting some tattoo faced Venezuelans. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I just know every time I worry about something that may happen, God like gives me a thing for it.
Hmm.
Like
I'm the same way.
I was bitching that the winters will kill people out here, and it's like the next day, Fallout level leather jacket, like just chilling on the picnic table down in the place where people leave shit they don't want. Um, I got 2 hot plates since I lived here. Found one in a homeless camp, one bent and left here. Uh,
How? What is Benton up to? Like, did he
I don't
leave?
know. He's dead to me.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, he fucked up. I don't
That's
even know if he's
weird,
still
Jax.
kicking.
YouTube won't let you change it. So maybe
What?
they're glitching out. Sometimes it takes a while to update photos. I
Jack's
notice.
YouTube won't let you what?
He's trying to change his avatar picture.
Jack Talcott? Oh, Jack
No,
Slaw.
Jack's Law.
Jack Slaw and cornbread?
Somebody who wants to be a hobbit, build a mud hut.
Oh, that sounds so
Well,
cool.
I do in the wintertime, I do want to try some kind of igloo to see just how warm it would be. Um, I got some different places with different ideas, and I got to get some footage of it, but I found places like there's this bush or this hedge that I've walked by a million times with Camacho. And yesterday I just got this scent and I checked behind it and it's like you can tell they're not still using it, but there's like a blanket blind thrown up behind this hedge and there's like an old backpack and like you can tell someone is constantly camping behind this hedge bush every night. I'm gonna go get some GoPro footage of it.
But a trail cam for homeless.
No, my GoPro that I walk around and do my adventure shit. But I did get it. I did get it off a tattoo face nigga.
Well, now they can't camp out in the
They
public
can.
spaces anymore.
Why
Or
are they
put it
supposed to
this
go?
way, uh, localities can now prohibit it if they want.
Right,
It's
right.
not
They're
illegal to
waiting for
pass a
that day
law
they
against it.
crack
Some
down on it.
places could still allow it, I suppose, if they
And
wanted to.
some homeless people say, "Hey, you ain't camping if you ain't got a tent." I was like, "Do they really go by that?" And they're like, "Yeah, I'm just outside. You ain't gonna do
I
nothing if you're just outside."
I think I'd go hunt for like a nice cave. I'd be
But
a
I'm in the
cave dweller,
concrete
dude.
jungle. Don't you
Oh, I
listen to
love
Guns
cave.
N' Roses?
There ain't no like canyons. There ain't no like canyon like backyard canyons. There's
No, I'm
always
gonna watch you
backyard
They have them
canyons.
in
bleed.
Vegas. They have like can there's some subdivisions on the edge
Okay,
of
Yeah, they
listen.
town
have.
that have these
Worst
like
comes to
huge
worst.
canyons you could go hike in.
Worst comes to worst in the winter, I'll go to the fucking mission, and if anybody gets handsy with me, I'll put a fucking 9 in their fucking face. Tom Morello says, arm the homeless. I say I'm homeless and I'm armed. Like that crow shit, like that crow reference.
From the 90s.
You say move and I'm dead. I say I'm dead and I
Uh,
move.
I've slept in trees before when I
Dude,
was
this guy,
homeless.
Chopper Jeff says, I'll build a treehouse. Can you imagine, like, you're just walking through the forest and all of a sudden this human-sized shit just hits you in the shoulder. You're like, what the fuck, bro?
I had something like that happen
That's not
one
how
time, but
tree
not.
houses work.
Well, where do you
No,
think Jeff is
listen.
going to go to the bathroom? You think he's going to come down the tree and just fucking...
No, but I'm sure he's going to be more sanitary than a hole in the
No,
floor.
bro.
Dude,
He's going to put a hole in the floor and just let it
No,
drop
that's
like a bird.
What tree houses have you been in?
Like, what treehouse have you lived in?
so in my hometown, one time when I was like an elementary school kid with my friend, we're just standing in his driveway and like we're around the trees and
He would
stuff.
have a toilet.
I can't remember if I heard an airplane go over. Nobody was fucking with us. It's the only time in my life this happened, and I still don't know what it was. I'm just standing by the tree and we're chilling, and off my shoulder while I'm wearing a tank top, it's like just what looked like some kind of spaghetti sauce or some kind of tomato just splashes off my shoulder. But I don't know what it is. It didn't seem like food. It didn't have like a big smell, but I was grossed out. I don't know what it was to this day. I don't know if a plane was going over, if they hit like a bird through the rotors or something. I don't know to this day what it was.
That'd be so
Well,
gross.
thank
I don't
you.
know if there's some kind of weird thing up in a tree that can just burst and like land on you.
It's all
It was,
big conspiracy.
and I mean, I was an 80s, like out in the dirt boy. I didn't start puking or nothing, but it was that like me and my friend, like, oh, what is it? I don't know. I just cleaned it off. But to this day, like there was no kid like over the fence or something like throwing shit at us. I don't know what the fuck it was.
UFO.
Just the Backrooms 3 drop today.
What?
Not manure, Shelby. I know what manure is. Seen all 3 Back to the Futures a number of times, and I grew up in West fucking Virginia.
That's how you learn what manure is?
No, I grew up in West fucking Virginia.
Oh, okay.
We used to tip over the cow poop to see if there's early morning mushrooms growing on it.
Oh, yeah. We did that.
Talk about urban homes. Would you guys ever stay in a houseboat?
A what?
I probably would if it wasn't too like what do you call
A
it?
what?
A houseboat.
Oh,
You know, like-
kind of like what Random Fan works on. He works
Yeah,
on one of those
Yeah, I probably would.
I heart dueling and gambling riverboats.
Yeah, riverboat, exactly.
That's what he works on.
Yeah.
Hey, freak.
You, I'll make you famous.
Hey.
No, you
Hey,
won't.
Tommy. Hey, the freak.
How are you going to
Ugh.
make someone famous?
Tommy,
You're not famous. No one would get famous friending or defeating you. You're just a schmuck.
So, the freak, what
are
kind
you-
of urban house
are
would you
saved,
make?
Tommy?
What?
Did y'all come
Tommy,
up to
are you
drama?
saved?
He came up to drama. That's all he wants.
I really
But
have
he keeps forgetting that he loses every time. And then he just
Watching
shows up
Christians
like
fight
a
really is a guilty pleasure for me. This is
he shows up like a dweeb in the chat and just chats that he wins and he's so great.
well,
And everybody
he's
tells him to
checking your
shut up.
save credentials. Do you
My
have your
save
proof of
game credentials?
salvation?
I'm in IRL mode. I'm in hardcore mode. I only get one death. Haven't hit it yet.
Oh, I
Zero
don't know
deaths like
what answer
Pew.
that was. Does that sound
Is
safe
that
to
a
you,
yes or a
freak?
no?
I don't know
I
what
would
the fuck
say
you're
it
saying
sounds
to
like
me, freak.
No. You're fake Christian.
Oh, whatever.
Scooby Doo kids are here.
You think I'm a fake Christian
fake
because I come
Christian.
up and answer the shit you
Shower.
sat silently for and you couldn't find it in the Quran to answer?
Oh my
I
god, I
can
remember
answer
this
anything that you
conversation
have
from
to
like days
ask.
ago.
But you'll just run away, or you'll pull some
Is that what you think happened?
old church guy out of your ass and think that's the truth.
Are you playing narrative games? To freak,
No, I'm
you
playing
have
the
spent fiat to
Tommy the
super
anti-
chat cry that people block you.
I don't do that
Enough
anymore.
said. Enough said.
Wow, that
Right?
So Jeff,
passed.
what would you choose as your urban home? A tent, a mud hut, a tree house?
I want an earth ship. I don't think it's urban though. That you build them out in the
You
desert.
could do an earth ship
A
on
what?
my
But I want
land.
an earth ship.
A what?
I'm walking distance from New Mexico. I could technically do an earth ship.
Yeah.
What's an earth
So
ship? I've
Tommy's
never heard of
upset
that.
They
that
build them in the
I
ground.
that
It's
jack.
like built partly
It's
in the ground.
it's
They build them in the
all
desert.
earth compatible.
Here,
Like
I'm gonna show pictures.
Is it a
yeah,
shipping container
it
that's
would
half and half?
point toward the sun,
Oh.
and the water gets reused into your plants and stuff. They're pretty cool. I'm gonna use some of the ideas, but I plan on making like a cave house because I got a
Well,
60-foot cliff on my land, overlooking that
Tommy's upset that Super Chat
dusty
Jack
river
because
twisting.
That'd be so
through
much
the
fun,
dusty.
dude. Build a floating balcony
See,
over 60
these
foot. So it's a
they're
mud hut.
built with like mud and stuff.
You build a mud hut. Dang it! You gotta be able
You
to.
build it with tires.
But it's the interior.
Okay, let's see the
They have
interior.
that with rubber
It's a mud
tires
hut,
out
bro.
here.
That's Frodo's home.
Who's Birdo? Look at this shit. Like, what gay would not want to live here? at
It's a little
this.
dirty for the gays.
Tommy.
Oh my god, I can't look away. I'm enchanted. All right, I gotta stop. So yeah, dream home.
Cool.
Mine's gonna have a
awesome.
waterfall somehow, some kind of water feature.
I enjoy the concept of the log cabin. Like I said, cave dweller, man.
Jack,
My
quit
lair.
quit ripping all my illusions away. That's cruel and painful.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
as far
I
as the
wanted to
homeless
tell
thing, to answer your question, I only use a tent for bugs. If there's not bugs, I sleep out in the open air. I don't even use a tent.
Yeah, you sleep out in the open with your dick out.
Jeff in a loincloth. It's a
Well,
spear.
no, I
You can
still have
tell
my
what time it is with
boxers
the
on or
sun
whatever. It
down.
depends on what the weather's doing.
If it gets
can-
aroused, you
yeah.
can tell what
Because you could
time
just
it
have a
is when
climate.
the
If it's
sun's
cold, you just need a climate bag, really, unless there's
Yeah.
bugs.
That was a trick we learned back in Bud when I trained with the guys from Bud and to get ready for combat.
So Tommy's such a fake Christian that he thinks that he's going to go
What
out
is
there
a
and
fake
save homeless
cri-
people.
What's a fake?
And
What
why
makes a
are you?
Christian
Why is
fake?
it your one track? Like, what's your deal, bro?
Dude,
Like, what did I
you're-
do? What did I do to hurt
You're
your
a
fat
you
fucking
faked
feelings so bad that
Christianity.
you cry about me in the chat? You come out me unsuccessfully on panels. What is your deal? You're like 51, dude.
Oh, I didn't know he was that old.
Yeah, he's too old and too fat for this shit.
Hey, it's body positive.
He's a complete fucking fraud at this point. A total hypocrite, a racist, and a bigot against
Explain
gay
yourself.
people.
Hold
Explain
on, I'll
yourself.
get
All
out.
you ha-
I'll
all
get
you
out
have
of the
to
bit
do-
since you can't let me.
All you have to
bits.
do is
hate
get
the
mad
bit.
for a second, and you're going to start calling people names before you rage quit like a little.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him
Oh,
off
so,
if he
so
starts
you're gonna
spurging.
tell me? You're gonna tell me what I do?
But
Yeah.
what I'm curious, what a fake Christian is. Like, what makes a Christian
Me
fake?
too.
Somebody that pretends to believe in
Yeah,
Christ but really
tell us,
doesn't.
freak. I'd say a fake
Well,
Christian
John's
cites the Quran a lot.
case. Well, that's
I,
because you wouldn't let me tie it together before you went and referenced some other guy that doesn't know what the
You're
hell he's talking
taking
about and
so
say that I'm the
long.
fake
You
one.
fat people are so slow. Put it together, truther cop. Connect the dots already.
Yeah, well, if you go to
well,
your LARP church show that you had about me, if you go in the comments and you actually read what I put down there,
No, you
that's all
got
you
to
need to
come up
see at
on
this
the
all right,
point.
this is
panel
turning
and
to
you
drama.
slapped us
Yeah, I
on the
got to
face.
come up on the thing, and what'd you do? You
Jesus drama.
copped me or whatever.
No,
Jesus
don't say what I
isn't he
did.
the
You're
bringer of
lying.
peace? Jesus, this is not what Jesus wants for either one of you. I'm pretty
No,
sure.
Jesus comes to divide.
Well,
So
He
one of
brings
you
the
is a
sword.
fake
Jesus
Christian,
cared about Tommy
obviously.
for.
Yeah,
Or
I
this wouldn't be
promise you
happening.
it's the fat one that
If
references
this were
the
two
Quran
real
all the time.
Christians, you would have peace.
Tommy,
No.
are you saved?
Well, you're right. He is a fake Christian. That's why we don't have peace. But we could still have peace because you're a Gaysonist and we have peace. He's just a fucking spur. No, he's a dweeb.
Well, it's we. Yes, he is a spurg.
He might be a dork.
Maybe.
I think
So he
he's a
doesn't even
dork.
know he's saved. He doesn't even know he's saved. He's going on this homeless mission supposedly to help
Liar, false witness.
homeless people.
I already help homeless people. That's not why I'm going ruthless.
That's
But
what
if
he
you
said about
watch,
Bruce
if you
Roseboro.
watch these panels, you bitch about, you already know. I think you're a fake panelist and a fake Christian.
He's definitely a real panelist. I've had him up before.
No, he's a panel
We've
hopper.
gone for hours.
Take that note. He's a panel hopper.
Ooh.
That's you.
Well, I don't mind if panel
No,
hoppers
it's not
bring
me,
good
freak. I
conversation.
am
I don't mind. They
requested.
can
I
hop
am
here.
welcomed. You are a reject.
He's welcome.
You don't even know.
Yeah,
you don't
here.
even know.
And no offense, Jeff, but here he's welcome.
Hey, I think we have
You don't
a
even know the verse that
pretty
you were
exclusive
you were
club.
referring
Not everybody
to
gets to
say
come
that I
in.
was a fake Christian. So
I
what does that
don't
tell
need
you?
to know the verses. I have multiple things of how to find them. I don't need to know the equation for AC math. I can look up the equation for AC math. It's hard for any human to memorize the equation and the formula for AC math. Do you have the entire Bible memorized
Sounds
and
like
the
you're just
Quran,
ignorant.
the freak? So you're just slinging mud saying I'm the
No,
fake Christian?
I'm still not sure what
Are
a
you
fake
saved or
Christian
we're
is.
not?
I want to ask the
Fake
freak.
Christian is someone who says they're Christian but isn't Christian. Like he calls people the N word all the time when he gets mad, or he calls them the F
Don't
word
speak
when they.
for me. I'm sitting
Right,
right
but
here.
wouldn't
Speak
that be
for your
between
fat
him and
self.
Christ?
It would be, Jeff.
It
Very
might be
good.
between him and
You're
Christ,
one
but
of the
he's
best
still insulting
Christians out
people
here
who
so
are
far.
children of God.
Well, speaking
Why do you
said
just
it the other
talk while
day.
people are talking? I mean, I don't care what you're saying, but I
Hey,
don't hear it if you're talking when we're talking.
I want Jack.
Shut up.
Philip to get his
Will
question in.
anybody else come up but the freak, please?
So, the freak, we were talking about urban homes. What urban home would you pick? Jeff wants a mud hut.
An Earth ship.
Or ship is a very nice way of putting it.
Not urban. I don't think you
I
can
want a
urban
cave.
an earth ship.
I'm a cave.
Why do you
Tommy
keep
wants a
saying
bush.
urban then? You don't mean urban, you mean rural.
No, it's like
He wants
it's
an
like,
urban cave.
urban
Dude,
is
in
now rural,
urban,
bro.
you can't do these things in city limits.
Like sewer? You want
I
to live
can
in
find a
sewer?
cave in city limits. I'm pretty sure there's a
They
certain
had
drain-
called
they
drain
you know
law.
about the
drainage.
tunnels under Vegas? They have like all the homeless
Yes.
kids
Yeah,
living in
Jenny
Jenny Lee
these
is down
cities
there.
they
I
build
was
in
gonna
the
do an
tunnels.
adventure to find Jenny Lee down there.
You should. And
Jenny
then you go
Lee.
find the underground house too.
I'd
She's
say
an
I would do a
ex-porn star.
hobbit hole. Seriously, I would
She's
take a
an
hobbit hole.
ex-porn star that says the people
I
in the
love that
tunnels
like
of Vegas are
cottagecore
better
cozy
friends
shit.
to her than the porn star people were.
I'd say
Yeah.
it's a
Third porn
suburbanite
star.
tin shed type of scenario.
What was it?
A suburbanite, like a lawnmower housing type of shed.
It's still someone's
That's-
shed.
Oh, I thought you would say like a 1950s
Uh,
beaver cleaver house.
he can sneak into like someone's.
AstroTurf lawn.
Well, if I got a
The only
house,
time
then
I
yeah,
really need a
but if I have to-
shelter is
it has
if
to be an
I'm
urban, transient
Complete with
home,
appliances
then,
and
I can't take
housewife.
somebody's lawn shed.
Go to work on
I
Monday.
think I'm
What
only
happened?
gonna set up the tent to work on content. Like when I want to set up the
The
computer and stuff, that's
content.
when I'll
The,
put the tent up. And I might
that
find a restaurant or a bar that'll let me chill there and use their Wi-Fi and maybe contribute. Like, ooh, I should
Tommy's
go
such
around
a
the restaurants and
brainiac.
be like, I'll make you a commercial for blah. You know,
they will start seeing them on
that's what
TV.
happened. That's what the YouTube aspect is. I have to get by with like cutting deals, finding valuable things and bartering or trading or selling, um, taking YouTube donos, um, and then there's the survival aspect in the IRL.
Yeah.
Tommy's such a brainiac that this guy,
Yeah,
he's always
Liliana,
talking about
that's
Jack's
so
house
that
body.
doesn't happen in New Orleans. They don't harass the musicians like that. Some of
He's
this
always
was
And
like
talking about Jack's house
Rose
legitimacy,
Triple
and when he
Seven
has
fiction.
a chance
offered
to go
me,
ahead
if
and
it was still
actually
livable,
physically,
she offered me their trailer that's down there a little bit a ways from
challenge the
y'all. And
guy.
Oh, are you? What
the
are you
freak, why don't you
painting?
just start your own stream so you could just talk and talk and talk, and
Paint
then you
something for
know nobody's
Jeff.
listening.
Do Is it
Baphomet.
watercolor
I
or
don't.
acrylic
I'm
or
not the one who
oil?
claims to have the
Mrs.
fairest channel
Flo's
on
down there.
YouTube like you do.
Mrs. Flo, I'm so. Let's have a moment of silence. I wrecked
Paint
your
Jeff with
stupid
horns.
husband tonight.
Yeah, paint Jeff with horns.
Jeff, you want to
Lawrence.
play my new video for Mrs. Flo? Well, should I say Ms. Flo? Because I think they're too white trash to know that Mrs. means they're married.
That's probably Flo just painting a wall. I got a canvas. It's just a wall. After he's got done drywalling it, what should I paint? I got acrylic.
Like Jesse used to do.
Well, have you seen his drywall work? I doubt he paints.
Drywall is drywall, as long as it gets the job done.
Well, in my
Who are you
video, he
leaving
doesn't
on
have.
good relations
In my
with?
video, he has his advertisement for Taylor's Drywall and body dumping.
Are
Yeah,
you
I see both.
starting a new IRL Fallout character?
No, I ran into him in the UK last night. I was looking for a place where I didn't know anybody, and sure enough, there's Flo grifting and fucking. I guess he calls it marketing. I spit all up in his face. Let him know he wasn't nothing. Flo tried to get real with me.
The freak, you were saying something about Jack?
I still didn't hear
Nice
your house.
segue.
Oh, your
Nice
house was the
segue,
shed.
Coop.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was gonna steal someone's shed, bro.
That was stolen shed.
Well, I think
You're a
what's gonna
fake
happen is,
Christian.
Fit in
I'm gonna
most
go steal a
he
shed
doesn't
to live
fit in
in.
a lot of shed.
well, he's gonna move into someone's shed and then cut their lawn for him. So like, well, I can't really hate on
There
the
you go.
guy who moved
They'd
in the
know
shed.
he's staying in there because they'd see the
That's
mower
not a
out
bad
in the
way to
yard. They'd be like,
live.
"You didn't put
That's
the
what I
mower
mean,
back.
like-
It's because he's camped up in there."
It's like I woke up and all of a sudden my lawn was done, but I had this guy in the shed. Fuck. Well, we'll just see how it goes for a month. Maybe I'll throw some water bottles and some McDonald's hamburgers his way.
Do you know what the freak probably lives like? You remember on the Burbs how one of the neighborhood guys was like all about the conspiracy with the guy's son? And they're talking to each other about it, and they're like, yeah, they're both biting into an apple, like right up in each other's face. That's probably the freak's character type in the neighborhood.
Hey.
Oh, so something I had an interesting thought. Tommy was talking about that porn star in Vegas, right?
Oh, is this the bald one?
Not the chips,
This is
bro.
your pussy lover.
Not the chips in the
Is that
ear.
what she looks like? I mean, I know she got bony because I saw her in an interview, but is that her?
No, it's definitely not her.
That's you.
Jenny Lee was hot when she was doing porn, but when I saw her in the interview, she's definitely down there doing like heroin or meth, definitely, but she's happy.
Listen, I never heard of her until that interview. So then
So
I
you saw
went
it?
just out of respect and rubbed one out.
Dude,
And
she had like that toned body, and then
Yeah, natural.
Yeah.
I mean, let me bring up a picture of it right now. What's her name? Jenna what?
Jenny Lee, Jenny Jenni. And yeah, if I went to find her, because I know a channel in Vegas, it's called Vegas VIP. He just walks around Vegas at night and says stuff to 304s. But if I went down there, I'd be like, bro, let's go. I got some body armor. I got my PCC. Let's go down the tunnels and find Jenny Lee.
Yeah, I never heard of her until that video. I mean, she's obviously mentally ill.
That's
bro.
her in your avatar?
No,
Oh,
that's you, Jeff.
that's not me. That is no more me. How do you get me
It
out of
is
that?
if you lift a little, bro. Do you even lift?
No, I don't lift.
That's
But she is
Tommy.
fit, man. She's fit and toned. She's got an upgraded chassis.
I used to have this meme of Doc Brown and Marty. He's like, "Whoa, Doc, this is heavy." He's like, "Marty, do you even lift, Marty?"
But the question is, I thought of a question. You know, porn stars, they get deleted at astronomical rates for
No,
one
they
reason or
delete
another.
themselves at astronomical
Whatever,
rates.
whatever.
And the fucked
Right.
up thing is, what's her name? Damn it, I feel so
All of them.
disrespectful.
So many.
She's got a name
Like
that's
rock
not like
stars. That happened.
one
They
of
do
them
that too.
recently. Kurt Cobain. Like usually they OD or they hang themselves, and you get it when they Kurt Cobain. That feels like, man, she was in a dark place.
But the question is it ethical to make the puñetas to the passed away corn stars? What do you guys think?
I still
Give me
fap
some
the. I
comments.
mean, if I'm gonna rub one out in my
Whoa.
semen retention, I might hit a Augusta aim.
I mean, I don't know who's living or not when I
I
look
would
at
say-
my.
Oh, they
I-
let you can tell. You can tell in the comments section. They'll hit the.
I don't
They'll
read.
hit it
I'm
with
not
the
there
RIP.
to read.
They'll hit it with the
Comment
RIP.
section?
Did August Ames? She
I'm
finished
not
herself
that
with a gun?
autistic.
She was married and she hung herself because she was saying some stuff on Twitter about, well, whenever guys do gay for pay, it's kind of sketchy to have them back in straight porn because you're like, did they catch something when they did gay for pay? And Twitter came at her
Yeah.
so hard. Her last tweet was "fuck y'all," and she hung herself.
Oh, for
Oh.
stigmatizing the gays.
It was Danny
Yep.
D.
The
Danny
was
D,
it
the
the
English guy, the
outraged
skinny
mob
guy.
came after her.
The
Wait,
skinny
Danny? Oh no, Danny
That's
Dietz
Tommy.
wasn't a full blown porn
gay, bro.
circuit. She was just a cam chick, but she was hot.
No. The male porn star named Danny D from England, the skinny dude with the huge dick.
Is that the one in your avatar?
No.
Okay, I was saying Diana Dietz also killed herself recently, aka Coconut Kitty, and she was like my age, and she was starting to use like the filters, and they said she was pedo grooming, and she killed herself.
All right. I'm moving this
thanks,
conversation
Snafu.
along.
Thanks a lot, Snafu. You see what you do?
This
Snafu
Snafu
too.
nothing to do with this. Barnabas, what's up?
Snafu had chased me for 2 years calling me a pedo.
I know, but not on here, not tonight.
And now you are Snafu.
That Mercedes girl and her husband, they got arrested for doing the deed with the underage people.
Okay, you fix it to go too. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Are you going to answer the question or not? Is it ethical?
What's the
or
question? An
unethical?
Earthship. I answered it. What's the
Is
question?
it unethical or ethical to rub one out to deceased adult movie stars?
Like knowing they're deceased?
Yes.
What would the ethics be?
I don't know,
You're
maybe
doing
she
it in the
lived a
privacy.
miserable
It's
life.
not hurting anybody. You're doing the privacy of
She
your
lived
own
a
home.
miserable life, and her only recourse was to sell her body, which sped up the process of.
I mean, I
drugs.
personally wouldn't be able to do it. It just wouldn't feel sexy to me to do it
Okay.
psychologically. But
Okay.
like,
Well,
I'm
you
sure
feel it.
there's some sociopaths that could pull it off or out.
Philip.
I would say
But I mean,
no.
you never take it to like the old. You don't ever watch the old movies.
That's what I was going to say. What about the old
No, I
ones?
don't watch old movies.
Oh. I mean, I guess I thought this would be a hot question. I thought this was like really cutting edge stuff here.
Well, maybe that's
Kind of falling
why
flat.
you have
Maybe
the
you guys are
numbers you
cowards,
have.
or I don't know, or maybe you're just disgusting. I don't know. Philip's not going to
Oh.
say anything. The freak is a freak. What's the matter?
I really
Freak got
don't-
your
I really
got
don't
your tongue?
track.
We were having Jesus fights earlier.
So lame. So lame. So,
I don't
no,
really
my
track
God
this
is
shit in a
my
live.
Jesus
homeless
is more
life.
Jesus than your
Yeah.
Jesus. It's so lame. And Tommy's gonna act like he's a Jesus person. Please, that's
Tommy's not a Christian.
yeah.
I, according to who? Like, what's the standard that people go around using to measure
Hold
other
on, hold on.
people's Christianity?
Philip, are you going
Just
to answer or
because he
not?
has head
Before we
knowledge
move
of
on?
the Bible
I
doesn't
said
mean
no.
he's Christian.
I
No.
don't know if you said that. I said I had no problem with it because it's part of the industry. It'd almost be like I said, it'd be almost like pouring out a 40 for your homie. It's just like, hey, she was the thing back in the day, and it's like you're watching a porn of her when she was dying. You're watching her porn in her prime.
Right
Yeah,
on.
you're celebrating
Right.
her.
You know what I mean?
Right?
If you're watching
Celebration of life. I
if
like that.
if you're doing that to somebody that wasn't in the industry, I think that would be rude.
I don't think it's an issue that the state needs to get involved in or any other human
I
being.
never
Really.
implied that. I was just wondering if you guys did it. Like, there's some of our
That
favorites. They
I
go.
know you said, is it okay? Not if we did it. You said, is it okay if people do that? And now
I
you
don't know.
Yeah,
If
switched
like,
it
dead
to
or
do
did we
you
alive.
do
do
it?
it? I don't know who when I'm looking at porn. I don't know who's still with us or not. I don't know how to tell. But
So
no, I wouldn't do it to anybody I intentionally knew was.
So you would
what do you?
purposely avoid deceased adult film stars for self.
If I knew, I don't know of any that's deceased or not. I
How
don't
do
really
you
pay
how do you
attention to
censor
their
that?
identities, to tell you the truth. I objectify them.
It's gonna have a disclaimer
Okay,
before you
how
watch
do you guys?
every clip.
Okay,
Like this person is deceased. Have respect.
Yes, warning.
Warren.
We don't know. That's too Karen-y. I'm trying to fight against all that as it is.
Yeah.
I didn't even like the PMRC where they were trying to put stickers on our cassette tapes. I don't want all that in my porn.
Gosh, like why are people
well,
watching
thanks, bro.
porn that old? That's just interesting. Well, also it could be a porn who an actor who got in an accident young. You know what I mean? Like it could be like one she made yesterday and got in an accident the next day. But what do you guys think about this? Are you a pimp if you make porn using AI?
Yeah.
No, you're just
And then you
annoying.
try,
I hate that shit.
and then you
Anime?
sell it, and then you
What?
sell
How
it
is that pimp? I thought pimp was
because
prostitution.
of sex, right?
Like anime pimping.
Well, like AI pimping.
There's no humans involved. There's no
Well,
actual.
it's
Don't you have
not
to have
pimping.
a?
I mean,
a
how do you
whore?
define pimp? I guess is the first question. But I gotta go.
Making
Take it
money
easy,
from
y'all.
sex.
Peace.
Later.
You
All
know
right,
what I
I'm
mean?
gonna
So
bring Tommy back on there.
What are you
But
doing,
anyways, 'cause-
Jeff?
because I was like thinking like you know how popular Marilyn Monroe is, right? people
Watch
create-
my "Are You Biding Your Time" video. I caught someone myself doing the AI influencer where they take an Instagram model, pay a different model to let them use their face, they deep fake over it, and then I show how I believe they did that to a Biden impersonator. Because I found on both of them, they both have the same tone line that like it changes halfway up their neck. You want to play it,
yeah.
Jeff? It's my video. I won't strike you for leaving me in the
I,
back.
I don't. I just want to
Oh, you're just
keep
a
having
producer,
conversations.
Yeah, so you're
Plus,
just
I gotta
a-
go.
Well, I
get
want to
some
have a
over my nose. I'll be
conversation
right
too,
back.
and you leave me in the back.
Yes.
Now, I wanted to mess with Bro Logic and get in his head and be like, what if these dead girls you're fapping to, what if in hell they have to live out your fantasy that you're fapping? Would you still do it?
I don't think he'd care.
I know he wouldn't care. That's why he's a fucked up little dude.
He's not a Christian. She's not a Christian.
Neither is the freak.
Neither is Tommy.
And
Yeah,
we'll
how'd you
let
say
God
that, Jeff?
sort it out. won't
Well,
we?
let's solve. How do we solve it? Is there some
We die.
criteria
Okay.
we can use?
All you have to do is
evaluate
ask Tommy
this?
if he's saved. That'll tell you everything. Tommy, are
I
you
did a
saved?
few times. He evaded it.
What?
I
okay,
don't
did-
answer it because that's stupid for a man of his age to think he has to ask that. Whenever I've wrecked him, I came
You're
up here
too old
and
and
handled
fat to
biblical
ask
stuff
that.
he couldn't handle on his own.
When
Being
you
I
touched
thought he
the
was going to
police.
say, "Are you
all did was
baptized?"
on me, and then you took the side of some
Ask me if
stupid
I'm
fat-
baptized, fatty.
I was in church. Baptized in what?
The blood of your family.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, he's
You
Christian.
probably not coming back, Tommy.
He's probably Christian.
All right, here's your chance to talk to the freak and ask him the question you wanted to ask him, and I'm gonna
He
go
doesn't
grab a
wanna
cup
talk
of
to me.
coffee and be right back.
he already answered. He wants to be a
Oh,
shed.
the shed.
Yeah, the shed.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, but no, I can.
Well,
think
y'all
of a
get him to expand. You're good at that, and I'll be right back. What
okay,
type of
okay,
shed?
all right. I don't know about the shed, dude. That's not really. Come on, Jeff. All right. Oh, I can do this.
So we're talking about a quote unquote
Okay.
voluntary roofless scenario where you have to pick a place to live.
I'm not talking
right?
about that, bro. I'm talking about making money off AI, right?
Okay.
So say I create a AI bot for OnlyFans. That's Marilyn Monroe. Is that legal? Everybody else makes
Well-
money off of her portraits. You know how popular that channel would be for some dumb reason?
You
Oh
probably have
God.
to you probably have to buy some kind of licensing right to that because someone probably owns the right to her image or whatever.
But is
But
it? I guess it would be her. Is it her image? If AI, you know what I mean? It's like a likeness. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's got to be damn near close, right? So it isn't like a perfect likeness. You can do
if it's
Marilyn
something
Monroe with
different,
red
yeah,
hair, red
okay.
hair. You
If it's
know.
something different, then I would say that the world would consider that person a artist and not a pimp because there's no actual human being hurt
Well,
or
wasn't that
involved.
guy Larry Flint? Was he considered an artist or was he considered a pimp?
Probably a pimp.
Hey, I mean, again, well, because like, okay, so that's where the future is going, right? If you watch all the future movies, what do we have? We have like a Blade Runner, where like they're talking to those women that were like AI women, and then you have Japan, guys marrying robot that are AI image robot. So it's all going that way eventually. AI is taking over, so there's some, yeah. So,
You know,
anyways,
they've been saying for the last 10 years that they're going to have sex robots coming out of Japan, and I haven't seen
oh,
anything really, you know.
do you think her
So
name
it's
is
probably just a
actually
myth.
owned? Do you actually think her name is monetized?
Yeah,
Marilyn
I do.
Monroe. That's an interesting question. Yeah.
Definitely. Somebody's got the right to that. I would say somebody probably owns the right to that.
Or her estate would be named that, I guess, in some way. Hustler guy. Not less of a pimp than a playboy guy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hustler guy, exactly. Larry Flint. So, because I was like, well, he uses images, but he actually uses real people. So he's, he probably does pimp out the girls in order to make some money and make some deals at parties and stuff and help influence politicians in Minecraft. This all happened in Minecraft. So
Oh.
yeah, we couldn't talk. I couldn't talk about his homelessness unless you wanted to, bro.
Who,
Like you said,
Freak?
you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk about. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize. Freak, are you facing homelessness?
No, I thought
Oh.
that's what he was asking me. If the urban house was a
Oh, like if you were homeless, what house
right,
would
that's
you
what I thought he was
prefer?
asking me.
Like an Earthship
Yeah, he would go to
and
his
a
local senator's
cave.
house and then go find their backyard shed and then take care of the lawnmower and.
I could do a cave, but I would be worried that other homeless people are also wanting the cave too. Like it's knowing that I have the cave to myself that would be essential.
Bro, do you know there's people like in China that live in caves? Whole so like whole towns living in caves, dude.
Wow,
Yeah, the world is so different than the U.S.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's different, dude. It's different.
And so Tommy, the great Christian who doesn't know he's saved, says
Hey,
the N word on the spur
he's
in the
not
name of
here.
every time. I
He's not
know, but
here.
it's just like it just I don't know how anyone buys into it with bullshit.
But why didn't
Basically,
you tell him all this when he was here?
he wouldn't let me. He would spurg out or whatever. He doesn't.
Uh,
That's what he does. He doesn't let you talk. He
Jesus.
just talks over you. And then when you try to explain something to him, so he's not ignorant, like about Islam, then he just cuts you off and then says I'm right, and then
Yeah, just
it's
let him be
lame.
ignorant then.
Yeah, but it seems
So
like you guys have been having this
I know I'm
conversation for a
saved.
while now, right? Right? Like
Well,
you guys
yeah,
have been
because he
having this.
spings it out. He won't face
And
me
it's
directly. He knows I have authority over him. Yes, I have authority over you in Christ. If you were to actually
Wait,
claim
what
to
does
be
that
that,
mean?
it means that the Holy Spirit is with me and not him.
What?
like
How does that work?
I call it God's
How
will.
does that work? Is if you lie and then claim to have the Holy Spirit, you are definitely not in the grace
Yeah, being
of.
grace is interesting. That's an interesting concept, right?
It
Being
kind
in
of
grace.
does a little bit. Daddy Jesus. That's what I'm saying. I think there because I've said it before. Like part of my Satanism was all the BDSM stuff, but I'm wondering if the Christianity doesn't offer more in that area than Satanism does.
Well, when you're talking about the hereafter, there's even more rank and more distinction and more of a separation of quote unquote classes than there is here,
Where?
according to scripture.
What
Oh.
kind of classes?
Hereafter. Well,
Like
I
like
mean, I don't know
economic
if you want to call
classes?
it classes, but it's you're ranked based on your righteousness and how bright your light is.
See, it's not economic, Jeff.
It's not economic.
It's a fail.
It-
No, he's
How
very
do-
spiritual.
How do you? Is there a way? Is it like your credit score? Is there a way to find out your spiritual, like the spiritual
Yeah.
intensity of your light ahead of time?
Instead of taking that 100 ones, and taking it to the stripper, you put it in the tithing pole.
And then you
That's
score
a good
comes.
question.
I want to
You
know what my
five.
light score is. I'm not expecting much, but it'd be nice to know if there's.
Bro,
What is it
It's-
measured in lumens?
Question. I don't know how you'd actually.
Illumins?
I don't know how you would actually find that out until you get
How-
there.
how-
There's got to be a way. With Jesus, anything's possible. I'm sure Jesus knows what
All
my
right,
light score
that-
is.
that's a great question for
definitely
the
knows.
freak, Jeff, everybody in the chat. What do you think a question would be on the light score test? Did you pray to God, right? Like that'd be one of them, right? Or did you pray to God
But
today?
would it be a verbal test, or would they just have this like little
Well,
angelic
no, if someone
sensor
made up
that-
the test on Google and you Google light score test.
Oh, so that you could get an estimate of your light score.
Yes, exactly.
Um,
Well, yes, and hey, Chris. Hey, shout out to Chris. He's here. Shout out to Chris. Well, shout out. He's in the chat. But yeah,
Hey,
what would be one of the questions, and not one of the basic questions of the light score test, or
Hey, Chris.
the dark score test?
I would
Oh,
say
that
how many
would.
souls, how many souls did you lead to the Lord would be
I can
one.
help with that one.
What was it, the freak? Sorry.
How many souls did you lead to the Lord would be one of the top ones.
Could you actually count that out? Could you actually track that?
Yes, you can.
Because it's your light that's going to draw them in. So that's the number of people you're able to draw in is a reflection of your light.
Like, how would you measure
Yeah,
that?
I would
Like,
say that is, but not only draw in, but it says in this I forgot which passage it is, but the fruit that remained. So they had to only believe. They had to remain in Christ.
For it to count.
Right.
so
I've got
Shelby.
I've got at
Shelby-
least 5 righteous people under my belt already, like cashed in. So,
But if one of them starts to fall, then that puts you in jeopardy. So what do you have to do? Go and like get them back in line?
if they were still alive, but mine have already cashed in. So,
Oh, cashed in. It sounds like the mob, the Christian mafia.
it's a matter of, are they going to be going into the darkness of oblivion or the light of eternity?
Or hell? What about hell?
Yeah, hell's a part of the darkness.
Oh, okay. Whew, thank God.
But you don't want to end up in the darkness.
Like, I used to call this place sometimes like, oh, this is like hell. But honestly, I don't think I can imagine how bad hell would be, bro. I would imagine that this is nothing compared to hell.
We are very privileged. I was going to say white people. We are very privileged Americans.
Go ahead and say it, Jeff.
Modern
No,
citizens.
Go ahead. Wear that coat. Go ahead and wear that coat.
No, I don't. In fact, it's getting a little hot in
We
here.
white people are privileged. Make me feel brown.
Yeah,
Nobody can make you feel anything, just like the first time at the party.
But they can influence me, dude. Just like
Well,
Coca-Cola,
not
I
without
make
your
way many 2 liters.
influence on that influence.
Somehow, after seeing McDonald's commercials, I just want a double cheeseburger.
Well, how come you didn't take the initiative at the party that you were the only brown guy and like start introducing yourself and like making
No.
an entertainment con of yourself?
Excellent.
Before no, that's it. That was it. Before I used to think that way. Now I know it was because it wasn't me opening myself up and asking people questions and being the person part of the party instead of being, hey, like, I'm brown, I
The
should be.
wallflower.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So
And,
it's my
and
fault.
did that work? Like, did people stop seeing your brown? Was the
Yeah.
brownness not
Yeah.
an issue anymore?
Yeah.
So it was
You
okay.
also said
Well,
that
no, I
California.
stopped seeing the brownness as an issue. No
And
one
because
else
it
saw that,
wasn't like
Jeff.
nobody really
Yeah,
cared. That
yeah,
wasn't even the
exactly.
issue.
No one really cared. It was me. I trained myself, and maybe like I said, my school system had
You
trained me.
DEI'd your own self. Well, yeah,
Whoa,
you
whoa,
said
whoa,
the school
whoa.
system.
Yeah, it was a school. Like literally, I had.
Yeah, that's why I think this stuff is bad. You're a
Okay,
living example.
yeah, they
I was
Why?
taught me
going to ask you
two
about that.
thousand years of European culture that was all negative.
It wasn't though. Look at all the
Okay,
amazing stuff that came from it.
What did the Romans do? They conquered. They conquered, right,
They
and
gave us
fell,
our modern
and
civilization.
they destroyed themselves. What did the Greeks
The
do?
barbarians did that.
Okay, so barbarians, they were the same.
Well,
European light
okay,
skin.
well,
What
what's
did the
your
Vikings
perfect
do?
civilization that
No, no,
didn't do any of that?
no. This is what I was taught, though, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
This is not what I thought of. This is what I'm taught. Right? They just tell me war, war, slavery, war, slavery, war, slavery for 1,000 to 2,000 years, and all they taught was European and American history.
So it was all connected to white people.
Yes,
The
and
Romans were
slavery.
white, and the Greeks.
They're light skinned or European, correct?
That's
Did you
all
ever
white.
learn
That's what
like
I'm
about
saying. That's all they
African?
taught me. They taught me African history. What happened? Britons conquered the world and enslaved most of the world.
This
That's
was in
all.
public school.
Yes, like that's
I mean,
history, world history, U.S.
world
history,
history, yeah.
and California school, world history, and U.S. history. That's what they taught was war and slavery. Those are all the big events that was recorded in history, Jeff.
And you
Until you went
thought
to
that the
fine
white
arts,
kids you went to school with were part of that? Like that was their people?
they were
That had,
taught that they were the ones doing that, right? With all the power.
Notlaws is excited that you're getting it, and I'm fixing to like throw up because I find it so disgusting.
So
Well, that's the
okay,
narrative of
but
world history, but
that's
that in
my narrative
itself,
though. But I don't know if that was a narrative for other people. My brain, I am different. I think differently. So maybe the common brain doesn't think like this.
But
And
you're
that's what
saying partly because of that narrative, it had
white
you at
person.
parties being conscious about the color of
Yeah,
your skin and wondering if people are not talking to you for that
that was
reason.
one of the reasons. That was one of the reasons. Adding to it.
did you do a college?
No, no. I went just straight to with workforce, and I
I'm
couldn't imagine what
wondering,
college would I be. What would you do in college?
well, I'm just wondering if you took like an Asian history class or an African history class, what that
No.
would look like.
Well, there was at one point in time world history, and we did cover Asia and India, but we didn't cover India particularly. More Asia, more the Mongols, and then the I forgot what they're called, but the different empires of Asia, and because it was part of the European Silk Road, it was part of the Silk Road. So that's how they went from Europe to Silk Road and then covered a little bit of Asia into the Mongols. And and then they went to the South Pacific because that's where the Spanish had conquered. So it all went back to then world back to Europe.
Okay,
So
so if the Europeans were the ones who maintained history, or quote unquote were the winners, or however they say it now, and that was the narrative of world history, um, if there was a Asian history portion of the school curriculum, would that have changed the mindset that it was all whitey, that's all bad? Or was it the narrative within the white narrative that was saying that whites were bad?
I would say no, just because if I grew up, I didn't grow up in an Asian community where everybody was Asian skinned. You know what I mean? Different tones of Asian.
Do you think that
I grew up in a
just the
white
fact that the
community, so
narrative,
I was, I was like the only Asian kid, maybe the only Filipino kid, even less Asian because I didn't even fit in with the Asians.
do you think that the white
Oh,
history narrative, being
Yeah, I
white,
didn't fit
is
in
the
with the Asians,
reason
Jeff.
so
why?
even at the Asian parties, there was something about you that
I
didn't
didn't go
fit
to
in.
Asian parties.
But if you did, what would have made you feel out of place there?
I'm 6 foot.
Oh, you're tall
Yeah,
Asian.
I'm really like in the Philippines. Like it'd be insane. Like I'd be towering over people. Only at 6 foot.
Dang.
Yeah,
Was it the
so it's
fact that
like
the world history narrative was white that you resented whites, or was there an anti-white narrative within the white narrative?
no,
Or was
I
it by
resented.
implication?
No, my brain calculated after putting everything together, the overall destruction of the planet was done by whites.
But the teacher didn't tell you that. She didn't say, "Look at all these white people and
That's what
all
my
they
brain
did."
concluded from all the education,
Do you think
from
that's
the wars, the
They're saying it
slavery,
now.
to the
yeah?
the industrial world. Was a lot of it was from the white culture of the Europeans.
Do you think that was the intent?
No, it's not. It wasn't intentional. No, it's just history. There was the only intent was probably um, uh, like feudal times when people were doing the religious wars. That was intentional, probably, but the other wars weren't. They were just for land grab. I think they weren't for necessary. You know,
So the narrative
ethnically
from the
cleansing.
world history wasn't necessarily telling you that, yeah, these are the people who did, combine the world or connect the world, but they were also doing it for evil reason. That just kind of spurred on your own.
Uh, no, no, because they also, you're told about like the higher power groups of like, for example, old families that controlled the world. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then it like I hate, like for example, there was a narrative for the Rothschilds. There's a narrative for like there's another big name. There's just big narratives for white families for some reason just own a lot. But like I said, it was all this was taught to me, and I retained the information, and that's what my brain calculated. That white man bad. And then the reason why I'm in this situation is white man bad. Also, I hate to bring this into this personally. I didn't have a great father who was white.
What do you mean, the situation? What do you say the situation? What was the situation?
Good night, Shelby. Good to see you. Thank you too. And not lies, you idiot. Nobody owns slaves anymore.
Like I said, everything was negative. I had a negative outlook on life. It was just it wasn't a positive upbringing. So everything was negative.
You tell like even
Calculations.
family, like home life, family
Yeah,
life too, all
everything was negative.
contributed to this negative outlook on the world.
Yes, yes,
Plus,
everything.
you probably saw white
And
people everywhere.
the only people I knew were white.
Do you think there's a lot of people like similar to you that are going through that, like putting the world together in the same way?
Yes, Jeff. Yes, there are literally people who go to companies and they think they get fired because of the color of their skin, not because they didn't perform well.
Some of them probably do.
And honestly, they win a lot of cases that way. That's one I believe is one of the reasons for DEI, is because you enforce that program into your business. Now that person is held liable, not the company anymore, for their actions because they signed that piece of paper agreeing to it. So it reduces lawsuits now. So that's why I'm saying like there are positive things because of the history of people and immigrants coming in not understanding what we want in our workforce.
So then train them. Why does the rest of us have to be
Because
told
that's
we're racist?
exclusive. That's because that's exclusive training, which is illegal. You can't just say,
Well,
"Well,
no, they're
this
doing it here
group."
in Seattle. They had exclusive trainings for the different races.
I can't
I
explain
thought it would
that.
be illegal too, but they
Yeah,
did
yeah,
it.
yeah. There are some things I think you have valid reasons over what's going on in your state. I haven't experienced that, and I'm lucky. So
I want to ask Philip a question. If there was another group of people that who had the means and were able to do what the Europeans were able to do, would they have stayed home or would they have done the same thing?
I don't know because there's different cultures out there who had that ability but didn't do that ability. It's so strange. What I've
Like
noticed
who?
was um, um, the Philippines. We haven't conquered any land, and we were at one point in time one of the largest trade hubs, and is still one of the largest gold deposits in the world. So we actually had that ability at one point in time and had a kingdom before it was stolen. So there are places out there. India, there were fights in India, but nothing in history says anything that they expanded beyond their territory. China did expand beyond their territory. Russia did. Europeans did. Native Americans, there isn't a lot of history there, but they might have stuck to their certain tribes might have stuck to their own areas and not done the land grab thing like other tribes have done. So I believe there is historical areas where people have not needed to do what other like the Europeans did, and in the long run, it didn't work out for the Europeans. They had to give all the land back, most of the land back, most of the territory back. It didn't work out. So, yeah, it didn't work out. What do you
Do
think?
you think we're past that point now? Are people
No,
still living in
we have the
that
Ukraine versus
narrative?
Russia right now. Yes, and that's over a land grab.
No, I mean like just in general in the world, the like that we've given all the land back that we were going to give back. Is colonialism over? Like have people moved on from that? The fact that Britain and all these other countries
No,
they're
mm,
still holding on to
I
like
think
the
there's still.
historical grievance of it.
There's still a desire for payback.
See, that's what's immature to me. That's what's emotionally immature.
I
They need to
believe.
let, as a Cajun, as somebody who has lived that, we learn to let it go and move on with our culture and create our own thing. Like we're not caught up in the historical trauma. It's a story that holds us together as a people, but it doesn't
Okay.
affect how we live our lives in America today. And we don't hate all British people because of
Okay.
what some of them did to us at some point
Yes.
in history.
Yes. I don't know why I'm so happy to see Hank,
I
but
had the glasses now, Philip.
excuse me, but it's time to go blue.
Nice.
We're going to the Matrix, Hank. Let's go.
Let's
Okay, so
go.
let's go, Hank. We're going to the Matrix. So, Jeff, I'm going to be honest, though. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but as soon as I found out and I heard that the Spanish had conquered the Philippines, I don't like Spaniards.
It's
I
your
really
ethnic pride, like,
it's
or your
something in
cultural
me,
pride,
bro,
whatever.
that if I see a Spaniard, it's automatic like competition, bro. Like I just don't want to hear it. You're a
It's
Spaniard, bro.
still it's
But it
still
has to be a Spaniard. It can't be a mix. It has to be Spaniard, bro. They have to
It's got to be
claim
a biological
Spaniard.
thing.
They have to claim it. Like I'm a Spaniard. I'm from Spain. I claim it, and I'm like, bro, or I'm a Filipino, and you guys mess with the wrong people.
So
You,
Mexicans okay with you? Just pure,
yeah,
just
yeah,
okay.
yeah. I love Mexicans, bro, and the women. Oh my gosh, they're so spicy.
The
Oh yeah,
best.
they're
I
so
want a
spicy.
taco. What's up, Hank?
It is. I'm
So
sorry.
let's talk about trolls for a little bit.
Sure.
So I don't understand how Jack Talker has such problems with trolls when they're so just they're so weak and hypocritical and inconsistent. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean,
Yeah, I've never understood it either. Other than
yeah,
it's the Christian thing of like not giving up on anybody and like that Christian charity and humanity
you can not
where
give up on.
everyone's a child of Christ. So like you give them a chance each time.
Well, you can still put them in a corner and put them in a timeout. That's why even Christians had prisons, so you could put them in a timeout and put them in a corner. But Christians also have public shaming, so there's plenty of tools in the Christian playbook to use against them. I understand how he's having such a big problem. Like
Well,
for
he's
example,
just there's different types of Christians, I think, and he's the peace and love type. That
yeah,
that's the only I don't know, and he's not the only one that does it. I don't know the explanation. I'm just guessing what might he might be thinking, and the other one is maybe content, not necessarily for Jack, but other people might have the trolls on because they bring numbers.
yeah, I'm okay with bringing trolls on for numbers, but I mean, just today with King Stephen, I mocked him 3 times on his own show by his own standard because he says, "Oh, if they backstage you, they're scared, and if they kick you out, they win." If you backstage you, they're scared. If they kick you out, they win. Well, I backstaged me like 40 times today and kicked me out 3 times compared to his being backstage by Paul like 5 times and being kicked out once. So if his standards were consistent, I mogged him because I did like
That's
three times. I did 3 times as well against him as he did against Paul.
that's a
So
stark disparity.
yeah, so
I
he
wonder
has to
what
have.
could be involved.
So he has to have inconsistent standards to protect his own ego. So, so that means standards don't matter. If
Now,
the
who we
rules
talking
don't
about?
matter.
Jack Talco?
No,
Oh.
no. Money His Strolls, King Stephen. You remember?
I don't
him.
know why people fool with him at all. Like that is complete. That's like letting a vampire cross your threshold. That is completely voluntary, whether to have that
Yes.
person in your life or not. I have no clue why somebody would
Oh,
voluntarily choose that in their life.
So
well,
wait,
it's because he's so gullible and foolish.
Yeah, I don't understand it. It's a impenetrable
Yeah,
psychology to me of
yeah,
why.
yeah. You could just
You
keep
said
him
last
out.
night.
But he's gullible and foolish because if his standards go completely backwards every time he loses, then he has no standards at all. It's just he just defines himself as the standard. And the question is, why should I accept your standard? And there's no good reason.
Other than
So
it's his panel, like
well,
the
he complains about being backstage by other people's panels, but when I go up, he backstage me because if he goes by what he says, he's scared of me. But if he also go by what he says, I'm just stupid. So if he gets backstage by someone else, he's stupid. But no, it has to be that they're scared. So it must mean he's talking off his ass the whole time because he's
did
contradicting
you
himself.
read Lewis
Turns out
Carroll
King
growing
Stephen.
up, or watch like the Alice in Wonderland movies? Do you remember the Mad Hatter Tea Party
Yes.
where they're all okay? That's just go watch that scene again or read that scene.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like you're looking for logic in something it's not there. These are not rational
trolls.
people. It's either
Yeah.
content or their thinking is very
No,
surreal, like Lewis Carroll type thinking.
they're rational, just not consistent because they want to just get points for themselves. They're rational but not consistent because they just want to win.
how
But
is a
okay,
troll? How is a troll rational? Because what they're doing isn't rational.
they,
Trolling isn't rational.
they're trying to get
The
self-esteem
trolls are.
boosts.
I think the trolls are very tactical. They're trying to get specific reactions,
Yes,
or they're there for specific agendas. It's the victims of the trolls that can't draw a boundary. Like they
yeah,
allow the troll. It's like Lucy in the football or Coyote in the Roadrunner. Every
Yeah.
time, it's the same little trick every time. Or Captain Kangaroo and the ping pong balls that the moose would always talk him into calling down on his head. It's
That's
that
Jackson
little trope.
yes. So I'll explain it because I'm clearly the alpha troll, but unlike them, I'm in control, so I could just turn it off.
Troll.
Yes, I can just turn it off. They're stuck in it because they haven't leveled up hard enough. So, because I mean, I had the debate with Gerald Bust 2 weeks ago. Not a single personal attack in 2 hours.
So you're a con troll.
Yes, I'm in control.
Controller.
Yes.
I think Tommy and Steven are both fake trolls.
Oh no!
I think they're all
dude.
Spurgs. So
We're all trolls.
I,
Oh no!
I'm very liberal in my interpretation of Spurg
Yes.
behavior.
Yes,
If
but
I
they're
didn't-
not true. They're not true artists like we are. We have actual control.
Tommy definitely is,
Uh,
and I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
the other one
If I
But-
didn't
but
put,
they're
could be
not-
slotted into some category.
Well, they're autistic, but they don't have control over their autism. Like you and me, Jeff, we have control, so we can just turn
We
it
do.
on and off.
We do.
They,
I don't.
Purgatory.
if y'all had the impression I have control over it, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I do not.
Here's the thing. You don't run around the internet looking for self-esteem juice like they do.
I don't need my
that's
self-esteem from these panel
Exactly.
goblins at all.
Exactly. I don't either. So that's why I don't obsess over and have streams reminiscing about things that happened 10 years ago.
No, that's dysfunction. If your life revolves around panel trolls, then get you
Wait.
a better therapist, or get you a therapist,
I'm
or a
sorry.
pet.
I'm sorry. Therapy's a scam. You're probably better off on these scam.
Hey, I
panels.
got I'm gonna send you an article today that a friend of mine.
okay,
Rogue.
quick question, Hank. Liliana brings up a good point. A fake troll, is that such a thing?
Um,
Definitely.
And she could now she's calling it a goblin. Are goblins real?
That's what I called it, but
I don't know what she
It's like
means.
Tommy and Steven, where you can spurg out on people, but then you have a panel of your own and you can't let anyone talk.
Yeah, I call that mod spooking.
I call that tism.
What?
It's all
I'm,
tism.
I'm
Mod
mod
spooking.
spook. Yes.
Yes. You got a sign? I hear something
Oh,
flapping in the wind.
yes.
I hear
I
something
did
flapping in
signs.
the wind over there,
So,
dude.
so I have the new normal sign, and I have the Mandela one, which is the old normal.
Nice.
So new
Mandela
normal,
what?
Mandela.
Mandela.
The difference is, I have the spy first, then the ghost.
Yep. So Tommy has no claim.
Wait, did the egg or the chicken come first, dude?
Egg always comes first, but
The
egg always comes
comes
first.
first. Thanks, Hank. You solved the mystery of the universe. Thank you, bro. Right now.
Right here on Outliers and Exile.
Yes, the
Gen
egg
X
came
Jeff,
first.
folks.
That makes sense. Did something pooped out an egg, and all of a sudden a chicken came out? They're like, dude, that ain't my kid.
Yep, and also dinosaurs laid eggs before chickens existed. So either way you look at it, egg comes first.
Egg comes first. All right. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Thank you, Hank.
So I'll
Did
see
we solve
myself
our
out.
Huh?
I'll see myself out. Thank you, folks.
Oh, that's it.
Did we solve our troll problem?
No, we made it worse.
Yes, you
Are
just had
there
me
troll-
eat them. You just had me eat them. It's not a big deal.
All right.
Well, how do we
Bon
solve?
appetit.
I was gonna say, how do we
Oh,
solve the
no.
troll problem with Talcott, because he keeps letting him in, and he's like, he's bringing it on himself a little bit.
Yeah, I don't understand. That would be something for him and his therapist to explore. I don't know why that I don't know why that's the experience he wants for himself every day, day after day.
If there were
To me, it's Lucy and the football. He's Charlie Brown every day.
Yeah.
if there's tenets for the internet, is don't feed the trolls would be one of them.
Yes. I knew that from back in the AOL days. You learned don't feed the trolls. That's just so. It's automatic for me not to feed trolls.
And then don't go down the dark web. Use a VPN. Tenets for the internet. Oh, that was
One
great,
thing you
Hank.
gotta
We
understand-
appreciate that, brother. I hope you're doing well, Hank. Thank you. I forgot to ask him what his urban house would be.
I know, and which panel he's going on next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Verbal Combat's up. Let's see who is fighting tonight.
No, okay. So that reminds me about Speakeasy. He came up once, and you had a guess, and he was like, "Well, Christians need to hold other Christians accountable, right?" So is that what
Satan? He took Satan. He like banished Satan from the Battleverse. I was pissed.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you actually
Mostly
were-
it's Satan
Yeah.
for letting Easy bitch about that way.
Isn't that one of OTW's?
Satan, let me down, brother. I've been praying to you.
I know.
Praying to you, and this Christian comes in and kicks your ass. Hey, one for Christianity, guys.
And no, it gets worse. A few days before, Satan was saving souls and bringing them to Jesus. He had saved 3 or 4 souls, and he was like, "But Easy, you don't understand. I've saved souls this week. It's not like I do like the Lord."
That's what he's saying.
Do we know who that person is? Is it OTW or is it something else?
Those are our good friends. Yeah.
But speaking of
Satan.
OTW, what's the update on the panel game? Anybody know? The Panoverse card game.
I wonder where.
No. I thought he had an October target.
What do you think Tommy's superpower would be?
Chaos.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a creative way to phrase it, but that would be the core of the power. I was about to say it. Yeah, he's
Do you
a
think-
chaos bomb.
How do you think the powers would work? Would it be like an attack point system?
I think Tommy's would override. He would neutralize all conversation within a certain foot radius, and no matter what, and the only thing that could overpower it is like if you have the panel daddy alone, the panel host has to have like the panel daddy hammer or something sword, and that's the only thing that could override.
You give him the mic.
Tommy's is going to be very powerful.
You know how like Monopoly has little LED thingies, those little LED icons. You can get like a
Yeah.
mic. You can give him a mic, and I'm like, here, you have the mic. So that would be like the panel daddy has the mic, or no, maybe it'd be something different.
Yeah, something like
It'd be
that.
like chaos that you can't get rid of until you actually do a reboot.
He could,
Restream.
yeah, like everybody clear the panel, and then they have to play their way back, like have the right cards to get back into the panel.
It clears the deck. It clears the.
Yeah. Tommy's what
Or
happens
you
right
could
before
be-
the blackout.
The what?
Tommy's what happens, the chaos that happens right before the total darkness, the blackout, the power outage.
We still need Freak's power. It would have to have something to do with Jesus.
I have to think about it.
The power of truth, like accusation of truth. You could accuse somebody of being false, and then they have to like reveal something in their hand or take a consequence or something.
Would that be Jack Talcott's power? Feed the trolls.
Right, the trolls get straight. If Jackson play, the trolls get like
Booster.
plus 10
Yeah,
each
your trolls
round.
get- yeah, your trolls-
The longer he's in play, the more they empower, unless there's something that can neutralize it.
Unless a Tommy
Jack's
comes in
ready.
with
That's
chaos.
another one that's going to be super powerful. Like Tommy and Jax, I think are going to have to be very powerful.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
Dom.
Jack's waiting for a apology troll, but it never happened.
The elusive apology troll.
Oh man.
But I
Hey,
think
okay.
OTW has a target of October for the deck to come out.
Oh, how cool! That's a great update.
I
dude.
can't wait to see how the game, because the games are going to be played live on the panel, so I can't wait to see how they play out.
Hank says his superpower is gonna be sending the deck that you play back to the graveyard. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
So he doesn't want cards. He wants live troll panels.
And Hank is the troll zapper.
I
He
think
can
it'd be
he
fun
can target individual trolls.
if there was like a $100 bank that you could buy back characters like in the panelverse that you could buy people, or like, here, I want to buy back Tommy, so here's $5 for my bank, and then you only have like $100 in your YouTube account to play, and you're like, all right, so here's my super chat fund or something like that. So,
I like that.
yeah, so like this is fun, dude.
Like people can individually contribute to either kick a person or bring someone back, and then once it reaches that threshold, then that's what it actually happens. So somebody can come and throw in $5 a day, and other people can throw in a couple of bucks, and then over
Yeah.
time it'll reach where Mike Cerrone gets one kickoff that they can invoke because they've built up the amount as a group, or they could call somebody onto the panel once if they activate it. I like
It's
that.
like a wild card. It's like a
Yeah.
wild card. Yeah.
I'm thinking like you have a prepaid Tommy card, and like if me and Philip were getting, off on like European history or whatever, and it was, getting to the point where, one person was right or wrong, I could pull out my Tommy card, slap it on the deck, and then it would just, completely go into chaos, and there would be no winner.
The Tommy card would be like the 1 in a million card. You get the rarest card.
Yeah,
It'd be
it's
like holographic.
along with the
like-
apology troll.
But Hank's power would be exposing the hypocrite trolls.
You can't force someone to panel up. Yeah.
Don't challenge me, Flo, because I'll find a way to do it. Especially for money. Come on, you of all people. Shit, I
Yeah.
can't believe. When did
Yes,
you get so?
OTW's card game. So we're thinking about ideas for the card game.
And Moose had one he was working on too that we had some ideas for. So
I
that's
feel
slightly
like
different. Uh-oh.
feel like OTW is now moving to his own like verse. You know, his own little.
Did you lock up? Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
did.
Uh,
Uh, OTW's creative person.
yeah, I've noticed that he's got that music bug. He loves that music.
Okay, let's see. You need to pay to troll the
Music.
panel members. You mean like from the chat, or somebody would come up? If you're on panel, that's consent to pay to. So how would this work? Like, would it be specific? Like you would target Philip specifically with the troll, or you could just any troll could come up and troll the whole panel? That would be a way to manage the drama. Like people could. Someone comes up to troll. Oh my God, there's so many candidates.
So
They
many
could have like
candidates.
they could you could eventually have like your favorite trolls. They would have different followings, and some trolls would be more sought out than others. And you could get a really high tier troll to come in if you really have a troublesome panel.
And Hank's really playing poker right
Of
now.
course, Flo's probably sitting there writing all this down.
He's got sunglasses now, guys. Hank's really dedicated now. He's hiding his his expressions. He's got his hats. So watch out for
I
Hank,
like these
guys.
ideas. I really do. Um, just, I mean, feel free to get them started.
Going back to world history, if we can for a second, do you think that within the narrative nowadays, there's a anti-white narrative within the white, world history narrative that is detrimental to the country?
I don't know, dude. I don't know
I,
what they're
I,
teaching
I I
history these
think in
days.
some places, yes.
It's a good question. I
And
just don't know the history.
if it would have been another group of people that basically were able to bring the world together in a sense, I guess you could say, would it be the same type of outlook of those people?
Wait, say
In other
that
words,
again.
let's just say the Africans were able to connect the world, by colonialism, and they were the ones who did it and everything else. Would it still be an anti-white kind of a narrative, or would it be anti-black at that point because they were the ones who did
It'd
the
be
actual?
anti-black because it's anti-dominant culture, and they're saying that because the dominant culture is white, that's the origin of the oppression. But I think if it were black, if it were white people being oppressed by black people, it wouldn't change the play, like the
So
playbook they're using.
what matters is the dominant culture
Yeah,
that you're in.
because sometimes they call it white, sometimes they call it patriarchy, sometimes they call it capitalism, sometimes they call it imperialism or colonialism. You might hear theocracy in some countries are as a danger here in this country. So it depends on who they put how they describe the dominant group as to what axis of oppression they're setting up, and each one's going to do it differently. The trans use heteronormativity or cis normativity, and in my day there was a faction of gays that would use heteronormativity. So it changes depending on what your agenda is, like what your identity politics are and what your agenda is. Um, I wish they did that.
I think the dominant culture theory makes sense to me.
But that's just that's hierarchy, like status hierarchy, and in-group out-group dynamics. So none of that's new. This has all been part of the human species for like ever, and all of a sudden it's seen as a moral issue. Yes, this is a good thing. I have a story about this too. I'm not going to tell it today because it gets kind of detailed. But I was in this situation um, when Mike was at the end there.
Wait, you weren't the guy that sued that baker for not making a cake, right?
No, I wasn't. But his mom did try to stop me from seeing him in the hospital. Like, and I showed up one day and they had security guards stationed at the door to
Wow.
somehow, and they said his mom called. And I'm like, how does she have he's the patient. How does she have the power to call and have security guards stationed? And so I had to fight and get that overcome.
Was she a
And I'll
weird
tell
kid?
you what did it actually was I was listed as his emergency contact on his chart, on his records. We had done that like weeks earlier. One of the nurses noticed that I was up at there a lot, and she offered to put us as emergency contact. And so because I was the name listed, I was the one that they had to legally defer to if they couldn't access him, like if he was asleep or something, not his
Yeah.
mom. And so because of that, I got to override her wishes.
Yeah.
But she should not have had the power to have security guards stationed in the first place. Like that's not a power that people that are not the patient just have. So it was suspicious that she somehow talked them into or persuaded that I was a
Was
danger or
she
a
coming
threat,
from the
and
mom
they
angle, or was she
believed her
coming
and
from?
they wouldn't put security guards, but they really were not supposed to do that.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
messed up, dude. I'm sorry you went through that. For
Was
someone
she
you
coming
cared
from the
for.
mom angle, or was she like a weird Christian angle?
It was the mom angle. We had gotten into it earlier that day. I ended up having to call the police on him. Everything it got ugly,
Oh, yeah.
and we were all living in the same house at the time.
Ooh,
Like
ooh.
she had come in to stay and be there, so she had been there for weeks, and it was
Yeah.
building up.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday night would be awkward.
Yeah.
Uh, what'd you eat for
So,
dinner, Jeff?
so the point is, if any of you are in this situation, make sure you are on that emergency like that the patient authorizes you as the emergency contact, because that's going to give you, if it comes down to situations like this, that's going to give you a lot of leverage and authority. Oh wow, can you marry dogs? Because Uncle Fatty can marry dogs.
Lillian is a minister.
What? What?
Uncle
I wonder.
Fatty,
I wonder if it's limited to dogs, but if you also can marry like cats.
probably. I don't. I'm not sure where the limits are now. He married on Mel Pandora's. He married.
You
There were
know,
two people's streamers' dogs.
I've had more experience with dogs and understanding that maybe dogs could couple up. Do cats couple up? I've always seen cats independent, bro.
Monogamous.
Well, I've only seen a cat by itself.
Well,
Oh,
the cats my roommate had, they were brother and sister, so they kind of like cuddled together here and there throughout the house, and they had their little like beds they would lay in together. But that could be because they were genetically related too. I don't know. I've seen
Right.
cats cuddle, and I've seen cats and dogs cuddle together, like pets cuddle.
See, the limited history makes you have your opinion. I was like, I've only seen
Yeah, I thought
dogs
they were
kind
just
of
food.
group.
They probably just teach you that on the food pyramid.
Because I'm Filipino?
Yeah, all right, you caught me. It was an attempt at a racist joke.
It was, bro. I was like, hold on. You said
In
dogs are food?
2024, I was seeing if I could still get away with
Bro, do you know what I heard? See, I don't know if you can handle working for the corporate, Jeff. You'd probably say that in the office.
it. Yeah.
You can't
Me
say
and
that in the office. But I heard this.
yeah,
I
I
heard the
sure
creepiest.
would.
So apparently, my mom was asked about Cat once because she's real Filipino. Like she came in from the streets, Filipino, and she said Cat's no good. And I was really surprised to hear that answer. And I was like, whoa, my mom's real Filipino. Ugh.
Like it doesn't taste good, or
I guess it doesn't smell
it's
good when you cook it, and it doesn't taste good. It's just no good.
ooh, Liliana, you have to account for yourself. The Inquisitor is here. Don't you claim to be a fake reverend now? We still got to watch The Apostle too. Oh, and Treme. And Bex, if you're out there, um, I could do more TV too if you want.
We appreciate you sharing your going through your watch list. You got your
It's
movies and you got your shows.
I mean, for me, it's more fun when I watch it with other people. It adds to that. You know how when you're sitting in a movie, like it's that energy of a crowd feeds the experience. I'm gonna tell you a story. I'm not kidding. I had a coworker at a job one time, and we did not get along. We hated each other. We could not be in the room together before drama would pop off on one side or the other. And the job had like a movie night, like this team building exercise where we all showed up at the workplace and watched a movie together. And she sat next to me. And during the movie, we were laughing at all the same parts together. And we were noticing the same things and reacting to the same thing. And during the course of this 2 hour movie, I felt so close to this girl. I'm like, wow, I'm really enjoying hanging out with this girl. We're watching the movie together. We're enjoying it together, and it's the same girl that I couldn't stand that they had to keep separated. But there's something about the experience, the shared experience, aesthetic experience of experiencing a movie or a drama or some kind of piece of art together that it connects people. And if I can watch a movie with another person, it adds something to it because I can watch it by myself just fine. But just having that other person there to share that experience, it's kind of like sharing food. Like when you share a meal together, it just creates that bonding experience.
So this is three things now. This is a perfect time to promote your Discord if you guys are looking for like an after show.
We do have a Discord. What you see on the stream is only a part of the community. There's a 24-hour Discord happening outside, in between streams. So if you want the Discord, just contact me at GenXJeff on Discord, and I will get you a link. We watch movies. We have conversations. Play games sometimes.
Dang it.
There's a drama channel where you
Oh.
could talk about all the drama going on. If you keep it in the drama channel.
I find it awesome that you said that there's art or mediums of that people can connect with. Have you ever understood the attraction of the Mona Lisa? Like, do you understand there's people who do they travel tens of thousands of miles just to look at a fake painting, a replica, because they don't want to show the original because it's too fragile. Can you imagine that? And they connect to it, bro. They all stand there and they all look at it and for 5 to 10 minutes, maybe longer for some people. But you know what I mean? That's my attention span, maybe two minutes.
I'm not visual, so although art does affect me, like I have to walk. When I'm in an art museum, I get so overpowered. It's like more than being in a church, like that whatever that intangible feeling is. I get overwhelmed after a while, and I have to leave to like restore myself to my baseline because it's so overpowering being around all of that amazing, powerful art. And I'm not visual, but I know that people that can look at a painting for hours and there's more to see each time they look at it and they get immersed. It's an aesthetic experience. I do that with music and with books. I can get lost in a book or a song or an album or something over and over and over for hours and hours, and I always find something new in it. So the aesthetic experience itself is potentially infinite. And each person's going to have their own individual mediums that they respond to.
So that's an interesting thing you said there, and kind of pops up in my head. Do you think that's do you think? I don't know, because so many people do it. Is listening to music like a million times to the point where they can memorize like every note, beat, and everything. Is that autistic?
I don't know. It might be. Like I used to listen to. I'd buy the cassette tape. Like I didn't. If I heard a song on the radio, I'd want the whole album because I'd have to hear every song that came out with that one song. And I would listen to albums over and over and over and over and over until I had them completely memorized. Like there was a point, and sometimes it would take years, where you exhausted the album and you didn't need to hear it anymore because it was so much a part of your brain, and listening to it again didn't add anything to the experience. So I've worn out albums in that way. From
That's
just
crazy.
listening to them.
That's
But then,
awesome.
like years later, I could go back and there's still a little bit of a charge left in them where I could still get some pleasure out of it. And I've done
Yeah.
that with movies, books. So any work of art, I think, is like it stores up this potentially infinite amount of experience or information, and then you take whatever you able to get out of it, and that's how I could tell a really good movie or a really good book. Because when I watched it 10 times, I see something new in it on the 10th time that I didn't see the other 9 times, and so I can keep watching it throughout my life and keep seeing new things because it's that deep. But then other movies, you watch it 2 or 3 times and there's nothing else to see, and it doesn't have the same entertainment value after a few times. And those are the movies that are less quality or less classic.
I want to. DeFreak, are you still here? I wanted to
Yeah,
ask
I'm
him to
still
see.
here.
Okay, is there something that does that for you? Is there like like is there art or is there a music or is there anything that does that for you where you can't wait to share it with people. You can't wait to find the details in it because you find something more in that. Like for example, to me, it's video games. I spent hours into video games. To people who are like, dude, you're just doing the same thing over and over again. I was like, no, actually, there's a detail to this that you don't see.
Is it the Bible? Which is one of the greatest works of art I think
Yeah, it
mankind
might
has
be
ever created.
scripture. It might be just panel hopping. Trying to basically, you know, get people to think about God a little bit and whatnot, because that's how I build up treasure in heaven, and so that's my motivation.
So you're I'm trying to build up super chats. So like through your paneling, you're building up like spiritual currency for the afterlife by as part of just hanging out in the panelverse. That's pretty cool, actually.
I
I wish
mean,
Satan had something like that.
I would say probably yes, because when you hang out with the Christian channels, all they do is argue about minutia and like petty stuff, and so you're not winning souls there. But
They have whole channels where Christians fight with each other.
oh, definitely, like big time.
That's my new genre. That's like almost as good as Galavision.
They have like organized debate channels and everything for that. Calvinist versus Lutheran. And they get off on each other all the time. But I like to say that fellowship is greater than doctrine. So I really am kind of burnt out on all that stuff.
I like that. That's community. Like,
Yeah,
I like that too.
because like you have the ortho bros telling they are kind of almost like Catholic in a way, but they're not, and so they always find a way to separate themselves and say that ours is the best. Our God is the God, and it's just so silly.
Yeah, I know they all think their God is the God and that their daddy can beat up everybody else's daddy.
But as far as connecting with other people in music and movies and stuff, yeah, that definitely happens. That's the great thing about humans and creativity and art.
And religion, I would say. And society and culture. It's the campfire story. Like we bond around the campfire telling the stories. Like the early humans, and I think we still do that.
Yeah,
Maybe not telling the stories anymore. We do that too, but like experiencing stories together that are being told to us.
I don't know if you saw the documentary. It was a long time ago, probably about 15 years ago. But they wanted to know what makes a male the most sexually prowess male in a particular group. And basically, at the end of the day, like the rock star was like the highest graded male sexual prowess male that had access to the most females because of like just like the way cultures are. So it was like the entertainer rock star dude that was like the always the top of the
That's
hierarchy.
status. It's the high
Yeah,
status male.
that's the high status.
What do you think the modern version is? The
But probably rock
YouTube
star.
content creator.
Probably entertainment, rock star music, someone that is not politically
So not
controversial.
Destiny.
No,
Oh.
Destiny.
I
No,
thought he was getting all the tang.
I don't think so.
Oh.
He's getting all the taint, maybe. I don't know.
Uh,
But I think his stock has dropped because, like, he's a paid shill at this point, and
what
I don't
what
think
what
he's looking
medium do
at
you
what
think?
he
Because I don't
says.
think rock. You think maybe like Taylor Swift. I don't think like rock music necessarily is the cultural force it used to be. I'm not even sure Hollywood celebrity is the cultural force it used to be. So like who do you think the modern high status males are? What area would they come from? Sports? Is that even a thing anymore? Politics?
Um,
Basketball,
Anything where
basketball
you
for
have a
sure.
rival, like if you have a rivalry, you kind of X-nay those out because they don't like bring people together as much because you have say Philly versus San Diego where there's kind of a competition there. Whereas if you have a hip hop artist that has like an American anthem song or something that becomes popular,
Like
all
Beyonce?
people can all people can kind of unite behind that, and then there's your high status entertainer access to the most female, alpha male.
So it's still the entertainers. It just may not be rock music specifically anymore.
Right, only because there's no conflict of religion, politics, or rivalry between, say, cities economically. It's a kind of a uniter figure that isn't controversial.
I think people want the conflict because me and Barnabas tried that the other day and like getting along in peace and love, and we hated it. People like that charge that comes from tension.
Um,
Or maybe not everybody. Like even Talcott, he pretends like he wants peace and love, but he has that side of him too.
Remember the first American Idol that came out where it was like Clay Owens or whatever, and it was Ruben Studdard. Like the one.
Yeah, yeah.
But so like eventually Ruben won, but like if you were a big Clay fan, it was not hard for you to become a big Ruben fan, right? Even though it was a competition, ultimately the entertainment itself was kind of a uniter, and so you didn't hate Ruben because Clay lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think in that field, in that light, that's what a female is going to be more attracted to than conflict, actually. But
That
I could be wrong.
lovey-dovey stuff. I think they still want a lot of them are still going to want the bad boy and or the caveman that can kill the mountain lion for them. Oh, Liliana, what happened here? I thought you were already a member. What? Oh, well, wait, glad, great to have you. I'm just shocked that you weren't already a member. I thought you were. Okay, let's welcome our new outlier, Liliana, who was somehow um, showing a lot of leadership here, just as a lowly. None of you are
Uh-oh.
lowly. Oh, wow, we got more outliers thanks to Liliana. Oh, let's keep this going. Thank you, Liliana. Wow.
I like Liliana.
Yeah, she's the one that talked us into watching Treme, and she's the one that may possibly be helping me to plan a panel conference in New Orleans so we could all get together in person.
That'd be awesome to have Jeff as a tour guide for New Orleans. I'd go.
I mean, I haven't been there in 15 years, but it's also a, like a pretty historical city that doesn't change too much. So,
Like you
I
probably
could
know where to
probably pull
go.
off. Yeah.
Probably know where to go in town to like.
Yeah, or if I don't, because I don't know how much it's changed after COVID. I definitely have friends that do. Yeah, NOLA 2025, or we could call it NULA.
Like going to a
So
Mardi Gras with Jeff would probably be pretty fun.
It is. I'm not gonna lie.
so
I
you
did
said
21. Before I moved up here, I was living. I live like 3 or 4 blocks from the parade route, and I did 21 parades in like a month.
What? In a
Damn.
month?
Yeah, like every day, because there's a gradual build up. So they'll start like doing a parade here, a parade there, and then eventually there'll be like 2 or 3 parades a day, and then eventually it's just like nonstop parades as it builds up to Mardi Gras.
Because
And so every day after work, I got home, I'd look up the parades and I'd walk to the parade route, and sometimes there'd be 2 or 3 parades a night.
you seem real excited when you talk about, you said Louisiana home and stuff. What keeps you
That's
from
what
going back?
I went back last year for a visit, the first time in 15 years, and I did my show from home and I streamed from there. And I had at least 2 or 3 people tell me that they've never heard me sound happier and they've never heard me sound better than when I was doing my stream from. They could just tell the difference in my voice of being down there versus here.
To me, there's an excitement when you talk about this place. So I'm just really interested. If you had a place to go, why not be? Why isn't that atop your list?
Logistics and
Mm,
funding and all of that. It's
mm.
it's it's not ruled off of the list, but it's just making it all happen.
It sounds like your
Um,
perfect state. Like I think Utah might have DEI.
Utah I think would have the type of
Right.
guys I'm looking for, and it would have the outdoors I'm looking for. But after hanging out in the Panelverse a little while, I'm realizing that it's still going to have some of the cultural stuff that I
Yes,
struggle against up here, the whiteness,
yes,
so to speak.
yes, yes, yes.
And the big deficit in Louisiana is not the people. I'm definitely around my people. I felt so normal down there. Like I could interact with the people and I didn't feel weird. I'm like, "Oh my God, these people feel so normal for me. To me, I feel normal." The um the challenge down there is getting the intellectual stimulation. And now with this, I don't have to worry about that.
It comes to you.
Right. So
So,
before I had to leave Louisiana and go find the people that could give that to me. And now I
because
could stay down there and still have a way to access that.
like I'm looking at it as all pluses for you. If you're gonna move somewhere, you talk
Yeah.
about like you're happy. There's parades that you could take us to.
Yeah.
You might have to censor some stuff.
Oh, I'm not. Y'all can do y'all censoring.
Yeah. So I'm saying you might have to put some like get some like
Oh
duct
no.
tape and throw it on some girls real quick. And like, but it sounds like you're like I'd be stoked for you to to
I
see
may
your
end up back
your
there.
outside environment change because inside what you're showing us is awesome. We appreciate your sharing the panel with us and sharing what your thoughts and your opinions and everything. But it'd be also fun to see you grow on the outside too.
Yeah, I want to do more outside streams, but there's just nothing going
Well,
on here to do it. I think I will do a lot more if I'm down there.
yeah. So I'm excited about this conference. When's that happening? You said you have a game plan?
Well, we're looking at next year. We're we've only started planning it last night, and it's being planned in the chats very spontaneously. But we are doing a murder mystery clue game with Mask, one of those how to host a murder with the Panelverse. So we're gonna get the Panelverse together in a dark room and turn off the lights, and there'll be, we'll see how it goes. Not Laws. I can't believe I accidentally clicked that one. Um, oh yeah, we could do the graveyard tour. We could do the voodoo tour, and if you're really brave, we could go out into the not the swamp tour on the boat. They have a swamp tour that you walk. It's a raised boardwalk through the swamp. It's like a prehistoric swamp. The trees are like stories tall, and they
Oh,
have the alligators, the
I'm a
live
warrior for my keyboard,
alligators.
bro. So you don't have to worry about me. We have to worry about you. I got no problem for my keyboard. I'm the bravest guy here. We have to worry about Jeff eaten by alligators.
Yeah, it was scary because they're not. There's no barrier between them. You're on this. You're walking along this little trail on the side of this canal, and they're in the canal. They were like on the other
I love it. I love it
side.
when people call them swamp puppies.
No swamps
Great.
or haunted plantations. Well, why are we?
No
You could
swamps.
stay in the. You could stay in the bed and breakfast.
Do you have a room full of beads for Mardi Gras?
I have yeah, beads are not gonna be a problem to find. I have like an entire garbage bag full of them myself that I hauled up here.
Wow.
Yeah, back home. People have entire like hefty lawn and leaf bag size of Mardi Gras beads. They'll just keep them in their attics or in their closets, and they pull them out for Mardi Gras. Just tons of beads.
I would never thought that would be a business.
There is a documentary that's fascinating on the companies in Japan that make the beads, and they get paid like nickels. They spend all day and they have no idea why they're making these beads. Like, why do Americans want these little plastic? And when they show them what it's for and Mardi Gras, all the little Chinese women that are making the beads, their eyes are just popping out. They're just lighting up at seeing what their beads are used for.
Americans are
Oh
crazy
man.
to put it in that scenario. These little making these beads, and it goes across in a boat to some girl to go to some
Yeah.
guy to throw it at a girl, and or to Jeff, I guess, and
Let me see if I can find it.
the
I
life
think
of the
it's
Mardi
called
Gras bead. Yeah,
Mardi Gras Made in China.
You watch all the documentaries on Hulu.
Yeah, apparently they have it on YouTube here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Good
only
story, Jeff.
45 minutes.
Good story, man. Good story.
Oh, prepare your boobs. And New Orleans is much like Vegas. It's one of those cities that what happens there, you leave it there. People discover their New Orleans self when they're in New Orleans, and it's not necessarily their everyday self.
So,
it,
like, if you
it's a
went
rite of
back,
passage.
if you went back yet tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go back to New Orleans. Where would be the first place you like? I have to try to get this food. It's been that long. It's like I have to go there. It's been that long. I haven't been there forever. It's like me going.
You have
in
to
and out.
have a po' boy, a shrimp po' boy, a muffalata, and there's these little like dirty, nasty corner grocery stores in the French Quarter that has the best sandwiches and po' boys and muffalatas you ever want to eat. There's several of them. Any one of those would give you a good muffalata. Maybe Camellia Grill for the dining experience. Some of the fancier restaurants.
No, just something you're like, dude, I can't get off the plane. You're like, I'm gonna run there, bro. It's been too long. So you can get yourself a po' boy and a muffalata.
There was this little like hole in the wall store called Monica's that we used to get our plate lunches from at work. And it was so good. It's like a 7-Eleven, like an old trashy cut like general store, country store. And they have like people in the back cooking plate lunches. They're like $6 or $7, or they were at the time. Oh my God. I would send you to a place like that. I would send you to some hole in the wall to get a plate lunch or a po' boy or a muffalata, something like that.
That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait for this experience. It sounds fun.
Yeah, me either. I didn't even know we were doing it until last night. And we're watching Treme, which is set in New Orleans, so it's kind of setting the scene. We all show up in person. We'll have all this New Orleans lore built up.
Did you happen to get flooded out during Katrina, where like your neighborhood was like totally destroyed? You had to rebuild, or what? What was your situation?
No, I was in Vegas watching it on TV. I have friends that were in that situation, but my mom lives on the other side of the state, and 2 weeks after Katrina, they had another big hurricane hit where she lived, and her house flooded. She got like 4 feet of water. She had to completely rebuild, and that's happened because she lives near a lake, and so the lake surges, and all the lake water comes up into the homes, and that's how the floods happen. And that's happened to her 2 or 3 times. She's had to completely recarpet, re-wallpaper, repaint, replace all the furniture. And I'll tell you, for those of you that are considering a couch or piece of furniture, she had a microfiber couch, a big one of those, that material it's made of. That survived every hurricane it was in. I think she still has that couch. So that's the one piece of furniture that has survived 3 or 4 hurricane floods. And this is like muddy water. The walls of your house are like brown from the whatever mark to the floor. It's filth. She had to get rid of all her furniture except for that one couch. So those microfiber couches survive hurricanes.
Doesn't that bring like black mold, and you have to actually replace your walls and like basically a new house? Or it depends on
That I
that
don't know.
house.
I know that she was able to keep in the same house and just keep doing the repairs each time. Um, I I don't know any. I don't know enough about the mold issue.
You know, I'm surprised they don't build the homes on stilts.
They do in some of the counties. They do,
Yeah, as I
like
said,
on the coast. They
yeah, they
do.
should build them on stilts. Yeah.
Part of I-10 is built on stilts.
Yeah, going over the basin.
So,
Jaeger. Oh, the Jaeger bombs. I remember those.
so you don't have like a current show that you are scheduled to watch right now?
No, but if Bex is out there or anybody else and wants to do another Treme or other shows, I'm certainly up for that. It's a Friday night. We started watching The Mole too, the American version, and then we might do some Dutch moles. Yeah, the Spike Lee movie. I think I did watch part of that because I remember watching it on TV in Vegas, and it was going to hit the night before, so I went to bed worried, like not knowing what to expect, and I woke up and I ran to the computer and I looked at the thing, and it looked like the hurricane had hit, but it didn't do a lot of. It was going to be okay. It was like a standard hurricane. There was some wind damage. They got some rain, but otherwise the storm looked like it had passed. And so I was ready to go about my day. I felt relief. I was like, oh, that was a close one. And we had the TV on because we were watching the footage. And I remember at some point that day, that levee started to break, and you would watch the water leak in. And New Orleans is kind of like a bowl. And the whole city just started to fill slowly. It was like slow motion. You were realizing that the danger was not over, it had just begun. And it was watching a slow nightmare as this city would fill up with water, and there was nothing you could do but sit there on the TV and watch your city drown. And people were ending up on the roofs and the helicopters and that's when it became a nightmare. Like all this false hope that I thought I had earlier in that day that the storm had passed was shattered when this levee broke. And that's where the nightmare began. And I watched in horror. Like New Orleans is so important to me personally. Being from Louisiana and living there, New Orleans becomes so much a part of your soul, your identity, your spirit. It was like watching it was not just a city. It was like watching a person, something human die, pass away in front of your eyes, and you were helpless, and it was all in slow motion. That was one of the worst days of my life. I remember that day.
Well, thank you for sharing. That was a crazy way to describe it, bro. Like you're not joking. In slow motion. Like, oh, that took hours to watch. I bet.
And you knew what was going to happen, and you knew
Yeah, just the
that,
rain
like,
just.
and one thing that comes out in this Treme show, and I do kind of remember it back then, was that like to what extent was it an engineering failure? To what extent was it the Army Corps' responsibility, etc.? It did seem like maybe if they had done the job better or there was more accountability, it could have been avoided. But all that was kind of left undetermined too. So everybody had their own narrative. And another thing I was thinking about, because we're in a new millennium, and we had 9/11 the first year into that millennium. Most of my life was lived before. I was 31. I was almost 31 when 9/11 happened. Ever since then, we had 9/11. We had Katrina. We had the Iraq War. We had Citizens United. We had the housing collapse. We had Trump. We had COVID. So, like, here in 2024, looking back just to 2000, just to the millennium, no wonder people are so black. I keep saying it's social media. Social media is just magnifying everything. But if I look at the actual events of the last 20-something years, there's a lot of shit that actually happened in real life, independent of social media, that could have people black pilled and concerned about the future of the country. It doesn't even take social media. I just hadn't realized all of the disasters that we went through as a country, financial, physical, natural, that could have people, that alone could have people concerned about where are we as a country. Look at all the shit that happened in the last 20 years. And I would say we got through it as a country, which has me optimistic. But if people want to take all of those events and worry about the future, that's kind of hard to argue with too. We didn't have that much stuff the first half of my life that where I could make the case that look how awful life is. But people living now, looking back to the millennium, it's a different world. The millennium is not the world I grew up in the 80s and the 90s.
What do you think accelerated the process? Like you said, like so much was done in 20 years, where it feels like the same amount of stuff was only done from like the 60s to the 2000, where it took 40 years to accomplish all that same stuff. We did it in 24.
I don't know.
Is it social
Like
media?
it can't only be social media, because I don't think the Iraq war was social media. I don't think 9/11 was social media. I don't think the housing crisis was social media. Social media may have had a role in the Trump election and the aftermath of Trump, but it can't just be social media. So why?
Are people getting worse?
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's
What
a
does the chat
reflection
say?
of leadership, which is a reflection of us because we elect our representatives. So maybe it's just a cycle. Maybe these things come and like they're just clustered together now. Maybe but I, I think things like immigration, income inequality, maybe climate, other areas, geopolitics, I think that's like they're here to stay. I think it's not stuff that we're going to solve and then get back to some normal. I think we're kind of in a new normal with new problems that we have to figure out as a society. So whatever my vision of America was, or whatever future I grew up in, that's not the America we're in any longer, and I don't think we will be in my
Yeah,
lifetime.
there's no going back, right? We can
Yeah,
never go
there's no going
there's
back. So when I evaluate America and when I listen to other people, I'm doing it from a very specific experience of America that I had and my generation had, that I think is just not as relevant or relatable to the modern world. And that is something I don't have awareness of when I'm talking about this stuff.
But when I hear you say that like a lot of things happened in that 24 years since the 2000, that possibly it could be fixed in less time than that, if because we have the same technology and the same acceleration, right? Right. But technically, maybe we can fix it in 10 years. Maybe it is possible.
Yeah, I'm a tech optimist. I think humans historically usually overcome adversity, and they usually transcend their own limitations, whatever limitations they think they have for themselves. Some human's going to come along and show you that no, something else besides that is possible. So I think we're always going to somehow master our adversity, and I think we're going to expand and continue to transcend what we're capable of as humans.
It's hard to imagine humans, for me to imagine humans expanding where we're at consciously, other than like land. I need to expand with land. It's like, how do you expand yourself?
Like on an individual level?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what personal growth and all that is that I'm into.
And then, I don't know if you saw this, but the freak's been challenged. Are you ready, sir? Are you ready? Talk about heaven.
This conversation has the potential to last for hours.
That's what your show needs
does
right
he
now,
want to
right?
do it? Lily, do y'all want to do this tonight, or do y'all want to? It's this or Treme. That's what I'm weighing. So.
Yeah, I have to leave soon. Yeah, I have to leave soon. I would like to do a stream myself on some video games today. So, and it's already getting late fast. So, but it is Friday, so that means I don't have to go to bed.
That's true.
At
Maybe
9 o'clock.
I don't know. Bex, are you still out there? I'll see what the freak thinks when he comes back.
For me, there is a heaven, and for me, there is a hell. So I'm trying to do my best to get in that line to heaven. But we'll see what happens when that day comes.
The freak can't handle me. Does this mean you're not coming up?
Oh, dang. You gonna buy him dinner first before you beat him up? What does not laws mean by celebrities dropping by the dozens per day? Do you mean like
They
they're
come in threes. We lose them in threes. Every now and then they throw a fourth one in, but usually it's in threes. We just lost Shannon Doherty. Well, James Earl Jones just died, but I think he's the start of a new
no
three.
way, no way?
What?
Okay.
Wasn't James Earl Jones? Wasn't that Darth Vader?
Yeah. Yeah, he gone.
Shannon Doherty, I didn't know that.
The force. May the force be with you, Darth Vader. Man, oh man, it's like what actors would hurt? Like losing Robin Williams was like whoa. I grew up with that guy. I hate the rule of three, bro. I hate the rule of three because I'm looking for the third thing when things happen and negative things start happening. I'm like, where's the third thing? Where's the third thing? Oh, I hate the rule of threes, bro.
It usually doesn't take long though with celebrity. It's like within a day or two.
It's
Maybe
more than just
3 days max. You'll have your three.
oh, so
It's
you don't
like
apply
boom, boom,
that.
boom.
You don't apply that to anything else. You don't apply the rule of three to anything else. Like to me, it's three. If I get a warning about something 3 times in a row, I know I need to do something to change. Like this,
Usually
like,
it
for
doesn't
example,
take me 3 times, I guess.
but like for example, it's like I need to move my car or something like that, right? And I know my car shouldn't be parked there. And then all of a sudden, someone's like, "Hey, dude, you can't be parked there." I'm like, "Oh, whatever, dude. I'm the boss." And the guy's like, "Hey, dude, you can't be parked there." I'm like, "Whatever, I'm the boss." It took 3 different but I was like, "All right, guys, I get it,
I
get it." Move my damn truck.
maybe that's why I don't have the threes because I would do it at the first time, maybe the second, but no more than the second. Because the very first time someone told me that, I would sit there and analyze. Oh, should I move my car? He told me to move my car. Why is he telling me? Do I have to move? And I wouldn't just like throw it away and say I'll wait for another person to tell me, and then I'll evaluate.
All right.
So I think it's because I resolved them
so you're not
earlier that
racist. I get it. You're not a racist victim. I get it, Jeff.
I'm not, and I want to make another point, by the way, on this racist business. I actually took the implicit bias test during COVID when all this racist madness started taking off, and you know what I got? No bias. Right in the middle, I got because they said very rarely does someone take the test that it showed no bias. So if you have bias, don't freak out. It's perfectly normal. And I'm like, okay, I'm sure it's gonna find some kind of bias. No bias. Zero, none. I was right in the middle range where it said we detect no bias. So even if I believe in all this shit, I have still been cleared of my racism.
So Jeff, congratulations. Your light points went up 3 credits today.
You hear that? We're doing. I don't know how proud he is going to be of that or not.
Yeah, you're almost at the freak level. Watch out,
Nice.
the freak. He's a lightning.
Satan's catching up to the
Satan's
freak.
catching up, bro.
It's like the Laugh Olympics.
Yeah, yeah. What do you think about Nirvana? Great question. Dude, you have a topic. What is that called? Oh, you have a muse. You have a muse in your chat, bro.
I kind of do, or a really good troll, because I just realized that she's pretty much controlling my life right now.
I look for
I'm
muses.
watching the TV shows that she wants me to watch. I'm planning a trip to a city that she wants me to go to.
I don't see heaven on
Women
earth
are
without Jesus
dangerous.
Christ.
Don't let them in your life. Uh-oh, and now she's telling me she loves me. We'll have to fix that. That's what you think.
This is the community you started. This is the monster that you put together. You put this loaf in the oven, and this
That's
is the
true.
cake you got, bro.
What do they call it? The trash cake? The garbage
Trash
cake?
cake. I don't know what you're gonna call your
It was
cake.
some
but-
cake somebody ate out of a dumpster or something.
Oh, bro, I saw that trend once where people were like making these sundaes, but using toilet bowls. Using toilets, bro.
Like whipped cream and cherries, but in toilet bowls.
yes,
Like brand new toilet, fresh off the factory toilet bowls.
We don't know what the story is.
That's
But people were
if
like,
there's any doubt, it's out. That's
Yeah, they're
no.
filling it full of
That
like cereal,
there is
ice
no room
cream,
for
whipped
doubt
cream,
in that
chocolate syrup.
situation.
Yeah, there were toilet bowl Sundays, bro. It's
No,
just like, ugh.
no,
People were cooking out of their bathrooms.
no.
It
Give
was a
we
It's on
put
trend.
full earth.
this is too much time
Plumbers were
on the
pissed, dude.
hands. Not enough
Yeah.
to do.
Oh, talk about trends, dude. There was this. You ever heard of warbles or something like that? Those little gel things that like they're like little BBs, little gel BBs.
What are they called?
Like warbles?
Warbles?
Yeah, they're like water marbles. Warbles.
No, we didn't have this.
I could be wrong, but these little gel BBs that got real popular, and you put them in things, and they I don't
What,
know.
I'm googling. Let's see.
I don't know. Maybe I was
Warbles?
wrong about warbles.
There's
Water marbles.
there's something in cats called a wolf worm that can cause a condition called
No,
warbles.
no,
Um,
no, no. But anyways, there was a trend. Anyways, so there's a lady living in an apartment, right?
maybe water
And she
marbles.
fills up her bathtub full of these things. And instead of scooping them out to throw them away, she started shoving them down the drain and clogged her whole apartment building full of these little tiny things that are little water marbles.
Are you talking about?
Let me look it up.
Hang on.
All right, all right.
I'm gonna show you the picture. Is it this stuff?
Yes, water
I've
marbles.
never
yes.
seen. What are the? What are water marbles?
So they're like marbles, right? They're like these, but they're made of gel. So you have the same effect. You know how people put marbles in planters, like pots that was in vases to
Oh,
put
like
plants?
decorative? Yeah,
Yeah,
like in
but these are
glass
made of
vase.
water. Yeah, these are made of water, so they hydrate your plant. And so people got a fad of like, hey, let's fill up like little tiny pools, like these little like summer pools for kids, and play in these things. And then also went from summer pools to like someone's bathtub, and then down a drain and just
This sounds
ruined.
like a rich white lady thing, which is probably why I've never heard of it.
Most trends are rich
Okay.
white lady things, like the pink, like the pink.
The hats.
Not the pink hat, the
Oh.
Stanley Cup, dude.
What?
Okay, so a pink thermos was pictured on TikTok or something like that of surviving a fire. And then the trend went out that this is the ultimate thermos. And it was a pink Stanley Cup. If you didn't have a pink Stanley thermos, you were not cool. This is all trends for women's sex trends.
I'm looking it up now. I've never
And
known these things even existed. This is not
your
my
husband
world.
got you a
Sure.
pink Yeti cup, it wasn't the same. Even though it was better, you had to have a pink Stanley
If
cup.
my husband gave me a pink anything, we might be in front of Judge Maybelline.
So,
It had to
you know,
be
pink
pink.
Cadillacs. No pink
No.
Cadillacs for Jeff. No.
My husband would know not to bring me home anything pink.
Yeah,
I
I got to
I
look at the
wouldn't
pink Stanley
be
cup.
with a
survives
husband
fire.
that
Yeah.
shopped pink.
So,
He knows
it don't
better
matter.
than that.
All right, so is pain, suffering, evil? Oh wow! The new muse is on fire. And look at the freak is responding, but you're allowed to come up and have a conversation, you two. This would be great.
I think that evil causes pain and suffering.
So I thought about this too, DeFreak. So you know how there's God's will? Well, I would think of the opposite of God's will would be the devil's will.
The devil's will is to,
The opposite of God's.
yeah, I mean,
To create pain and suffering, or the image of success through pain and suffering. So you think you're doing well, but you're obviously not doing well.
basically the devil's objective is to make sure you end up in the wrong destination. Not the
Exactly.
destination.
The devil's will, in the simple way I can put it. So it is God's will, and the opposite of God's will would be the devil's will. The yin and yang of that universe.
Yeah, and then we also have our own will.
I don't believe in that. If we have God's will, if I wake up every morning and give humble myself to Jesus, then I'm doing what Jesus wants me to do that day. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
I think so, but we still have free will, and so you could be tempted off of that at any point in time during the day.
Do
So
you think so?
yeah, I mean,
Uh,
we're still in the flesh, and a lot of sin is innate in the flesh. So it's not always just because you wake up and say, hey, Jesus, I want to follow your will today, doesn't mean you're going to be on that path all day. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that's not to say that you're going to fall completely into sin and into eternal darkness or anything like that. It's just, and then your day in, day out stuff that really doesn't probably even really like a consideration. But then you have big moments in your life and big decisions like, am I going to, I don't know, this or that, or something like, I don't know, join porn and be a porn girl or OnlyFans girl or not. Those are the kind of the bigger ones that weigh heavily more on your scale at judgment.
So shout out to Liliana. She has a question. Is it choice or is it will? That's a great question. Choice and will, are they synonyms? Are they the same thing? Are they actually different? In your opinion, to Freak?
I would say that a choice is your will.
Oh, okay.
They kind of go hand in hand,
Yeah, you kind of threw a two stones at one pigeon kind of thing.
But like from God's perspective,
she didn't like that answer, bro. No, you gotta try again. Nope. Answer rejected. Try again. She went, That's all your response was no good.
Liliana, do you and Freak want to have a debate one day?
Well, she's a very good muse. She only does it for money.
Oh.
I have to pay $5. I'm willing to pay $5. Does it go to Jeff?
We call those something else when I go.
Whoa, Jeff a pimp now? I gotta pay to have women out here.
Oh, she's trying to make me, bless her heart, she's trying to make me money.
That's what I'm saying, Jeff. Yeah.
That's more touching than actually getting money, I think. I really am. Wow. I don't know what emotions to have over this. I'm not used to it.
If I pay the money, will you come up? Are you ready to Freak if I pay the money?
Yeah.
How much is it? What's the price?
For Liliana?
Yeah, she said pay, and then we'll have another guest.
I don't know. She'll have to. She's all my hoes are self-determining.
The answer to the question is something that I think the Quran kind of addresses there. It says, he who destined and then guided. That allows for free will. So yeah, he may have predestined you for a certain destination, but
$10. Make me hotter.
She's gonna answer one question. She said, "You get one question."
There you go.
Is you counting this as the payment? I'll count it.
I count as a payment.
Yeah, I'll
Jeff
count
by
this.
pimples.
Not only is this a payment, but he just made 10 new outliers too. In addition.
Oh, you know what that is? Also, 10 more notifications for your show, bro.
Oh wow! I didn't even realize that. Oh my God. Okay. Well, thank you for sure. Wow. All right. This is.
Hey, Jeff. I'm expecting product. Okay.
Well. Okay. Now, as a good pimp, I have to get her up here, Liliana.
In Minecraft.
Oh, now see how she's doing.
Did I get her? No.
She's moving the goalpost. She's adding new terms. Now that the price was paid, she wants to slip in new terms.
She's a good worker, Jeff.
No, the wrench will be separate. But I wouldn't get a wrench today because I think I don't know how much longer I'm. Oh wow, okay. Freak, wow, thank you.
He really wants that now. We want product. We want product. Jeff, deliver.
Oh my God, Okay, one quick question. She said. Now she's putting terms.
Oh, the Freak.
She's rolling out the fine print.
What's the question, bro? I only spent the money. I didn't think about this.
So does he gives the question now and you just come up and answer, or does he ask you to your face?
All right, the Freak. Yeah, it's your opportunity. You have one question, brother.
That's it. I thought we were gonna have a discussion. Like,
if it's a good question,
one quick question.
if it's the right question, you'd be surprised what it opens the
Oh, the
Pandora's
link is
box.
pinned. Is it? It should
Say
be.
the question. No question. We need a guess before question.
So she says, "Say the hey, El Pero."
I'm
So
moving this
so you
post.
tell her the question first, and then she'll come up and answer.
We're gonna get robbed. We just got
She
robbed
knows
by
how to work.
Jeff.
She's good. She really knows how to work
It's like
this.
OnlyFans trivia.
I got robbed.
You're right.
All right, it's up to you, Divry. Take your time,
Well,
brother. No rush.
I'm just wondering, is she a Christian reverend or like an Uncle Fatty type reverend?
Is that your
That was the
question?
question, bro. That
Well, I
was
mean,
the
it's one of them. I mean,
$15
Or do you
question.
want to know if he said she say? Well, I'll let you. I don't want to influence your question.
She's laughing at us.
Or do you want to know what kind of reverend she is? Maybe she could give you specifics, and then you can determine from there if she's the Uncle Fatty type. Okay, she said she'll answer.
All right, cool.
All right. This is
I had my fun. Thank you guys. Appreciate it, Jeff.
you're heading out.
The gestures and peasants have made me laugh.
nope. That's the question. Okay.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're freak.
Damn.
We gotta work on your questioning skills, bro. I think she answered that in the chat earlier. She says, "I bring up a highlight." Here it was.
I missed the answer.
So.
Yeah, this is where I need a soundboard or something to build up the suspense. I could play Price is Right music when she comes on.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't
So
think
did
she's coming
you
up.
upgrade your membership? It seems like you don't have.
It's
any
not an
green card.
upgrade; it's an upcharge, but it's the same features. They throw in a few features which are useless. Like I'm never even going to use them, but I think I'm going to test some other options before I decide. If I find one that's comparable, I could switch. Because really, I only need guest, a basic screen. I don't use all of the fancy stuff.
Does she know who Uncle Fatty is?
I think that's a separate question.
Yes.
Hey,
Here's the
Welcome.
Oraculus.
So
Welcome.
this is really the question. I'm going to state it. Am I a Christian reverend or Uncle Fatty reverend? The answer is, remember, short and sweet. Okay, hold on. Jeff, did you have a good day today?
I did. I'm
Yeah.
having a great one right now.
Yeah. I think we need more dollar signs in the chat. What do you think, Jeff?
I'll take them if I could figure out a way to make them happen. And this is
Okay.
you're
Okay,
being a big help.
since this was this was the freak's well thought out question. But thank you guys for all the membership. Please press that like button for Jeff. Right, Jeff? Work it, Jeff. Go. The freak. Okay, I'm answering the question in all seriousness. Gentlemen, are you ready for the answer?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I can only hold my breath for so much longer.
Okay.
I think there's a lot that's entailed with the answer.
Okay, ready.
We're getting the
So
money's worth.
Okay. I can be a Christian reverend if you want me to, but I'm not a big whatever freak reverend you think I am.
There you go.
Okay, so when
Was
you
that
say
it? It sounds like Schrodinger's Christian.
No. It was one question. So if you're asking me a clarification follow-up question, and the freak, you are out of questions for the night. So Gen X Jeff, Philip, what do you want to talk about?
well, there's something that you posted that I was gonna just ask. Not even ask. I'll just say that you posted that you could marry gay and lesbian couples or something like that. Does that mean that you could actually marry them in
That's
an
a question. That's a
service,
question.
or does that mean that you would be like willing to join a couple who is gay or lesbian?
like you're asking a question, so I'm gonna interpret it this way because you asked a question, so you have to be very thoughtful in how you ask your questions, the freak. Um, if you're asking if I would marry a woman myself, I would. Is that what you're asking? So you didn't
Yeah, I
think
guess
about
so.
it, yeah. So I'm just gonna answer it that way. And the freak, you're out of questions. And
That was awesome. Thank
And
you.
out of time and out of style.
yeah,
Yes, yes,
but
yes.
I would love to come back and talk about Nirvana one day and answer the question if you think that uh, there's a possibility to have heaven on earth.
Are there any free questions? I had to
No,
ask.
Jeff.
I'm asking for
No, no,
a
no,
cheap
no, no,
friend.
no,
Asking for
no,
a cheap
no.
friend. Yeah.
No, 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 Jeff. This is your panel. That was the rules. Remember, I
Does
only come up
doesn't
for
She's
Philip get a
money.
helping me
question?
with my capitalism.
Doesn't
Yes.
Jeff,
Philip get a
that's
question for the?
you control your panel, and the
Your
trolls
whiteness
that
is
come up
showing,
here,
Jeff.
and the fake trolls. And Jeff knows that I only get paid to come up here and fake troll. So I'm the only fake troll he lets up here because I get paid to. I make money for him.
So wait, are you a goblin or a troll?
I'll let Jeff answer that
I
question
don't think
because
of her
I'm
as
not
either.
answering
I'm surprised
questions.
to find out she's even a troll. Although
Oh,
I assume everybody, like there's a troll in everybody. So
so I have to
nobody's.
ask Jeff the question. Ah, I get it now. The freak. We gotta ask Jeff the question. The pimp. We gotta ask the pimp the question.
Yep, that's how
Right.
it works around
It's
here.
somehow.
Usually I'm the one getting
Okay.
pimped. How did I get roped into this role?
Yeah, you don't have a
Because
choice.
we're making money, Jeff. Shh, come on, come on.
Did you ask your
We're
question, Philip?
twerking it and we're working it. Just go with it, okay? We're making our 2025
Oh
money.
yeah, and we can do a twerking tour of New Orleans too,
Yes,
because that's where twerking took off.
yes. Spike, come up. I see Spike in the chat.
Hey,
Yes.
Plasma,
Is
Spike
Shout
she
out.
from
is Spike.
Louisiana?
Spike can ask me free questions in case you guys didn't know. So,
for free.
Ask.
mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's
Spike,
just
you can
Oh.
come up and ask 3 free questions. I think that would
yeah,
clear up a lot.
Do you
yeah.
know where Lillian is from, Jeff?
He
Um,
does kind of,
yes,
yeah.
I do. I know where she grew up.
I'm
I don't know
making
where she lives currently. I think I do.
a
Yeah.
extra account right now called Spike. I'm making a Spike count right now. Haha.
See, Jeff, I generate trolls and more more action in here.
I don't
Garden
know, but I
gnomes. I don't
remember
know.
last night at the end of your show last night, Lillian and her friends were like making some jokes that were just hilarious.
On this show?
Last night,
Oh, I don't even
How
remember what
what
happened last night. Who was on?
it was a voting hullabaloo, Jeff. Remember?
No. I'll pull it up. Once I end the streams, I forget about them.
Yeah.
You really shut it down that much? It takes me a while to cool off after doing like a video game
It
stream.
wasn't like this in the beginning. I've been doing it so long. I think it's just what I grew into. But let me see who was on. That'll jog my memory.
Phillips in the Axl Rose portion of
Oh
Out of
yeah,
This
it was
Channel
Mr. P. And
Yeah, you were
reality.
getting wild yesterday, Jeff, about the voting, the
that
mail-in
was
voting.
wild.
The
Yeah.
mail-in voting, yeah.
That was wild, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was wild about it, Jeff? What were
I
people
don't. I
saying?
didn't think it was wild. It wasn't wild to me at all.
Well, no, it was wild. Like,
Well,
uh,
the topic was wild. It was the thing
yeah,
about the 2020
the
election being
reaction.
fraudulent or stolen, and I was saying,
Yes.
oh, and some of it was the mail-in voting here in Washington
Yes.
State, which I looked up today. I meant to go over it. They have a whole website that shows the voting process and how secure it is, and it does work off the signatures, just like when you write a check. They compare your signature to whatever they have on file at the bank. The state has your signature on file as a voter, and so they have signature checkers that check your signature against the one on file. And if there's an issue, they contact you.
Yes. But also, how many times did they validate and certify those ballots?
And in what way?
Well, no, because remember, they kept wanting to take it to the court, so they kept doing recounts in certain states because
Oh
they were
no,
like,
well
yeah,
in
yeah,
Washington they verify all of them
yeah,
individually, and then they do like audits. They have a process where they'll take samples and selections and recount those to double check and make sure. So they have like extra layers of counting that they do in sampling.
yeah. No, it was in Detroit. They threw a fit. Giuliani came with that crazy blonde woman who
Sydney,
said
that
that,
Sydney lady, she
yeah,
was crazy.
that was in Michigan. Yeah, the crazy blonde. And she tried running at the next county over. Fucked up stories about her. But yeah, she kept on trying to contest the ballots using that she worked for the ballot company and she knew it was rigged or something. And I'm like, that's fucked up. And the ballot
And they
company's like,
laughed her out of court. Like
yeah,
she kept going to all the different judges. That they all kept laughing her out.
yeah. So that's the kind of shit we face in Michigan because the that
And your
party
governor
could
getting
not handle.
kidnapped.
Yes, yes, yep.
Is Michigan considered a swing this election? Is it the Rust Belt?
No, but we have a lot of white women voters.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And yeah, and you guys, it's like almost country where I am, if that says anything. So yeah. So they do try to come out here and campaign, but we have stayed, the state has stayed predominantly blue because we are blue collar. We have the unions. We make all the cars in the US. Wink, wink. The big three motor is here. Um, so yeah, we have a heavy working class, and that's what the people around here want. Not, pseudo elitists that are unfortunately going to influence the white women, you guys. I'm serious.
I know. That's the ones that broke for against Trump last time. Too.
Yes.
That's the demographic and the college-educated white men.
Well,
Yes.
speaking of that, do you think the Taylor Swift announcement is gonna affect the election?
What did she say?
She's made her choice. She's voting for Harris.
Oh yeah, I could I don't know
Ooh,
why she'd vote for Trump.
So
yeah.
But you know what? I have a lot of family that are Swifties, and they're all Republican, and they love her. So I'm going to talk to them
Mm,
and see if what they think of her
oh.
vote, if it's going to affect them or anything.
oh
I
yeah,
grew up
Well,
with,
Swifties for Trump, like now that's out or
Swift. I'm
something.
a Swiftie for Trump. I'm a Swiftie.
eh, I grew up with a very conservative right wing Republican mother. So yeah, when people ask me about Trump, first, I'm going to answer this question because I know it was asked previously. So, with all due respect, I'm going to do someone on the panel a favor right now. And they're not throwing extra money, Jeff. Should I do it? Should I answer a question they had for me the other day?
Sure, I'm too curious.
Okay. So, it was automatically insinuated and stated that I, you know, hated Trump. Okay. So this is the thing I want to say respectfully, respectfully. Um, we have one of the greatest privileges to be able to vote here. And I'm going to be cheesy for a moment, Jeff. I'm a naturalized American citizen. I both love and hate this country at the same time. Every country on earth is imperfect. We are a very young country, a very progressive country for some people, and that's okay. That's what we were. We were revolutionary in founding this place, and unfortunately, getting in the way of people who should have had this land. I'll just put it that way. But for me, I have voted every single election since I turned 18. 18 was a voting year. I put in the chat the other night, Jeff. I voted for Dolan Kemp. My mom was a Republican. I was raised in California most of my life, which is a Democratic state. And when people ask me who I vote or how I vote, like that is my right and privilege. And I don't have to share that with anyone. That is between me and my government. And it's a great topic of conversation. I think, for me, how I view it, and just a little background about me, and I'll shut up because I'm talking too much, but a little background about me is I would not have these privileges and rights I do here if I stay in the country I was born in, and I take it very seriously. And I love that I, as a woman, am able to have a voice and I could share it. But for me, I fled a country that became a theocratic government that subjugated women. Um, and I want a sense of privacy because that's like I respect privacy here. And I don't feel that I need to validate to anyone why I vote or believe what I do. And for me, I think that's how people use who you vote for, sometimes to weaponize what you believe against what they believe. And I think that's kind of like shitty human behavior, you know. So that's to answer someone's question from the chat the other night, respectfully.
If you don't pay up, Jeff's breaking some ankles.
I probably won't even remember, but
Yeah, right.
I've
I know,
always been. I'm
sorry.
just not a
I
money
kept
person or even a
blabbering.
numbers person.
Yeah, I'll mute now, but okay. The freak,
Jeff,
did that answer your
But well,
question?
part of it was the accusation was that you hated Trump, and like who
I
you
didn't
voted
say
for
that.
is
Yeah, but I
oh.
didn't outright say that I hate Trump. I don't prefer the guy, but we don't need to talk about why I don't, because most of the time people want to try to convert me to believe why I should feel the way they do. I don't care about that shit.
What
yeah,
I asked,
yeah.
what I asked was why
Why
she
I
thought
wouldn't vote for
Trump's
Trump.
leadership was not her taste or her style, and
I
that's the question that I
responded,
didn't.
yeah, and I responded that I wanted a leader who cared about the middle class and blue collar people. People. That's what I responded.
Mhm. Right.
And then
So
you
the
said,
guy,
and then you responded, well, why doesn't that make Trump a good leader or something?
right,
And
the
that
guy who
like
actually creates jobs for middle class people, and is that
I live
actually
in a blue
a
collar
application of
state.
payroll? Doesn't
The
care about the middle class. That doesn't make
I
any
live in a
sense.
blue collar state where we
Okay.
build cars for America. We are the last like manufacturing thing. Yes, parts come from Europe elsewhere. I can tell you that, right? But we build cars in America. When is the last thing you bought that was fucking American made, to freak? Do you know where every single product in your house is from?
No,
Do
I
you
don't
care
know
about
exactly
America
where.
that much? Do you care about blue collar jobs that much? Really? Do you
I
care
think I
that
do.
people can't afford to live in an apartment and take care of their kids by working at McDonald's? And then you're pissed that you have to pay 20 bucks for a fucking hamburger?
Hey, Jeff,
Damn, that's how
No,
much
I
they
this
went
definitely
up.
is
think I am.
this is the best $10 I've spent in a while, bro.
Well,
You're
good. I'm glad I could give
welcome.
you product, good product.
Thank
So
you.
here's the thing. Sorry, Jeff. I said I would keep it short and sweet. So I don't want I don't want to
That
de-evolve,
never happens
evolve.
on
But
panels.
but but Jeff, I have an idea. Sorry. Can I insert idea? If
I
anyone
understand.
wants to
Yeah, I
if
understand.
anyone wants to come
I'm
up and
listening.
troll me, um $10 and they could troll me for 5 minutes. Jeff, what do you think?
Ooh, that's tempting.
Anyone could do
Yeah,
it.
I'm not going to turn it down.
The only
Yeah,
thing is,
so there you go.
dude,
That's the only reason I'll stay up here. I'll give someone 5 minutes. I'll be silent. I'll pipe in. The freak got all the answers that he paid for. So the freak's out of the game.
what? Oh,
Jeff,
I was gonna say the first donation, the freak.
I mean, I'll just say that
freak's
I
not
don't
going to be able
see
to troll
how.
me. The
All right,
freak,
all right.
that's what I'm saying. No,
I get a
no one's
response
going to be
here.
able to troll me. No one's
I get a
going to be able to
response
troll
here. I don't
me.
see how anyone like a government worker like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, who's never created a job ever in their life, as far as entrepreneurship or business, private business, would actually be better leadership for loving the middle class the way she describes that it should be loved.
Okay. Jeff, could I ask a question back?
Hmm.
You're in control, Jeff. May I ask a question back?
Hmm.
The freak, who came from more of a middle class working background, Trump or Harris?
Harris, that just means that she could be bought easier.
But then why does Trump ask for a shitload of
I'm
money
pretty
for
sure
fucking
Trump can
gold
be
tennis
bought
shoes?
pretty easily.
What does he ask for? A lot of money for what? For a pair of tennis shoes?
Hold on.
I didn't hear
cut out.
that.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
outside. Okay. So why does Trump go around asking for money and selling gold tennis shoes?
I mean, business
To
is
help the
selling
middle
stuff,
class, the working
and
class.
that's what politicians do is they raise money. Like every
No,
politician.
but you were just saying, I'm sorry, I'm going to summate this. And essentially, you're saying that Camilla is hoeing herself out for money because that's what poor people do. But it's okay that Trump does it and sells tennis shoes. And you know how many fucking Trump texts I get from him begging money from me? I could show you my texts. Do you know how many I get from Harris? I'm not fucking shitting you. I'm
That
not
just tells me you
registered
voted.
anything.
That just tells me you've actually donated to the Republican Party. That's all that tells me.
No, I've never donated to Trump, ever. You know what I've done? I've gone and trolled his fucking websites. Are you kidding me? Absolutely.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, she really is a troll.
All right.
You guys want to know who else I troll while we're talking about it? I'm fucking serious.
Wait, are you a grifter?
No, I don't make money.
We made Jeff.
No, she's helping me make money.
That's what I mean.
That's the
Are you
opposite
are
of
you
a
a tr- are you-
grifter.
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay, that's
I-
opposite of grifter. Okay, grifters make money
Yeah,
for
I don't
themselves.
make
I'm the
money.
grifter. She's
Yeah.
helping me
I
grift.
don't make money.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Please,
My
get it
bad. I was
straight.
just asking.
Get it straight. I remember he's my pimp, right?
Straighten me up. Straighten me up.
Right, Jeff?
The world's oldest profession.
Yeah.
You're
It was
you're the
okay in the Bible. It was okay in the Bible, wasn't it? Okay. Wait, I was going to say something. Oh, so I'm not registered any type of party affiliate in the state I'm registered to vote in. The only place, I mentioned this in the chat, that I've ever been registered affiliated party was in the state of California as a Republican, so take that. And that was, I have not lived in California in 25 years. And by the way, Jeff, can I add, do you know how many mail-in ballots I've gotten mailed to my address in California because it was my childhood house, right? It was my mom's house. Do you know how many I get mailed there, Jeff?
Mm-mm.
None.
0.
Because you cannot get ballots mailed to other addresses in fucking other states. If you
Well,
have
yeah,
one
here
state,
you have
right?
one
Yeah.
address on file per voter that they send
Yeah.
it to.
But that's what someone else was trying to say the other night is, oh no, someone could vote 3 times if they have 3 different houses in 3 different states. No, it doesn't work that way. And I know I was a registered voter in California, so they're gonna target me as that Republican.
Because don't you, when you register to vote, don't you have to be a resident of that state, like show that you're a resident?
Yes. You have to show proof that you live there. Yes.
And if you're rich and you have multiple
And
residents, you
so,
have to pick one that's your primary
right, it would be
residence.
hard
Yes.
to
Yes.
register in 3 states, I would think.
Yeah, but
Well,
that's what I'm saying. Someone was arguing the other day on your panel that it is possible to do that.
Yeah, but I don't.
That's ludicrous.
Well, to play devil's advocate, just thinking, like if I had a driver's license in California, right? And I didn't tell Nevada. I went to Nevada and got a driver's license. If they don't communicate to each other, are both my licenses valid at the same time?
So you have to take a test to get a driver's license, a new license in the state,
Right, but I
right?
can own
If
property in both
you
states.
no,
When
but if
when
you
I
have
when
a
I move to a
license
new
of
state, I
another
have to
state,
turn in my
yeah,
license to get the new
yeah,
state's license. They take your
and
old
not
state license.
Only if
yes,
you
and
have
then
it
you don't have
available to
to.
take.
No, but if you don't have it, then you have to take a test. You have to get a new
Okay,
license for that
okay,
state. That's what
yeah.
I'm
If you live
saying.
in
Yeah,
Arizona half the year and Alaska half the year, you still have to pick one of those as your primary residence, and that's the one that
yeah.
you're supposed to be bound to.
And
Right.
some is for tax purpose too, like
Yeah.
which state gets your tax money.
Correct.
Yeah. You know
God,
what rich people do? Fucking rich people.
I don't know what they do. What do they
They
do?
hide their assets that way. It's so fucked up, you guys. Yeah. Think
why?
about it.
Why is it messed up? Why is it why is it messed up that rich people know how to use this system?
Because we're talking about the middleman, right? The middle class worker who's getting taxed the most, working really fucking hard, laboring their fucking fingers off, right? But do you want to talk
Yeah, but
about choice and will? Do you want to talk about choice and will again?
yeah, well,
Was it
Jeff,
their
that's
choice? Was it their choice to get that job, or was it will to them because that's what God planned in life?
that's my question. It's like, did that person choose to eat,
I'm not
chicken and
answering your
rice?
questions, am I,
No, I'm asking
Jeff?
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
What's
Oh.
what going on?
Jeff,
It's
we
easier for
need
me to just do
money.
a normal conversation than to keep up with who has permission to ask
That
questions.
was fun. That was fun.
do you
All
think the
right.
current administration is more in favor of middle class or not, or was Trump's?
What current administration? Are you
You know,
talking
Joe
local,
Biden.
federal? Are you talking? So you want my honest truth? I don't give a shit about Biden. I think Biden's fucked up. There you go. Do you like that answer?
That's
You really
Well,
want
interesting.
to know? You
did
really
you vote
want
for
to know
Biden?
how? You really want to know how much I hated Trump? I didn't answer that. You want to know how I feel about Biden? I don't like the dude. I'm not going to tell you who I voted for.
Yeah, I didn't mean to ask that.
I respectfully approach that discussion, and I like to, you know what? We fucking live on the internet. Shit's fucked up. But I like to guard my privacy a little bit. I don't need
Yeah,
haters hating me because I voted for someone that they don't like. That's your problem, not my problem,
Yeah,
you
it's a
know?
smart choice. Yeah, good choice.
I mean, I wouldn't
Well,
hate you for who you voted for, but I understand where you're coming from. But don't you think that your politics and the policies and the love of the middle class are all kind of in conflict right now?
You're asking an immigrant about really, really heavy shit that's deep. And I don't think you're prepared to understand the gravity of that question.
That's awesome.
Why,
You're not
why
ready
wouldn't
for
I
the
well,
be?
truth.
are you did you at least do episode 3 of Treme?
I saw it when it first came out, what, 15 years ago. So I'm in the middle of two. I was in the middle of two until I got wrapped up in this shit, Jeff.
Okay.
Until I
Well,
got wrapped up
um
in this money drama up here. You see, tu parles français? Do you
we've watched 3 we've watched 3, so if you want to like catch up to 3, we won't watch any more tonight and let you catch up to 3, and then I guess tomorrow we could pick up with 4.
Okay, are you ready to wrap? I'm a buzzkill, I know.
No, I
Episodes.
was rapping earlier anyway cuz they want me to go watch something.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
let's do it. I mean, we didn't get the money in the 5 minutes anyway, so that was my time, Jeff.
That's
So
true.
yeah.
I think it was a good idea, but I'm not. I think the problem is on my end. How for me learning how to work it into a conversation.
Yeah, but it's also late. Maybe we should do it earlier next time when we could get more bite.
Yeah, I'd be up for that. I'm always up for playing around.
Okay. Catch you fuckers next time. TTFN.
Okay. Take care,
Ciao.
Liliana.
Yeah, great times.
Thank you. All right,
Thank-
DeFreak, did you get your answers? Or enough questions for next time? Is she saved? Is she a true Christian?
I don't think she's Christian, but
Oh,
I mean, she didn't say
you
she
think
was
she's
Christian.
the Uncle Fatty type?
I think so. I mean, I don't even remember what she answered. It was
Oh,
it's what she said is typically what I would expect
what a
from a
waste.
woman answering a question. So,
Ooh, well, I want to explore what that means, but I also want to wrap up. Can you give me like a 30-second version of what that meant?
yeah, that
that might
means
be.
that yeah, you never get a direct answer.
You think
It's
that's a woman
never a
thing?
yes or no. I think it's yeah. I
I have a
think
hard time getting
generally
direct
speaking-
answers from guys on here too.
Really? Well,
Uh-huh.
maybe that's just my
Sometimes.
experience or my bias or my truth or whatever they but yeah, like
Oh,
you don't
Mike, I
get
thought
an
y'all knew each
answer,
other.
especially if it's like a woman that's adversarial towards you. Like you're never gonna get it. You could ask them, what's
Oh,
the
yeah.
what web page were you on today? At work or something for research, and they'll answer it in a way that doesn't have anything to do with the question.
That's the passive aggression.
That's the
They
evasion
do
and
that
the
up here a lot too.
redirection. So that I mean, I didn't get any directly like I think I know I'm closer to what she understands, believes. I understand closer to what she believes, but I don't know for sure, and that's just exactly the way they love it
Do
playing
you
that.
think she has aggression toward you? Like there was some
No, not at all.
hidden hostility about something in the past?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, do you have anything else you want to close with?
I mean, something like that might be caused because women probably just don't trust men at this point
Or you? She might not trust
for
you.
whatever reason. But I don't know what the answer is. But generally, guys, we try to be more direct in our communication, generally. But
Well, Liliana, try better try harder next time to communicate more like a guy. Don't come up here with this womanly communication.
I'm just saying, like, when someone says that Donald Trump's leadership is not my cup of tea, and then I ask why, and then they're like, just because, how much, how serious, can you take that person's, political view? And then when they say, well, we need someone who loves the middle class more, but then no government worker has ever created a job for a middle class person in the first place. How does that make any sense? To think that Trump doesn't love the middle class, it just doesn't
Well,
compute.
that's not who he gave the tax cuts to. She's a linguist too. I don't know if you know that.
No, I don't know that, but
Well, she is.
Donald Trump gave tax cuts to everybody.
I didn't
Including
get one
the
from
corporate
her.
tax. Actually, you did. You probably just didn't, notice it. But
I might not have
everyone
been
got
working.
about like everyone was about plus $9,000 a year with Donald Trump's tax credit. And what the main thing that he did was the corporate tax cut, which was like from 39% or 37% down to 21. And if that didn't happen, you wouldn't have had any corporations on Wall Street actually starting to reinvest in the capital expenditure portion of their R&D or their whatever that they do to invest capital capex.
Well, that's good for them, but that's still not a tax cut for me.
Well, but see, when corporations invest, that is actually money that is being paid out into like salaries or research or something.
They didn't
That's
give
very,
any of it to me.
it's an investment in the future of the company, and they were
Yeah, that's.
unwilling to
I'd
do
rather
that.
just the tax cut than this other thing. I didn't get anything from it.
Well, right, but if you're a corporation, when
That's a
when you
very
don't have
special
that,
pleading.
when you don't have that incentive to invest, all you do is you buy back your stock. And you just
I
kind
know,
of
but
sit
if you're
back.
not any of that, I'm not a corporation or any of that, then Trump really didn't do anything for me, middle class wise, working class wise.
except your $9,000 per year tax cut.
I didn't get a tax cut.
Sure, you did. Everyone did. It's just the way that they frame it in the narrative that he only
I'm gonna have to
gave
fact check
taxes
that.
to the rich, which is not true. Yeah, he gave the corporations a big tax cut, but everyone else also got a tax cut too.
Well, Jeff, thanks for entertaining my questions, brother. I appreciate that. DeFreak, you take care, brother. This
You
is a
too,
great
man.
show, my friend. Congratulations. Peace.
Thank you, Philip. Good hanging out.
Philip's a good paneler.
He really is. I like Philip. All right, thank you two for hanging out, and
Later on.
we'll do it again.
Yeah.
Liliana, Mr. P. Wait, what do you? I want special attention? No, he was just saying that Trump gave me a tax, and I'm like, no, he didn't. If he gave it to me, I said I didn't see it. So I'm not saying I want any attention, but he was saying that I should like I'm already supposed to have it from Trump, and I was just asking where it was because I'm not aware that I have it. But it wasn't me asking for attention. Yeah, from COVID, the employment thing from COVID. Well, let's do it. Let's do it next time because I'm trying to get into Discord and save some of our Friday night. But yeah, he's welcome up anytime. All right, I'm gonna go. Have a good night, everybody, and I'll be here tomorrow. All right, take care. Oh. Take care, Jax. Good seeing you. All right, take care.